live from the Fast Sports Studios in good old New Orleans. It's Road Gang Radio with your host, the one-of-a-kind, truck-loving, fun-having Jimmy Mac. But, wait, there's more. Lindsay Lawler's here!
Is that a fat joke?
Nope.
Why'd you say but and then look at me? So
Have you seen mine?
that was weird. It's awkward.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Hi, this is amazing.
You like it here?
I do. I got it. I'm not going to lie. It looks better in person than it does on the Google Meet.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, because I can only see, a
Limited.
tiny window.
Actually, all you can see is people open the door and be like, am I in the... Is this where the weddings are had?
Literally, they're like, I'm here for the 10 o'clock tour.
Is David here? Is David here? Dave Nemo. No, David Villarubia.
Hey, I'm the bitchy bride, and everything's not going my way. Get out. No, it's also, a lot of it is because I have FOMO, if I'm being honest. That I'm, like, back in Nashville all by my lonesome, and you guys are here in the studio every morning. And I'm like, I just like pray every morning my camera will come on and y'all will let me in.
I want a donut and coffee.
I know. I want to play.
The best part about this opening, by the way, is about 2 minutes ago, before we had our moment of zen, Lindsay looks at me and goes, I'm going to be quiet. It's your show.
It's your show.
It's your
I'll be
show.
here if you need me.
And then it literally turned into a CYO basketball game. What are you talking about? Let me put an elbow in your face. Let me get that basketball from you.
Listen, don't make me sing. You put a mic near me, and I'm going to put my mouth up to it.
Amen.
Good morning, Jimmy Mac.
Marshall says, good morning, guys, and Lindsay. Our good friend JB, Jerry Bowers, diver driver, says, Viva la resistance, hashtag RGR. Let's roll, from Brad Bentley, who's also in studio. How is he texting us simultaneously? These newfangled technologies have me very disturbed. Bruce Almighty says, good morning, hashtag RGR. I've only got one like up there, guys. Come on, what's up with that? You gotta go a whole lot of likes. Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mac and Lindsay Lawler. That's right, the screen is not wrong. Remember that? That's right, you're wrong. I'm Kate Kaiser, these are my kids, and this is the College of Musical Knowledge. Hit it, children. It's almost like hard for me to keep talking. It's just like, because you're here.
So weird, right?
It's really weird. It's
Awkward
like across
to
the
look at you.
table.
I can't look right directly at you.
It was on that day that Freya and Seamus were both told, you're moving to New Orleans, and we're never looking back.
I will move to New Orleans from November to February.
Yes.
That's actually a really good strategy. Susan Fall, our friend who works in transportation, does a lot of PR work in the field, has often made that threat to everyone. That's a really great strategy, isn't it? Living in San Diego from, about March until the fall, and then bouncing on over to New Orleans, starting like in November.
My Uber driver this morning, Terrence, shout out Terrence, who's listening now.
It's a very different experience getting in an Uber car in the city of New Orleans. It's like all the old cabbies are like, hey, baby.
Oh, he did call me baby. I
Baby.
loved it.
It's the only place in the country. And by the way, Madison talks about this. Dave has a great story, too. He's like, I'm calling people baby. Everything's fine. I called some woman sweetie. She looked at him like they were going to. I said, Dave, sweetie don't float.
No, sweetie isn't good.
It
Sweetie is condescending.
Baby. Because
is,
everybody's a baby.
Yeah, baby is like, baby feels, I don't know, feels sort of sexy, but in a very appropriate way.
I had a friend of mine. He'd call every he'd call every woman he knew fella, and every guy he knew cutie.
Nice.
It worked impeccably. What's up, fella?
My pronouns are fella and cutie.
My pronouns are we. That's my pronoun. And us. Go ahead.
I watch Theo Von too much, so I end up calling guys daddy. What's up, daddy?
What's up, daddy?
Yeah. And silence.
Daddy?
Love it.
No,
my dad says partner.
Partner.
And
Hey,
I like
partner.
that. But my dad's from Texas.
Hey, partner.
So I like that, though.
Here's the chief. Here's the.
Chief,
I like chief, too. Some people say you should call people chief to something. Like a chief. Everybody's a chief. Big chief.
You know someone's mad at you when they call you pal. Hey, pal.
Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way,
yeah.
stand-up guy and pal are never used in a positive way when speaking to the person. If the person is out of the room and you say, he's my pal, that means something. If you say, hey, you're a real stand-up guy.
Well, that's also how you say it. The way, you're a real stand-up guy.
Well,
obviously,
but
that's
it's like,
not good.
It's like, no, even if you say you're a real stand-up guy, people are still like, wait, do you mean it? Now, if you say, when somebody's out of the room, if I say, that Andre Thibodeau, he's a stand-up guy, you can call him, by the way, at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Nice.
I said it, and somebody said the number back to me. It didn't play a game of like Lewis Carroll's musical words. We got a great show today, by the way. I'm going to let Lindsay do the introduction for the gentleman sitting to her left in just a second here. Miguel Howe is here, but we'll do the fancy pants stuff here in a moment. We have, of course, our typical Tuesday, except we've got a big wrinkle in it, being that Lindsay is here from Pillar to Post.
A big wrinkle?
Oh,
What?
come
I'm
on,
the
Jimmy.
big wrinkle now?
Well, I'm talking about your
Is
butt
that
cheeks.
a fat joke?
No, it's a butt cheek joke.
Whatever.
We're going to have our good friend Kevin Lindsay. He's going to be here for Maintenance Matters. He ain't going to get much done. We'll see what can happen. We're going to drop in a little bit of content from our friends at Rees Across America. That, of course, means trucking tributes. Our good friends are going to be joining us, giving you guys some content. They get a chance to talk to truck drivers and people who move the mission forward by driving the Reeves. Susan Patton is going to host that until her retirement goes official. And then Courtney George is going to take that gig over. So we're excited because Courtney George is actually going to be here, I think, in the next couple of hours.
Nice.
Brad, I think she's actually on her way and going to be.
Oh, she's coming?
Yeah, she's coming.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that kind of great? And our good friend Polly Trotter from Bennett is already here. She and her husband are already here, and we're very excited about that. This is really interesting, by the way. We're going to be talking with Janet Church and Dr. Don Thomas about Sjogren's disease. Have you guys ever heard of this disease before, by the way? Anybody? It's an autoimmune disease that often, it's really bad. It's not curable. It can be managed. About 4 million Americans suffer from it. Tomorrow is Sjogren's Awareness Day. And Claire Marie, as you guys know, Highway to Health is one of the most important segments, along with our good friend, the Braz, for Tech Talk, and our Canadian friends for Canada Calling. Highway to Health is at the center of everything Dave does. He started this program, 2 decades ago, and he and Claire Marie have really bent over backwards to get real quality people with us. We've had the head of the dentistry school from the Ohio State University. We've the Mayo Clinic are regular participants. The Veterans Administration are regular participants in this ongoing conversation. We're going to be calling your attention to Sjogren's disease and kind of unpacking that. Then it's going to get really fun. The second 2 hours, Miguel, the way the show works, we're telling Miguel, our friend here, who we'll introduce in uno momento. That's not a fat joke, Lindsay.
Stop looking at me when you say fat things.
Okay, Metallica. The way the show works, guys, if you don't know, is that the first 2 hours are about trucking, and the second 2 hours are about the life you live because of what trucking affords you and the life you live while you're actually on the road trucking. We call the first half making a living. We call the second half having a life. And you can join the conversation, as we told you, as many people already are on the Book of Face, on the Tube of You. They have the audacity to be at Odyssey. If you go to RadioNemo.com, you can hit that play button, and 365 will unleash you. You can leave your heart in San Francisco. You can also leave it at iHeart, by the way, where you can listen to us. And more platforms are coming as we speak, as the adventure continues. Our good friend Lindsay's already jumped into the chat. Marshall Platter is on the way. Hey, JB3237, you know who you are. Please let us know when you're arriving as well. We can't wait to see you. And by the way, our good friend Jerry Bowers, Diver Driver, sent me, and I'll unleash them on you in a little bit, Lindsay. He sent me lyrics.
Oh, dear.
People are writing lyrics all the time these days now.
Oh, we should write.
We should write, right? That's the other thing I want to talk about. Thank you very much for that. Tomorrow, an hour after Road Gang Radio shuffles off its particular radio and digital platform, Coil, Lindsay Lawler is going to launch her debut of a show that is 17 years in the making. How long did it take you? 1 hour and 17 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's exactly it. It's like, oh my God.
And the right time and place and grouping of humans to help it become a reality.
This is really cool, too, Miguel. Lindsay's owned that domain, that name, that title, We Should Write, for the better part of 17 years, correct?
Correct.
And a lot of people have made you some pretty good offers.
Yes, people want to buy it from me all the time. And I say, good day, sir.
I say, good day, sir.
I
The
say, "Good day,
temerity.
sir."
The temerity, the umbrage.
I've hung on to it because I knew it was. I never knew exactly what it was, but I knew it was supposed to be something. I wasn't quite sure what yet. At its core, it's a healing show about the power of writing. And I believe if we don't, and I'm not even talking about people who write for a living, songwriters and authors. Those are the kind of people that we will have on the show. I definitely have some angles that I want to talk to Miguel about this as well, from a veteran perspective, of course, because storytelling and when we were able to talk to the veterans coming back from Vietnam with Passport and in L.A. Was that last year? I think
No,
a
it was 2 years ago.
Oh my God. Anyway, seeing people when they first get something out and be like, it's literally this release, and I think it's very important to share. But the show, it's not self-help and woo. I mean, we will go there, of course, because that's me. But it is, as I keep saying, equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. It'll be fun. It's we need to get our stuff out, and then we need to laugh at ourselves. I believe, like, why did I hang on to that for 24 years? What was I doing? So
I know why you hung on to We Should Write, the domain, for 17 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hey, I wanted my first guest tomorrow. See if I can play this. Ready? Is this guy? So Fred LeBlanc of Cowboy Mouth will be my first guest tomorrow, who is a New Orleanian, a local guy, and very much so. And I thought, if I'm launching the show live from the studios here in New Orleans, I got to have somebody, a musician that's from New Orleans. And Cowboy Mouth was my first thought. And I've played with Cowboy Mouth out in Mexico at this music festival every year. And so I was like, I'm gonna call up Fred. And so he sent me this back. Hang on.
We should write, right?
Yeah, we should, Fred. So I'm getting all of our upcoming guests. Timothy Howells of the Plain White Tees is going to be, hey there, Delilah. He's going to be my guest next week when we're live from TXTA in Austin. And it's going to be fun, kind of like our Reels Gym. I never know if we're going to be on the phone or in studio each week where it's going to be. So it's going to be different every week. Where's Waldo and Lindsay and We Should Write in the World?
And we got a little shout out to Dr. John and yesterday's Reel, guys. Please check out the Reel if you want to know what the show's guests are going to be like. We got the whole lineup over there. By the way, Fastport solves America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, technology. Most of all, if you know Brad Bentley, they do it through people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com, nationalapprenticeship.org as well. And a lot of our friends are going to get a chance today, Lindsay. I hope you get a chance to do it, to get out to the Bastion community and go see what our good friend actually has cooking over there. He's actually in San Antonio. Jackson, the guy who runs the program, is launching the second one of those projects over in San Antonio. So I'm not going to get a chance to do that. Okay, so our good friend here, Miguel Howe, along with his military service, we'll get to that in a second, served at the George W. Bush Institute. Miguel was the inaugural April and J. Graham Fellow and endowed chair at the Bush Institute. Subsequent Graham Fellows have included VA Secretary Robert McDonnell and J&J CEO Alex Gorski. As President Bush's representative, our friend Miguel worked to enhance veteran outcomes and create value for cross-sector organizations serving that population by synchronizing and aligning effort and driving impact across the public, private, nonprofit, and philanthropic sectors. Prior to that work, he was selected by President Bush as the director of the Bush Institute's Military Service Initiative. Miguel provided national leadership, policy, and programming to foster successful transition outcomes for post-9/11 veterans and military families, and it's our honor to welcome. Ooh. Hey, Colonel, how you doing, man?
Yeah, I feel like I've done nothing with my life.
Good Lord, Jimmy, where did you get all that information? I think I might have learned some things about myself that I did not know.
Your wife sent him that this morning.
Have you ever had that happen, by the way, though, when somebody reads your bio and you're like, you forgot?
Oh, my gosh. I'm having a flashback. And, Lindsay, my wife definitely did not send Jimmy that bio. And here's how I know that's the case.
Because hers starts out with, here's my jackass husband. Love Erica.
So one year I was invited to give the keynote address for Memorial Day in Huntington Beach, California. And good Lord, I don't want to offend the community of Huntington Beach in that way. But
wow, you mix up California and Florida. People are fighting.
I'm open to all sides.
I love that. Thank you. Yep, same.
So anyway, the mayor goes to introduce me, and he reads the longest bio that I've ever heard. I'm learning, like I just said, I learned things about myself I did not know. But he ends this long bio, and at this point I'd been in the Army for 20 years. And he says, and what Colonel Howe is probably most proud of is that he's a graduate of West Point. And my beautiful bride, Erica, who was sitting next to me, elbows me in the ribs, and she says, just what I knew. You peaked 20 years ago.
Amazing.
How long was your service, by the way, brother?
So I did 24 years active Army after I graduated.
From West Point.
He never left. They just kept flunking him. That's not how West Point works. I don't know if you checked. Let me ask you, how old were you when you came out of the service?
Oh, shoot. Now you're going to make me do a math problem.
Give or take.
Carry the one.
So I was 46.
So that's exactly what we're talking about here. 46 nowadays as a young man, and you have a really hard time. And Lindsay and I talk about this all the time. We have a really hard time explaining to a lot of service members who do their 20, sometimes do their 25, 15, 16, 17. We have a really hard time saying, you realize, of course, according to the rules of the world, you are still a young man, a young woman with your whole life ahead of you. Did you feel like an old timer when you came out? And was there a period of adjustment when you realized you weren't, or did you perpetually stay old?
Oh, good Lord, I hope I don't feel old now.
You don't look old now, by the way.
Well, so, I mean, from the knees down, I definitely feel old.
How you feel and how you look.
Look at me above my knees, boys.
Do you remember
Up
that?
here,
Do you,
up here.
Do you remember that? Eyes in front, pal, right now. Come on.
Locker room rules. Locker room rules.
But but that's the thing, is the fact that a lot of, one of the things that you've worked in this sphere, it's why you're friends with Brad Bentley, it's a lot of that connection too, is that you've helped a lot of service members make that transition.
Yeah.
And make the transition in a joyful way to realize that the best part of their life could still look. I mean, there are people who peaked at West Point, but most people have vibrant lives ahead of them, particularly when they have military service. They built a foundation to kind of enter into the private sector, the public sector, to reintegrate as citizens at large. How long was that process for you, and what did you learn from that helped your fellow service members?
Yeah, so it's interesting, right? Every individual journey is different, right? But there's so much common ground, right? It's a common experience, right? But we all live it ourselves. And so whether you were in the service for 4 years or 40 years, that transition can be challenging, despite the fact, you're absolutely right, Jimmy Mack. I mean, what you get, I believe, from military service far exceeds the sacrifices that come with it, right? And to be clear, there are sacrifices that come with service. The service member bears them. His or her family member most clearly bears those, particularly during a time of conflict, right? But as I was listening last Friday, you had my friend Jeff Cleland was on talking about his service and his transition, right? And he's doing fantastic, right? Amazing, driving policy for Amazon, leveraging his experience both in the trucking industry and in the military, right, to catapult him where he's at. What Jeff didn't share with you is that he was a machine gunner. There were 2 other machine gunners in his platoon. One of those machine gunners is an underwater welder in New York Harbor, and the other is a pastry chef here in New Orleans, right? And so 3.
God, I love this country.
3 very different
balance,
right? 3 very different pathways to come from that same and common experience, right? And so what did they get together from that, right? Kind of the grit, the perseverance, the team focus, the mission orientation, communication skills, interpersonal skills, problem solving, right? Where's that applicable? That's applicable everywhere.
Well, yeah, and you think about
right?
what you need in the kitchen and what you need underwater, by the way. We got to take a quick break here to make sure we take care of our pledge, our national anthem, and, of course, a good word from our Pastor John, our bracing cup of Java. Once again, I'm going to keep on repeating this, guys. You kind of breaking my heart, the whole bunch of you guys out there. So if you have a Boy Scout troop, if you are a Little League coach, if you actually do the choir at church, if you have a group of young people who love their country and want to all get together and record a Pledge of Allegiance, and you record it and you send it to us, we'll clean it up and we will feature it as our Pledge of Allegiance that we do every morning, and we will give you guys full credit. If you, in fact, do that, take your own initiative. We'll make it work. Send it to weekends@radionemo.com in an MP3, and we will get it polished up and on the air. Without further ado or ado, our good friend Phone Master Dre will take us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocket the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday. Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope all of you rested well. I hope everything's going well. I just want you to think through how much God has blessed you to be able to get up this morning. There's a lot of people laying in the hospital bed that cannot move, and they wishing they were able to get up and do some of the things that you're doing. Hey, 2 Corinthians 13, verse 11. 2 Corinthians 13, verse 11 says, finally, brothers and sisters, rejoice. Watch this. Strive for full restoration. Encourage one another. Be of one mind. Here we go. Live in peace. And the God of love and peace will be with you. You know what he's telling us? We need to start loving each other more. We need to start being there for each other more. And I promise you, the more we love each other, the more we encourage one another, then I promise you, the more God will do for us. Think about it. The more you're doing for others, the more you're loving others, then you're giving of yourself. You're giving your all. Then God says, well, since you went that far, I got to give you some more strength because I can trust you to do more. God bless you, my friends. Hang on in there. God loves you, and I love you too.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Speaking of trust me when I say you're going to love the rest of this show. We're back to Road Gang Radio.
One of the interesting things when West Point was brought into the 20th century by its superintendent at the time, Douglas MacArthur, I don't know if you know this, Lindsay, was very cloistered, and it was very engineer and very hard science oriented. And of all people, MacArthur, who, by the way, is only one of two men where you have a father and son who both won were awarded the Medal of Honor. It isn't like a lottery ticket you win. You actually have to go out there and earn it. He was put in charge of West Point, and the modern version of West Point is his. He insisted that the most liberal newspapers in the country be put into the library. He insisted that the library be expanded. He insisted that the people at West Point actually spend time reading about current events of the day, the news and all of that, not to form political opinions, but to be informed. Because so many military members, the military was very small until World War II. Even on the two occasions the U.S. military got big, which was the Civil War and then World War I with the Expeditionary Force, this country was famous for disarming almost immediately. It's a deep distrust of war that runs through this country because a war ran through this country and left deep, lasting scars that weren't healed into a military expedition. Happened with the Spanish-American War, is how that event. People realize the Civil War doesn't resolve itself until the Spanish-American War. That's what resolves it. So what he did was, because he understood better than anybody that people would go into the service. I mean, General Grant was unable to run a business when he first comes out of the military before his second amazing stint when he comes out, becomes president and the rest, because he literally didn't understand the economy he worked into. He'd been in the military for so long, Lindsay. When he came back out into the regular world, he failed at everything he did because he had no grasp of how the American economy is so vibrant, so rapid, and changes so much despite people's best efforts to freeze it in time and space. It's the most dynamic engine ever created, and he understood that. And he got it in a way that a lot of people don't understand. You know this, Lindsay. Miguel Howe joins us this morning on Lindsay Lawler's first appearance here in studio at the historic Degas House,
Amazing.
by the way.
So amazing.
It's beautiful, isn't it? The work they did outside is great. It really speaks to what happens to truckers, too, Miguel. A lot of them get behind the wheel of this truck, and they spend 14 hours on the job, 10 hours cloistered in there, sometimes for weeks at a time. The world goes by them.
Yeah.
We exist as a show for the same reason that MacArthur actually makes the decision to integrate more, I guess you would call, social studies, contemporary engagement. That's the game that kind of has to be played there, and that's what people like you and our good friend Brad do. They reintegrate people.
Yeah.
He said he had a number for us, by the way.
Say again.
The timeline. You were saying.
Yeah. So let me just say, Jimmy Mack, I love the way that you and Lindsay have framed the show. Right, that it's about making a living for half of the show, about trucking, and then having a life for the second half of the show. Right, and I would surmise that the reason you framed it that way is for that same analogy for the military, and that is during your time in uniform, your living is your life, right? Your identity is what you do. It is just ingrained in you 24/7, right? And then you can spend months and years overseas as part of that, and time away from your family.
That includes staying alive. Like your living is staying living, right? I mean,
that's right,
there's that too.
right. During time of war, that's part of it, and even not, right? Training can be very dangerous, right? And so you asked about, hey, when are you comfortable about that transition? Because that's what it is, right? Whether we're in uniform 3 years, 4 years, or we're in uniform 20 years, 40 years, right? It is a transition. And I'll tell you, for me, it was about 3 to 5 years before I felt like, okay, this is the next phase of my life, and I feel comfortable in that. And anecdotally, there's a lot of feedback that's about the time it takes, that folks need to get comfortable with it. Transition is not just the 6 months before and the 6 months after you take the uniform off. It's about really coming to know and understand the world in which you now operate and what its drivers are, right? So the story you told, Jimmy Mack, why do we need organizations like Fastport and Bastion and Travis Manion Foundation and so many others, right? It's to facilitate that transition. Because our service members are much better prepared to go overseas and into harm's way than they are to come home and take off the uniform.
We're going to have to leave it there because our good friend Kevin Lindsay is going to join us here for Maintenance Matters. Miguel Howe, Lindsay Lawler, of course. Stick around. We'll be talking to Kevin. I'm actually going to give him some grief as well as we dig into the topic. Kevin, by the way, another person who served his country in the Air Force. He'll be joining us. He, of course, is the head honcho of TA and Petro's maintenance. I mean, it's an official title for all that, and we'll get to the bona fides on the other side of this break. But he's a great guy. Can't wait for you guys to meet him, get a chance to talk to him. Lindsay, you've gotten a chance to meet Kevin, right?
Yes.
Maybe,
Yeah.
possibly. Like I said, it's great to have you here. It's great to have Miguel here. We had a great time last night. We'll talk about that in the second half of the show, in the place where we actually talk about the life that we have, and one that we hope you guys have as well, too. It was very, very fun dinner last night. Very fun dinner last night. I'm going to have to not eat for the next week, but I'll be okay. Let's take a quick break here, Dre. We'll come back on the other side. It's Road Gang Radio. Do me a favor, guys. Go to truckdown.com. What they do basically is get you out of the ditch and back on the road by hooking you up with a maintenance provider. 50 states, 8 provinces. It's truckdown.com.
Gotta get up and truck down. Gotta get up and truck down.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Live and rolling once again. This is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting just from NOLA, not Nashville, with Jimmy and Lindsay.
Nashville has come to NOLA. By the way, we are on the verge of the party down here. Our good friend Junker can't make it, and let me tell you why. And it's a little sad. It's not sad like tragic or anything. He was desperately searching for. He was taking a 34. Actually, he was waiting, not taking a 34. He was waiting for his dispatch to see if they could find him anything. Even if he broke even, he'd have driven down here to come here for the party. He couldn't find a load, and Wreaths Across America is going to be here in just a little bit doing their trucking tributes. A lot of people don't understand this, Miguel. When a lot of those men and women do that, that's their vacation. So they're making a donation during their vacation, not just paying for their trip. They are essentially absorbing the loss of load. In order to make it work, our friends out there like Scat Pack, Danny, will tell you right now, they've got to find a load that gets them as close as possible to Columbia Falls, so that they can actually somehow break even. Junker, they couldn't find one. They couldn't find, the dispatch couldn't find anything that got him within in the radius.
Eerily telling.
There's a lot of stuff that's going on out there. Speaking of that, before we actually get to Kevin Lindsay here, owner-operators have enough to worry about, which is why thinking about cybersecurity isn't usually at the front of mind, but it is for Ben Wilkins. Look at that, by the way. Our good friends at OIDA, we're actually mixing and matching around here. But it is for Ben Wilkins, cybersecurity principal engineer for the National Motor Freight Traffic Association, who joins the show with some advice. Plus, Abigail Huffman of the American Transportation Research Institute breaks down a new study on demographics in the trucking industry. And Jonathan Quiros of Clark Freight details his efforts to help flood victims in Texas on an all-new Trucking with OIDA. And that will be immediately after Road Gang Radio with our good friends Scott and Ashley. So thrilled to have OIDA taking the ride with us as Road Gang Radio and all of RadioNemo continue to expand its reach. Our reach is pretty good already because we got a really smart guy coming up here next. Lindsay, I know you've met him in passing. Miguel, you haven't gotten a chance to meet him. But our good friend Kevin Lindsay and the Grand Poobah of all things technical.
I love that term, Poobah.
I like it too.
Hi, Grand Poobah.
My grandfather
shares my name.
My grandfather was called the Big Kahuna. I kid you not. They called him the Big Kahuna. The manager of technical service, which I think is a much more impressive. Only thing could be more impressive than the Big Kahuna or the Grand Poobah is the manager of technical service at
Please,
Travel
Kevin,
Centers
put
of America.
Poobah on your business card, please.
Yeah, the TSP, Technical Service Poobah. Hey, Kevin Lindsay, we got a whole bunch of people here. I know you couldn't make it down to the city of New Orleans, but Lindsay Lawler and Miguel Howard joining us this morning. How are you, sir?
Well, I am good. Just busy as a bee here the last couple of weeks. You know, we're doing our internal top tech competition this week. We're actually, I can look out of this office here in the training center and out in the shop. We got 20 of our best technicians out here doing their best already this morning. So
Holy moly! I want to set a couple of things up here. I want to start. We're going to get to your service here first. We're going to take care of your service here in a second. But I also want to make a point of talking about the event that you're at and what that's all about. First of all, Miguel Howe is here, and he's a good friend of the show. And one of the things he specializes is in helping service members make that important transition from the military into the private, public, philanthropic, whatever purpose-driven life they choose to kind of serve in. How long were you in the Air Force, and how long did it take you to reacclimate to being back in the land of the living? Like Dave Nemo simply walked down the street and went and got back on the radio. But what about your situation?
Well, to be honest, I was in the Air Force for 6.5 years, and I was working on trucks before I went in the Air Force. I worked on trucks while I was in the Air Force, and when I got out, I worked on trucks. Actually, I didn't. My first job after I got out, I was actually working for a Pontiac dealership. And for those of you that don't know, a Deuce and a Half and a 1989, 1990 Grand Am are not quite the same vehicle. There's a few differences.
One or two.
One or two. And it was a little bit of a struggle for me, especially at an automotive dealership, because they all pay flat rate. And, I'd been in the military for 6.5 years. Now, quite honestly, I was pretty quick fairly quick at fixing things, but I was dealing with a lot of electrical and body components that, I wasn't necessarily that familiar with. So I kind of almost starved to death when I first got out. So I was expecting a huge paycheck my first 2-week paycheck afterwards, because I had worked 90 hours. My paycheck ended up being like $89. I was like, this is not going to work for me.
Oh my God! Well, that's the other thing too.
My dinner cost more than that last night.
But that's the truth, actually. That's actually the truth. And
I split everything.
I know, and that was a split check. But that's really the kind of the key thing here too, Miguel. I mean, Kevin makes a good point. A lot of people often don't understand the economics of something, and a lot of places, by the way, won't tell you, because they can't wait for that big look of surprise on your face when you open that envelope, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of sheltered costs out there, Kevin, right? When you take off the uniform, you didn't realize what you weren't paying for. And then there's this expectation, we're going to make a lot more money when we get out.
Yeah, and that's an important part of the equation.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. So I want you to kind of tell our listeners, by the way, and we've talked about it before, but I wanted you to go in a little detail, because yesterday we got a chance, Lindsay, to talk about there's a shortage in diesel mechanics. It's just out there. I don't know how much you're seeing it, Kevin, but so much of what you do is not just about kind of, working on maintenance policy, making sure that there's a consistency among how service is kind of rendered, but you're also kind of always looking for talent. Tell people about the event that you're at with a little bit of deep dive detail.
Well, what we do is we hold every year we have different levels of technician within our organization, but we open up a basically you have to test in. So we develop a 100-question test for our current ASC certified master techs within our network. They go out, take the test, and then we select the top, usually around 20. Somewhere between 20 to 25 out of that list that scored the highest. And we also, if we have technicians that participated in state competitions and won their state, they're also invited to Top Tech, because they already have an automatic pass to Super Tech at TMC in the fall. So from their winning their state. So we have those. So we generally take a team of 10 to 12 technicians to Super Tech. So what we'll do is we bring them up. We do our own internal competition. And, we try to promote this because, we want to build up our technicians, because quite honestly, a lot of your listeners listen to this and TA is a truck stop. But, I'm in our truck service division, and, we provide a service, and we try to promote that. Our technicians pay for my salary. to be on the payroll. Any one of us that works within my company in truck service, our technicians out there actually pay our salary. So we try to promote them. We try to do that. Our recruiters will use this event as a recruiting tool to young technicians. Say, hey, here's how you can do. You can, promote through this company. How well you can do, the exposure you can get, and things like that. It's a good process. It just helps. And any of these tech competitions, whether it's Skills USA, the state tech competition, Super Tech. A lot of companies do their internal competitions and stuff. OEMs do tech competitions. It's really about promoting the technicians in our industry. And I got to say, I love it. It's one of those things I think is great. And a lot of times we do it. The state competitions coincided with the driver competitions as well. So that way you kind of joined at the hip. We're all in this together. The drivers can't drive the trucks if no one's maintaining them, and the techs can't work on the trucks if no one's driving them. So we need each other, right? So we're one big happy family.
Well, it's the idea to create that, though, because one of the things that is so difficult, a lot of people don't understand, and since we're talking so much about military over the next couple of days here on the show and with all of our friends who are gathering here at the studio, is that, one of the other things is that culture is so important. Creating a culture and, and a healthy family is a good culture as well, and a healthy business is a good culture as well. But part of this is the fact that, Bob Costello at the ATA had that epiphany, his road to Damascus moment when he realized it wasn't just about pay, it's about lifestyle. Do I actually have, while I'm making a living, do I have enough time to have a life? And, Lindsay is in studio here for the first time, Kevin. It's the first time that Lindsay Lawler has walked into the new Degas House studios. And I can see in her mood that she's so delighted to be here because she felt kind of shut out from the fun that we were having someplace else.
Nobody let me play in the sandbox until today, Kevin.
Well, hey, did they let you grab one of those cigar box guitars and play it?
No.
Other way. Look at the other way. Look at the other way.
Oh, I see it. I see it, Kevin. I'm gonna pick it up.
Yeah.
Don't threaten me with a good time. Y'all are gonna be mad. Kevin told me about that.
But the truth of the matter is,
sorry, Jimmy.
No, trust me, it's okay. Matt Beach is going to be here later on in the next couple of days. He's bringing his cigar box guitar as well too. But Kevin, that's the big thing is that you guys actually build these events partially as a team building exercise. But if you can't have fun on the job, people don't realize how toxic it is when you can't have fun on the job. I mean, I'm one of those lucky people. I think you are as well too. Miguel is somebody as well. Dre, on the other hand, literally the beatings will continue, Dre, until the morale improves around here. But
get back in your cage.
But that being said, it's so important, isn't it? I mean, that these kind of things are put together not just to kind of determine talent and use them as training tools, but to actually give people a genuine sense of fun, right?
Absolutely. And and that's a great point. And the whole segment, especially transitioning out of the military into civilian, that's one of those things. There's so many jobs out here, so many different careers that, people become mundane and going to work and everything. But when you can just inject just a small amount of, hey, we can have fun doing this, because that morale building, that is something that really, I really embraced in the military, because, we did that as a unit. It was a whole bunch of us mechanics, and everything. But when we had a break every day, we had a basketball court built in our maintenance compound, and we would go out and play basketball. Of course, we doubled that. That was some of our PT time and stuff like that we could count. But we would, and we had good little games going. Actually had some pretty talented people playing at one time. So
I'm going to pick on.
But those things really picked up the morale in our day-to-day mundane work that we were doing. Trying to keep equipment up and going, and we would get called on the exercises. You work for 12-hour shifts or whatever, and then after all that's over, you go back to normal, and then you go back to doing that, and it kind kind of makes it all worth it. It gives it something to it more than just doing a job. Right?
Yeah, Kevin, you're bringing a smile to my face, brother. I mean, you're taking me right back to all those times in the team room or those down hours on deployment, and you're just shooting the breeze with the guys and the gals there, and all those things that you talk about that we do, right, to build that camaraderie, to build that morale. But it's, again, Jimmy, back to what you said before, having a life while you're making a living, right? And so it's not just when you leave work, it's while you're at work. And so what you just described there, right? It's about team building, it's about culture, it's morale, it's about our individual quality of life. And what's the most important thing is one of the most important things is who you spend your time with, right? And to be able to have fun and choose joy while you're doing meaningful work. Purpose and belonging, man. That's what I'm hearing you talk about, Kevin. What you saw in the Air Force and what you see now where you're at.
Absolutely.
The thing about anything, and I'll use maintenance as an example, but one of the problems people often have when they get a work order to do anything. My brother, who was a contractor for a long time, a weatherization specialist, he would see people would make these promises to their clients. They're going to get something done and he's like, yeah, you can do it in 2 days. He's like, they said, why are you scheduling for 3? And he said, I need a day of decompression. And he said, well, what do you mean? He would be like, well, I want to walk the work not slowly, but at a pace so that when I get to what should be the finishing moment, I have a night to sleep on it in case I've missed something. And he would talk about that, the idea that if you're racing through work, even if you can do it quickly, sometimes it's better to slow down a little bit, and sometimes it's better if everybody knows that Friday is basketball and barbecue day. And everybody on Wednesday starts thinking about the fact that the last hour of work, the boss is going to go, you know what, shut it down. It's 4 o'clock, shut it down. We're all going to the basketball court, get the grills out, get people down here, let's get fired up. And that people have something to look forward to. And it goes back to the living life that we've been talked about, the idea, and it becomes almost really funny, the living life, a life that is spent living, making a living. You make the living to actually have that life. And that's what's so important to remind people, too, that if you can articulate to your customer what you're doing, they understand it. I need a good night's sleep, and so does my team. We will finish the job tomorrow. And sometimes slowing things down is the fastest way to speed them up. Does that make any sense, Kevin, or am I just like using the words living life and a whole bunch in rapid succession?
No, that makes perfect sense to me because, it seems kind of an archaic saying or something, but there's so many times, especially nowadays, because we're so intertwined with everything around us. We got this information box that we all have in our hands, and it's in our face. There's so much input going into us that sometimes we forget to just look up, look around. Stop, smell the roses. Just look around and enjoy the moment sometimes because we've got so much to do, right? I think it's so critical because if you don't, you end up with burnout. And I can tell you when you burn out, and this industry, oh my goodness, the trucking industry, it's 24/7 nonstop. It's always going. There's always changes. There's always something new, and it can consume you. And burn you out very quick. You have to be able to just kind of step back and take a breath.
Hey, Kevin, I think what you're saying, I hear you talking about is that as leaders, we set the tone for our organization, and sometimes that means we have to hit that accelerator, but the other times we have to pump the brakes, even for the good of the team and good of the individuals,
absolutely.
Right? And
to me, that good leader is going to recognize, hey, my team here, they look a little ragged. Let's slow this down, and then in 2 days we'll be going twice as fast as we are now because we're at that point. There's a point there that you get to that you really do have to slow down in order to go faster.
One of my favorite lines I heard my brother on a work site. He had and it was so hot, and they were wet. They were insulating they were insulating and weatherizing a house in New Orleans in the midst of the summer, and people were in the attic and on the roof, and it was really brutal. And he actually came outside. He had this big ice chest full of Gatorade and a whole bunch of other stuff. And he said, you know what? He said, it is 2 o'clock in the afternoon in New Orleans, and this is an act of suicide right now. He said, we need to move this job at the speed of fun. Mm-hmm. He said, and by the way, fun means getting it done, but it also means let's take a minute here. Let's take a breath. Lindsay, would you do me a favor and head over to YouTube for a second and look at the chat screen, because our friend Marshall has something he wanted to share with us. I thought you might want to read that aloud, so we can ask everybody the question out there, and maybe they can call in and answer that question. You see what I'm talking about?
I see what you're talking about. The people want to know. Marshall wants to know as well. Good morning, first of all, Marshall, my cigar-smoking friend. Are you heading to New Orleans? Are you making your way here? I hope so. Marshall says that he's getting ready to roll out from Huntsville, Alabama, and wonders what casino he should pull up to tonight to be in New Orleans tomorrow morning. Well, what do you say?
Well, the question is, which route is he taking, right? I mean, is he going to come up the Gulf Coast? Because of the Gulf Coast, there's a whole bunch of great options in regards to from Biloxi and Ocean Springs and Gulfport all the way into the city of New Orleans. You got a suggestion, Dre?
No.
None whatsoever.
No, just
not those places whatsoever. And by the way, just to let you know, Kevin, our friends Earl and Joan Noble tell you good morning, and our good friend Jerry Bowers says good morning as well to not only Earl and Joan, but to our good friend Kevin Lindsay, who joins us.
Jerry Bowers will be here tomorrow.
Jerry Bowers will be here tomorrow, and I'm going to be reading the lyrics of a very bad song that he apologizes for nothing, as he said in the kind of go-to thing. Kevin, the other thing is I wanted to ask you in regards to when you're onboarding people, and we talk a lot about training here. Do you find yourself in a position where you can recognize someone's talent and also recognize simultaneously when they're struggling and how to change strategies to reach them to get them up to speed as a technician? Once again, is my question making sense, or am I just making that longer than it has to be?
Well, it does make sense, but unfortunately, I don't get to see all of our new technicians, obviously, as they come on board, but our local managers do. So really the best thing I can do is try to equip our managers with the tools that they need to recognize those things, and that's something that we try to do. We try to develop. It's tough, I mean, with, 270 or so, maintenance shops at our truck stops across the country. It's really, that's a lot to handle, through a small group of people here that I work with. But we try to provide the tools that all of our managers need, to get this done. So, and to recognize, the talent and recognize when someone's struggling and what they can do. But, I keep an open line. They can always tell them, reach out to me anytime, and we'll talk about, see what we can do to help these people. I'll hold little calls with a small group of technicians at a site, have them come in the manager's office, talk about a specific issue that they're seeing that they don't understand or something, on a truck or on different trucks, certain things like that. I try to do that as much as possible.
It's interesting too, because you and Miguel have something else in common. Miguel, in his military incarnation, and you now, in the sense that you guys had to be leaders of leaders, which is a very different kind of thing. It's like coaching in the NBA. You're not coaching the people you're not coaching the foot soldiers. Mm-hmm. You actually have to engage with the men and the women who are going to be training those who need to be trained. And so you can only base your results based on their results, meaning that your results, you being able to report to the people above you and say, we're doing fine, is not a matter of you looking at the people who are doing the daily work. It's the people who are supervising the people doing the daily work. And that has its own different set of challenges, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely it does. Because, not being directly involved with the actual hiring processes and stuff, you kind of have to learn the managers. You have to learn that, to me, you always, a lot of it's geographical, because, this is a huge country we live in. There are so many different segments in areas of the country where certain, English is a funny language. there's way too many words that mean the same thing. And so you have to kind of learn that local lingo so you can actually communicate properly with people in the area you're talking with.
Well, I'll tell you this right now about English. I've always made the joke that the reason why, Shakespeare had a vocabulary of 27,000 words. And he made up about 6,000 of them, and I'm convinced he made up the ones he made up because he's like, would you please stop using the same word to mean 6 different things? I'll give you a new one. Please deal with this new word. Miguel, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, no, Kevin, it's funny you say that. So in our company, we do a lot of formal training. We do a lot of robust feedback over the course of the work, which I know you all do as well, and then we also do a mentorship program. And I was mentoring one of our young leaders just the other day, and she asked that very question. She's like, "Hey, she's making her own transition. She was working for USAID, and now she's coming into consulting." And she's like, "Hey, how do you be an effective communicator in going from government service into business?" And that's the first thing I told her, is that it's language, that words matter, and the most confusing thing is the same word means different things in different places, in different operating environments. And then even you talked about the geography of it too, right? We were talking a little bit about that at the banter at the outset of the show this morning, right? What's the right way to greet a person? What's the right way to communicate with a person in a different part of the country?
We talked about that yesterday, Kevin. I'll give you a good laugh. That the only thing the Japanese and Deep South culture have in common is that unless somebody from the Deep South or Japan gives you a life-affirming, absolutely, completely clear yes, they mean no, which is my favorite thing about the Southerners that you meet. It's
and kudzu.
Right? Nicely done. Nicely done, by the way.
I just want to say, I want to add to Kevin's, to Poobah and Kahuna or whatever all. I feel like truck whisper would be really good on your card as well. Just throwing that out, Kevin. The truck whisper.
Oh my God, that's kind of fantastic. We could make him like a plenipotent and give him somebody that walks into the room and basically says, "I introduce to you the manager of technical service, Poobah, truck whisperer, Big Kahuna, Kevin Lindsay."
Well, I say that because, just real quick, Kevin, I'm curious what you would say to people, the non-truck drivers out there, because I don't know much about torques and turbochargers and such, but I do know if something breaks down on my own vehicle, it really messes with the whole rhythm of my life, and that is also the same for obviously our drivers out there. So I'm just curious, real quickly, what you could say that would apply to both drivers. Real quick, I know we have a minute or two, but drivers, but also the people like me out there, to remind them something that we don't know about your job that will help us all get along together on the road, to sum it up here.
To be honest, the whole truck whisperer thing, there's a little bit to that. Because it is, and it really goes down the actual technical knowledge that a good mechanic technician has to understand, the inner workings, and not only of an engine, but of a transmission, how it all fits together in harmony to keep you in that rhythm of life you like to be in, Lindsay. So when it does break down, that's one of the issues that my side of this industry that's always struck me as strange, is because all I deal with is problems, right? Because
me too. Looking at you, Jimmy Mack.
No one ever.
You're a
wants to
healthcare
come
provider.
Because no one wants to come see us because hey, my truck's running fine. I'm having a good time to hear. Just come to see you. No, they don't want to be there. So it is difficult, and to be honest with you, it is very difficult on a younger person nowadays to come into an environment where all they deal with is problems every day. But that's what we do, and it takes a special, and I'm using air quotes around that special word, to really enjoy doing the technician's role in our industry, because a lot of people call it a thankless job and everything, but I know it's not. I know too many drivers. I know too many, fleet owners and maintenance people that really do understand and do thank us a lot.
On the count of three, let's say thank you, Kevin. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Kevin.
By the way, Kevin Lindsay is the manager of technical service for Travel Centers of America. You can find them at ta-petro.com. My brother, thank you, too, by the way. There were other things to talk about, a little bit of the wrap-up of tires we didn't get to, but I asked Kevin to kind of indulge us since we had a couple of special guests in studio today. Thank you, Kevin, for making the time, and we'll talk to you again next Tuesday.
All right. Sounds good.
Guys, I want you to head over to shadyrays.com. They got a lost and broken protection program that will knock your lights out. Their customer service is even better. Most importantly, at shadyrays.com, Lindsay, they got your back. shadyrays.com. You look cool, you can see, and we're done.
I'm going to go put my Shady Rays now to go get coffee.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton, and today on Trucking Tributes, I have the privilege of speaking with Anne-Marie Lynn. Now, Anne-Marie is the Director of Business Development and Marketing for U.S. Legal Services and a friend of Wreaths Across America and Elizabeth Barna, and we're going to unpack all of that today on Trucking Tributes on RadioNemo. Anne-Marie, thank you so much for taking the time out today. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Susan. It's nice to be with you today and talk about Wreaths Across America and professional drivers, some of my favorite topics.
I know, right? Mine too. So we're going to have a great conversation today on Trucking Tributes. But what I'd like to first do is to introduce you, Anne-Marie, in terms of our listening audience. How is it that you actually found yourself involved with the trucking industry to begin with?
Well, I tell people you only are born into it or you stumble into the trucking industry. Not that many people set out to go into the trucking industry. So I happened to stumble into it. Our business ended up having a product that is customized for commercial drivers. And somebody here at U.S. Legal Services needed to understand what that meant and needed to become very familiar with the transportation industry. And so that's somebody, I decided that needed to be me. So I joined some state associations, the Florida Trucking Association, since that's our home state, the Georgia Motor Trucking Association. And from there, I met Jamie Hammonds, who was at GMTA, and then he went on to work at the American Trucking Associations. And he's like, if you want to learn trucking, you need to go to the American Trucking Associations. And so I joined the American Trucking Associations. And the rest was history 18 years ago. And I never in a million years thought I would know as much as I do about trucking. And I'm so glad I do. I love the trucking industry. I never want to leave it. I love professional drivers. I am just addicted to it.
It's such a cool parallel, Anne-Marie, because everybody's saying that about the trucking industry. And once you get involved, you never really want to walk away. And the same thing is said about Wreaths Across America and involvement with our organization. Once you get involved, you're kind of hooked and you want to keep on participating. So tell me a little bit about U.S. Legal Services. Who are you? How do you function? And what services is it that you have that benefit the trucking industry?
Well, U.S. Legal Services was founded by my father 51 years ago, who is an attorney, non-practicing now and retired. We started off as a company that provides legal services, personal legal services for the average working American family or consumer. And a trucking company heard about what we do and said, hey, we are rolling moving targets down the highways and law enforcement is killing us. And our drivers, they just see big pockets and they want our money. And so when a driver gets pulled over, there's going to be something wrong. Whether they had the cleanest pre-trip inspection and something rattles loose on the way on their route, and it's just the way of the industry. So we want to make sure that drivers have good access to attorneys to represent them when that happens. And it's not a matter of if anymore, it's a matter of when, because bad things happen to good drivers. And we want them to have access to good quality attorneys and due process of the Constitution.
Now, you mentioned that you've been that family business, and kudos for your dad for getting everything started. It sounds like he had run this business long term, but you've also transitioned as of late. So can you explain that?
Yeah, in April, we were purchased by another individual who shares the same passion as my dad and our family for offering quality professionals for an affordable price to legal services, to access the legal system and break down those barriers of affordability. And who are the good guys? Who are the good attorneys that are going to provide quality services, who are going to pick up the phone when you call, who are going to be available when you need them? And, we credential those attorneys on an annual basis, and we pay their bill at the end of the service period and for a low monthly fee. And the difference is we are an insurance product. We are not a motor club. We are not, we're regulated in a more stringent way than our competitors. And that means that we are held to a higher standard. And that means that we're going to be around much longer. And it's harder to do it the way we do it, but that's okay. That's okay. That means that we're doing a really good job for our members.
It's worth doing it.
It is.
And so, Anne-Marie, is there a typical circumstance or case that crops up for drivers, or does it run the full gamut of representation?
It's a great question. It runs the full gamut. And in the past, it used to be that people would say, we don't want our drivers to have a get out of jail free card. And, they shouldn't be speeding. They shouldn't be, driving. They shouldn't be changing lanes inappropriately. And I agree with all of that. There's governors on engines now, and, they shouldn't be going above speed limits. But the truth of the matter is, sometimes a driver needs to speed up to go around a car that's in the right-hand lane going too slow, or they're driving dangerously and they need to go around them for whatever reason. Maybe a passenger vehicle, they need to go into the left lane to pass the passenger vehicle for some reason or another. They need to make that a decision that a professional driver makes on a daily basis in a split second. And law enforcement sees a situation in a split second because they only get, a couple of seconds of visibility into that moment in time. And they make a decision to pull that driver over and cite them for something, whether it's, our top five, couple of our top five is improper lane change and speeding. And so it might be 5 over, it might be 7 over. It could be an improper lane change. It could be, and then once they get pulled over, then they get cited for improper tread depth. It could be brake lines. It could be windshield wipers. It could be any number of things on one citation. And then they get a roadside inspection. All of those things are on the roadside inspection. All of those things carry points, and that hits the CSA score. And then that carries significant fines. And it's just a terrible day for that driver and that motor carrier, and it's a huge snowball effect. And the motor carrier then, that impacts their risk management insurance products. rates. And if it's an owner operator, gosh, they are small business owners. And we are at risk for losing all of those small business owners right now in Congress. And we are fighting so hard for all of them to maintain that status, and we don't want to lose them. And so these small pieces of the puzzle go into them maintaining their small business. If one, I don't mean to be dramatic here, but one thing like this that impacts their insurance rates can put them out of business because the margins are so small on running a trucking company. If they have a single truck, or if they have 2 trucks or 3 trucks, even fleets that are 1,000 trucks have such small margins. If their insurance premiums go up, it can put them into the red. So we want to do our part to protect that where we can.
Yeah,
So
and it's not dramatic, it's reality. I mean, let's face it, it's absolute reality in the industry today. And we have so many independent operators, owner operators out there as well. I'm speaking with Anne Marie Lynn. She's the Director of Business Development and Marketing for U.S. Legal Services. Now, Anne Marie, you mentioned your home base is out of Florida, is that correct?
Yes, we're in Jacksonville, Florida.
Mm-hmm. But how do
Florida's first coast.
Folks find you in the event that they are in need of your services? Do they become members and then have you in their back pocket, so to speak, if something comes up? Or how is it that they find you and utilize your services?
So ideally, they would want to be a member prior to receiving that citation. So they can go to uslegalservices.net and click on enroll. They can enroll without being part of a group. It's a little bit more expensive than if they became a member outside, if they drive for a company. We do work with many, many groups across the country and motor carriers across the country. And so they might want to check with their employer to see if we work with them. And if we don't work with them, they might want to ask their employer, who do we work with? And if it's not us, if they don't have a legal plan, they can say, hey, check out U.S. Legal Services. They can feel free to contact me at Lynn, Lynn, at uslegalservices.net. I'm always available. Even when I'm on vacation, I'm available. I can't give it up and leave people hanging. So
spoken like a true workaholic.
Well, you know how it is. It takes one to know one, Susan.
Well, indeed. It's like, is my phone ever off? Really, really? No. I'm getting better at it, though, the older I get. So it's true. So, you mentioned earlier on in the interview, Anne Marie, that if you were going to provide these services for the trucking industry, then you darn well better know the trucking industry and understand what it is that they need and how they operate. It must have been a little overwhelming at first when you first started becoming members of all these trucking associations. What was that experience like for you?
Well, I had some really good guides. And I try to pay that forward to other people now. So I had great people at the ATA and at FTA, and then other members were very supportive of helping me figure out my roadmap. So I would advise people to find their people to help navigate them. So if there's anybody out there who's trying to figure out their way, please reach out to me. I'm happy to help whatever way I can. So even if they're not in Florida or the Southeast, I now have the very distinct privilege of knowing a lot of people in the industry, and I'm happy to connect them with whoever. But yes, it was very overwhelming, but I was fortunate to have people who were very willing to show me the ropes. But I got involved, and that's the first step. You can't, and I'm an introvert. I had to learn to be extroverted, and that was scary. But I had to put myself out there little bit by little bit and get involved. So I got involved with a committee, like a very small committee where you don't have to do a lot. You just have to show up every now and then. And that was with communications and image. And you just learn a lot. You learn about what's going on in the trucking industry and how we're trying to make the professional driver more professional and visible by the public in a professional capacity. And then I got involved with independent contractor policy committee so that I could understand what our drivers' pain points were. And then I just got involved with safety policy because, we're a very safety-centric company. We want to prevent safety events. And so I needed to understand what that meant. And so, selfishly, I got involved with policy committees that helped me understand what our company was about and what we were trying to do. So, I was able to learn a lot, and I asked a lot of questions, probably to an annoyance of a lot of people, but that's the only way to learn.
That's absolutely the way to learn. And I've got to say that I've probably learned the most that I've ever known about the trucking industry simply by talking with everyone on Trucking Tributes and being able to have the privilege of talking with professional drivers throughout the country, carrier companies and their representatives and industry representatives. And I've learned so much that I think I've been made an honorary professional driver, which it's a good thing it's honorary because you wouldn't want to see me behind the wheel. But that's another whole story. But I have thoroughly enjoyed the trucking championships and learning everything that I can. And you speak truth when you say that the carrier companies and the drivers are focused on safety. They truly are. And we at Reefs Across America know that the members of our honor fleet are all safety driven, very much so. And it's very, very important to them that that's their reputation. And the honor fleet members for Reefs Across America are extraordinary men and women. And we really, really appreciate their involvement in the mission. Because, Anne-Marie, I know that you got started a while back with Race Across America, but this year in 2025, we are going to be at 5,000 participating locations in addition to Arlington National Cemetery throughout the country. And that's simply because patriotic Americans are stepping up to volunteer to say, hey, I'll start a location. And it doesn't need to be a national cemetery like Arlington. It can be a community cemetery. It can be a memorial site. Really anywhere where U.S. military veterans are laid to rest can become a participating location. It just takes volunteers to step up. And as you mentioned, you got your first taste of Wreaths Across America and the mission to remember, honor, and teach at Arlington National Cemetery. Can you describe that whole circumstance?
So earlier on in our participation with the state associations and the American Trucking Associations, and I'll throw in the Truckload Carriers Associations too, because TCA is a big supporter of Reefs Across America. We supported the Truck Driving Championships on the state level, NTDC on the national level, and also sponsored the road team, the America's Road Team, for a number of years. And so I always had my kids out because they were always over Father's Day, Mother's Day, at the state level Trucking Association, Truck Driving Championships. And as they were starting to learn how to drive, I wanted them to learn how to drive and respect large trucks. And so I had them working alongside law enforcement and our professional drivers, teaching them about blind spots and respecting, those large trucks. So that's one piece. And then we ended up going to Arlington in 2015 since they knew about the America's Road Team and they were the convoy coming into Arlington. And obviously we love going to DC, and my kids have done internships and worked on the Hill and so on and so forth. And Christmas time is such a lovely time to be in DC. We went up in 2015 and were able to lay wreaths on the headstones there. And what a tremendous experience, humbling experience that was, to be able to take wreaths out of the trailers, and they still had ice on them, and be able to lay them at the headstones of strangers. And, maybe they didn't have families that were coming to see them and pay tribute to them, but that was our contribution to those fallen soldiers during that time and that year. It was just a tremendous honor to be able to spend that time. And my kids remember that 10 years later. My oldest has gone and done that himself after he's lived in DC with his now fiance and friends. So that tradition has gone on, without parental involvement And, he's done that on his own. I tried to get it together for our office to go and do it here locally. My grandfather is buried at our local national cemetery. We weren't able to get it together. I had another work event conflict with the weekend. But since we work with, our office staff here in Jacksonville doesn't get to interact with professional drivers in that capacity like I do. And so I would love for them to be able to experience that same thing. We have a lot, because Jacksonville has 2 Navy bases here. We have a lot of naval veterans on staff and spouses. So, it's a very family friendly environment for being able to go and do that. And so they have the same heartstrings attached. So
I love the fact that you have taught your generation, your young people, your family members about the mission to remember, honor, and teach. And that's what's so important, is to teach that next generation the value of freedom. And I love, Anne Marie, that you touched on the fact that, some of these folks at the headstones, they haven't had family able to visit, or may not have family any longer. And of course, as you know, our mission, part of that, when you place that wreath on the headstone, is to say their name aloud, because at Wreaths Across America, we always say that you die twice. Person dies twice, once when your heart stops the first time, and the second time when your name is spoken for the last time out loud. And we ask all of our volunteers who are placing these veterans wreaths, and of course we should make the point that we're not decorating graves at Christmas, but Christmas time is truly one of those times in the year where it is so difficult for our family members who are missing loved ones to remember and honor their fallen family members at that time. And when we place those veterans wreaths on the stones of the fallen, we say their name out loud, and we're teaching younger generations to do that. And what a cool thing to know that your son was impacted enough to know that now, as an adult, he is beginning that tradition for himself and his fiance and for his future family. Now, you mentioned your grandfather. So do you have military service in your background in your family?
I do. My grandfather served as a cook in World War II. I don't know a ton about that. He also drove a tanker for local deliveries in Ohio before he retired. So that's an interesting combination. And then my father was in the Army just for a short time. He was in the reserves, I believe, and was trained to drive tanks leading up to the Cuban Missile Crisis. Wow. I don't know that he did anything active duty. But I think it still counts.
He took the pledge and he put the uniform on and he agreed to serve. And we all know that such a small percentage of our population agrees to take that pledge, agrees to serve. It's great to now know that our recruitment efforts within our military are up again, and people are understanding that sense of patriotism and pride in saying, I will take the pledge, I will serve our country and wear the uniform of the armed services. And that's really nice to know as an American citizen that people are stepping up again. Now, you mentioned Jacksonville. Jacksonville certainly is a hotbed, quite a market for Wreaths Across America. We have many participating companies, and we have many, many participating cemeteries, and our volunteers, our boots on the ground for Wreaths Across America. Absolutely great opportunities for you to get engaged. Now, you mentioned Elizabeth Barna, and I chuckled when you said, if you know Elizabeth Barna for any length of time, which we do here on Trucking Tributes, that Elizabeth has a way of pulling you into her passion projects. And absolutely no doubt we are blessed to say that Elizabeth Barna's passion project is, in fact, Wreaths Across America, and we're grateful for that. So what sort of plans do you have going into 2025 for U.S. Legal Services, Anne Marie, and or yourself for getting more involved?
Here we tried to do some fundraising for Wreaths Across America. It was a very last minute attempt, and so was therefore not as successful as I would have liked. So we will be planning ahead this year and doing some fundraising for Wreaths Across America through our social channels and whatever else we were instructed to do. So we're working on an organized plan well in advance of the Christmas season. Or I should say the holiday season. to do fundraising for this wonderful cause. Anything that brings awareness to our American heroes, both professional driving American heroes and to our veterans who have risked their lives for our country and our freedoms that go, I think, undervalued every single day.
Amen. And I say that they're American heroes. You're absolutely right, because many of our professional drivers, members of our honor fleet at Wreaths Across America, are also military veterans, and they have done their duty and they have done their time in service. And they also say it's so important for them to actually give back to their brothers and sisters in arms to show them their gratitude for the service that they have given. And, you know, many of our professional drivers, Anne Marie, tell us that this load of veterans wreaths is the most important cargo of their career. And that really is a statement that elicits goosebumps, at least for me, to hear of that.
You mentioned goosebumps because there's been 3 times now during this interview that you have made me have goosebumps on this during this time. And I shaved yesterday, and now my leg hair has grown back. So I will hold you accountable for that.
I'm all right with that. I've got broad shoulders. On behalf of our trucking industry, I'm good with knowing that. And I'm speaking with Anne Marie Lynn. She is the Director of Business Development and Marketing for U.S. Legal Services, a friend of Wreaths Across America, certainly a friend of the trucking industry, and getting involved, and even more involved now as we are hearing. And it's never too soon to get involved. If you are a professional driver or a carrier company, we need trucks. The secret was spread a long time ago, and we are shouting it to the rooftops with our growth. And we have organic growth every single year as more and more patriotic citizens stand up to remember, honor, and teach. And we need trucks. Courtney George, our Director of Transportation, tells us on Trucking Tributes that we already know where some of our open lanes are going to be this year. A lot of our professional drivers are making multiple stops because we've got so many volunteers that are getting engaged. Last year, it was 3.1 million wreaths. Courtney tells us, Anne Marie, that we're going to pick up probably 100 to 200,000 additional veterans wreaths in 2025. So we can't do it without folks like you at U.S. Legal Services and folks in our trucking industry. What are we not touching on, Anne Marie, that you feel is important about this, your company or your involvement in the trucking industry or Wreaths Across America?
2 things, Susan. One is, what is your goal for Wreaths Across America? If every veteran were to have a wreath, how much would it take?
You know, I don't know the exact number, and I probably should, but that is absolutely a goal of our founder, Morrill Worcester, to one day have every U.S. military personnel who is laid to rest in this country receive a veteran's wreath in December. And, you know, one of our most compelling stories that we have comes from our chairman of the board, and hold on to those goosebumps, Anne Marie, when he was in Arlington years ago when we just started, and Arlington was our first cemetery, if you will, and we didn't have enough wreath sponsorships to cover the entire cemetery. And a gentleman came up to our chairman of the board, Wayne Hansen, himself a Vietnam veteran, and said, well, what are all these wreaths? And Wayne proudly described what the mission of Wreaths Across America was, and the man looked up at him with tears in his eyes, and he said, well, what about my son? And the wreaths had just stopped. And so our goal, everyone at Wreaths Across America, anyone that you speak with that is involved with this organization, it is the goal of each and every one of us to make sure that every U.S. service member who is laid to rest receives a veteran's wreath in December. And that takes Americans to step up, to sponsor those wreaths, and to get them to the locations that are participating.
Well, you just upped the ante, and not only chill bumps, but tears now. So that's unacceptable.
It's a mission that people feel good about. It's a mission that is servicing all walks of life. There's no politics. There's no religion. There's none of that involved in what we do at Wreaths Across America. It's simply a way for American citizens to say thank you. We remember you. We honor those who are currently serving and their families. And we teach the next generation the value of freedom. So, Anne Marie at U.S. Legal Services, thank you so much today for joining Trucking Tributes, and thank you for getting involved and helping us spread the mission. We appreciate you.
You've given me newfound motivation, so thank you for that. And I've really enjoyed our time together, so I'm very grateful.
Absolutely my honor. Do stay safe and take care, and we'll talk soon, I'm sure.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Back to the talk that keeps America moving. This is Road Gang Radio. So let's rejoin your hosts, Jimmy Mack and Lindsay, and the Big Easy.
Miguel Howe is with us as well, by the way. The Colonel is here. Another great Grand Poobah. Another great Big Kahuna. It's good to see you, Miguel.
Hey, it's great to be here, Jimmy Mack. And, you know, I am remiss, right, in congratulating Lindsay on her new show.
Thank you.
Only 17 years and 1 hour in the making. And as we are giving out monikers, Big Kahunas and Grand Poobahs,
Big Kahunas.
Perhaps Lindsay's could be the High Priestess of Word.
Ooh,
I like that very
I like
much.
That.
I like that. The luscious lyrical double L joins us this morning.
High Priestess. It gives me all the witchy yet still creative and wise vibes. I'm here for
Speaking of witchy, we're going to have the Coven playing tomorrow night. Our good friend Kimberly Kay, a genuine friend of this show and a longtime collaborator of mine, is bringing a couple of ladies and a bassist and a piano player. Maybe other fun things are on the way. The Grumpy Pete is on the way. Our good friend Dean Croak just sent us a message, by the way. He is hammering down to good old New Orleans. Our good friend Scat Pack says he needs to sign up for Wreaths Across America again. And Kevin, by the way, said, oh, you bounced on over to go get Trucker Bosun. You bounced over to go get some coffee. I guess you didn't want to try Madison's lavender coffee. Oh, no, we've actually got a little bit of Black Rifle. Don't bother the neighbors. I always forget what it's called. Sudden death? What's it called?
Death Wish.
Death Wish. I got a little Death Wish, too, going on, by the way.
Hey, years ago, real quick, I said we wrote a jingle for Death Wish coffee, and it starts out like, I need my coffee, mornings I need coffee. That's something like that. I don't remember the words. But anyway, and then you take the sip of the coffee in the jingle, and all of a sudden it goes, whoa, 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 my coffee, coffee, coffee. And it was a nice balance. So that was our Death Wish coffee.
Nice balance, by
Not
the way.
Death Star.
Death Wish.
Very different.
Very, very different, by the way. Everybody should check out Andor, by the way. It's a terrific show. Sjogren's is something we're going to pivot into here, guys. It's Highway to Health. It is one of the longest-running segments on the Dave Nemo Show, which is now Road Gang Radio, all part of Radio Nemo's lineup. And it's something very important. This one is particularly important because Sjogren's, which, by the way, is spelled S-J-O-G-R-E-N, Sjogren's disease, is what we're talking about today with Janet Church of the Sjogren Foundation. She's the CEO over there, and Dr. Don Thomas, who is a specialist in both that and lupus. This is an important thing for us over here, Lindsay. By the way, tomorrow is Sjogren's Awareness Day. And so people who don't know about it, this is a really important episode for us on a personal level. There is a member of the staff here at Radio Nemo who actually suffers from this disease, has a good life, which is very, very possible. We're going to talk about that as well here over the course of the next 25 minutes or so, and absolutely thrilled to have them both here. Good morning to you both. Welcome to the show, and how are you this morning?
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
Oh, of course. And by the way, I'm going to make this really easy, guys. I promise you I will try to use somebody's name before I just throw a question at you. Is that fair enough? We kind of we can kind of establish that as kind of the baseline. Doctor, let's begin with you. Because, like I said, I know a little bit about this because of my personal relationship with the person in our lives who has this. Can you talk a little bit and explain what Sjogren's is? And in doing so, kind of explain why it is important to continue to try to figure out a way to not only manage this, but to maybe find a cure.
Sure. So Sjogren's disease was initially described by a doctor in Sweden, Dr. Sjogren, and that's why it's spelled Sjogren's. But he noted that some women with rheumatoid arthritis had severe dry eyes. And what it is a systemic autoimmune disease, which means that our immune system usually protects us. It identifies foreign invaders, and it keeps us healthy and attacks them. But in people with autoimmune diseases, their immune system can't tell the difference between what is foreign and what is part of the healthy part of the body. And with Sjogren's disease, the immune system is overactive, and it thinks that the glands of the body don't belong there, and it attacks the glands, and most commonly attacks the saliva glands to cause dry mouth and the eyes to cause dry eyes. But it can also attack any glands of the body with dry, itchy skin, dry vaginal area. But even worse than that, it can attack any organ of the body, such as the lungs, the joints, the kidneys even. And we might not think dryness sounds so bad, but just think about it. We're all sitting here and none of us notice our eyes at all, but the person with dry eyes, for example, they're just constantly having this gritty, itchy feeling, uncomfortable, painful feeling in their eyes, or dry mouth. They can actually lose their teeth at a young age because of not having the natural saliva to protect their teeth.
I mean, for the people listening, for our drivers out there listening, just imagine, not topping off the radiator. Just imagine not changing your oil. Just imagine doing that for long periods of time. And we are giant hydration machines. The human body is literally dependent on water. I mean, it's literally dependent on always, everywhere, all at once, making sure that the areas that can't dry out, don't dry out. And if I understand you correctly, and please, doctor, tell me when I am wrong, we're talking about the idea that it's like you've got to be perpetually vigilant for what everybody else is always kind of naturally able to kind of correct. Their bodies correct it on their own. These bodies can't, correct?
Absolutely. And Jimmy, I really love your analogy, by the way. And what you just said is exactly right. One of the staff members of the Sjogren's Foundation, she has bad Sjogren's. And when she gives a talk, she likes to say that having Sjogren's disease is like having a full-time job because the person is constantly having to work on keeping things lubricated.
Oh, that's a great way to kind of put it too, and it's like there's so many other things that people often diseases that people suffer from where they are in a perpetual state of everybody kind of understands it as well. I mean, I hate to use the example of dialysis, but people get that. That's something people get. But as you have well kind of pointed out, it's like, well, so you get some eye drops. It's not that simple, and it ultimately the other thing is too is that it wears and tears on our body's health overall, that if we don't do the kind of work we need to do on it, if we don't keep up with it, it is insidious, and we don't even realize what has happened to us until it's too late. Because the old joke about drinking water, I'm just using that as an example, not as a connective, but the joke about drinking water, by the time you're thirsty, it's too late. By the time your eyes get really inflamed, it's already beginning to have an overall effect, and a life of that, or a late life of that, can make for a very uncomfortable and very unpleasant and very unhappy, what I would call the third act. It prevents a vibrant third act from happening if not taken care of. I'm waxing about this. You can tell it's important to me, but I wanted to kind of pivot here as well. And Doctor, and also Janet Church, who is with us as well, can either one of you can do this. Who is at risk here? Who is at risk, and what do the numbers look like?
I'll let you
thanks, Dr. Thomas. Really, this disease can attack anyone. There are children that have the disease, young men, young women, but it has historically been a bit assigned to older women. And I think a big part of that reason is because older women have been living with a disease for so long that it's progressed to a level of dryness that is so painful and difficult that they are constantly seeking a diagnosis and eventually get diagnosed. Additionally, that the body's natural process of going through menopause can exacerbate that dryness. But it can attack anyone at any age. And we estimate about 4 million Americans have this disease, but only about half are currently diagnosed. And it does lean more towards a female ratio. About what we know at this time, about 90% of the patient population are female, where 10% are male. But it can impact everyone. And now that we're educating about that here at the foundation, we're actually seeing more and more children and young men and young women get diagnosed and come to the foundation.
Let me ask you a question. And like I said, I always ask questions. I never ask theories, if that makes any sense. I don't think I know. I'm actually genuinely asking. Do you think that the original thought that it mostly affected older women was because older women are alive? That so many men, for so many other reasons, women outlive men on a regular basis. And so in this way, what I'm hearing is that a lot more people across a much broader spectrum suffer from the disease, but it is a cohort of older women who actually, in many ways, like they always do, whether it's an election or whether it's in the workplace, have kind of taken the lead in helping point this out. Janet, I mean, is that what happened here?
I'm not sure if that's really a case. That's something that we don't talk about in the Sjogren's research community. But I think a relationship is definitely pre and post-menopausal women, that there is a natural removal of moisture due to the decrease in estrogen. But and I think that could be it. But there could be something about perhaps women. Research has shown that women are more likely to go to the doctor and speak up. So there may be a tiny bit of bias, but if you take a look at the entire autoimmune disease population, which is collectively about 140 diseases and impacts about 50 million Americans, but the ratio of women to men or female to male is 80% female in all autoimmune diseases compared to 20% male across all autoimmune diseases. So for some reason, and we don't really know why, autoimmune diseases do impact females more.
Well,
Jimmy, I'd like to jump in here also, and thank you, Janet, for that. We do some very interesting research just came out recently that the Sjogren's Foundation highlighted. We're discovering more and more genes that actually cause Sjogren's disease. It's actually a polygenic disease. You have to be born with the genes to cause the disease, and something has to trigger them on. And some of those genes are actually on the X chromosome. So women are born with 2 X chromosomes, so immediately they're twice as likely to get those genes that can predispose someone to Sjogren's disease. We see the same thing with systemic lupus as well, because it has a similar female predominance. Number 2, about 1 out of every 1,000 women have something called trisomy X. They have actually 3 X chromosomes, and they actually have a higher prevalence of having Sjogren's disease as well. And then the highest incidence of Sjogren's presenting is actually in patients 40s and 50s. And as you alluded to earlier, this is a very slowly progressive disease. People don't even notice the dryness until they've lost about 45% of their saliva production and their tear production. So the disease has been going on for quite a while before the person even notices it. And estrogen, it actually increases immune system disease activity. And so that's another reason why we think that women are more apt to get it. So it probably starts, significantly earlier before women go through menopause. And then when they go through menopause, it makes it even worse. So it's a very interesting on why women most commonly have it, but those are a couple of additional reasons why we think so.
Well, and pain is so confusing because pain can be coming from obviously a million different reasons. What did I do yesterday to what's going on internally? But it's fascinating how often people, maybe especially women, I'm not sure, are misdiagnosed or dismissed rather when something deeper is going on. And so could you say, what are some of the most common misdiagnoses that Sjogren's patients get stuck with before somebody finally connects the dots?
I'm going to comment a little bit on generalized pain and actually fatigue and what we call brain fog, which are three very common things in the rheumatic diseases, which Sjogren's is one of. So Dr. Thomas added in and explained a lot of the symptoms and the features of the disease, but part of the disease and the impact of inflammation is joint pain, muscle pain, and severe fatigue. Imagine that when you have the flu and it's just really tough to get out of bed, or when you do and you finally feel good enough to get up and go take a shower, that exertion of small energy makes you get back in bed. There are some people whose daily fatigue is at that level because of the disease. And then there's neurological impact of the disease for some people as well, causing peripheral neuropathy pain and other issues such as something we call dysautonomia. But pain is a significant part of the disease. Now, I think Dr. Thomas is better suited to talk about some of the things he sees as a misdiagnosis. So, Dr. Thomas, what are some of the things you see with patients?
Sure, yeah. And unfortunately, this is a classic invisible disease. You look at the person and they look perfectly healthy, but they could have just horrible things going on. Some common misdiagnoses, and this is common because, unfortunately, our diagnostic tests are not really very good. We need much better biomarkers or diagnostic tests to more accurately diagnose people. But a lot of women are misdiagnosed. For example, fibromyalgia, they'll be told that they have this disease called fibromyalgia where the pain nerves are overactive and causing pain throughout the entire body. And just given pain medicines and nerve pain medicines, told to exercise, told to decrease their stress level and so forth. And since this happens in menopausal women most commonly, then osteoarthritis or degenerative arthritis is a common misdiagnosis. In other words, it's just blamed on that instead of considering the possibility of a systemic autoimmune disease. Bottom line is we need much better diagnostic tests. We do have significantly good ways to diagnose it, but we need better testing, and that's one thing the Sjogren's Foundation is working hard at.
I wanted to kind of follow this up by saying the idea that this is a management process rather than there are no FDA-approved treatments here. In many ways, you have to be vigilant, as we talked about earlier, that constant lubrication that we were kind of, that you mentioned and alluded to. Talk to me a little bit about, and both of you can do this at length, and we'll start with Janet, about the management of this. About, we alluded to some strategies, but what are the actual specific kind of engagement where, you want to prevent other comorbidities from developing at the same time, because that's the thing that people don't realize, that often it's not the disease itself that will kill you, but the other things that often develop because of it.
That's absolutely true, and I appreciate your level of knowledge coming into this discussion with us, because you're really spot on. Managing the disease is really key. However, treating the disease is also important. So, for example, I do have the disease, and I have to manage it every day, but I also have a lot of complications, and so I have 9 different specialists that take care of each of my complications because of our medical system being specialized. So I have to go to a nephrologist for my kidneys, an oncologist for my blood clotting due to the disease, and then the rheumatologist and other specialists. So something that I really want to convey is that a lot of doctors who don't necessarily understand the disease and look it up might might see the historical representation that the disease is just basically dry eyes and dry mouth. So what they might tell a patient is to stay on top of it with over-the-counter eye drops and waters and maybe some xylitol lozenges to keep your mouth moisturized. And that is important for our daily comfort, but it's also very important that that a patient is talking to a healthcare provider, most commonly a rheumatologist, that understands the disease and is looking at their lab work to see when they need specific types of treatment and to engage other specialists. Because just daily management with over-the-counter moisture items does not slow the progression of the disease, and it can progress, as Dr. Thomas mentioned. So that engagement with a doctor for what we call treatment, which is, potentially prescription medications and other procedures that might be available for dry eyes, like IPL treatment for eyes, it's very important to take the disease seriously and make sure someone is protecting themselves as much as possible from progression. Now, you mentioned we don't have any therapy, systemic therapy specifically for Sjogren's, but this is also an incredibly hopeful time for the Sjogren's community because we have so many therapies in clinical trial. And it's not going to be all that long until we do have our first therapy come to market, and not that much longer before we have our second and our third. So it's a really, really exciting time. And, I'd love Dr. Thomas to weigh in on the importance of the therapy side with the patient. Dr. Thomas, how do you work with your patients on balancing that OTC management with needed therapy?
Sure. So there's a lot of things that patients can do to help themselves with the dryness. For example, having humidifiers throughout the home, using artificial tears regularly in the eyes. For the teeth, they can suck on xylitol candies to stimulate saliva flow. It also decreases bacteria. I prescribe prescription high-dose fluoride and mineralizing toothpaste for my patients so they can decrease their risk of losing their teeth. But for the immune system, we also have medicines that can calm down the immune system because that's the whole problem that's going on. So, for example, inflammatory arthritis is a common complication, and so we can use medicines like hydroxychloroquine, which, by the way, is not a cure for COVID, but it can definitely help patients with Sjogren's. Also, methotrexate is an immunosuppressant. Steroids is an immunosuppressant we can use. But the problem with all of these is none of them, as Janet alluded to, slow down the progression of the disease. None of them help decrease the gland damage that goes on. And so we're very optimistic about these possible FDA-approved drugs coming out soon. And I'm very optimistic that that's going to happen within the next year or two. It's just incredibly exciting, but that's going to happen. And Jimmy, by the way, I'm so happy that you're having this on your show because I guarantee that some of your listeners or their spouses have dry eyes or dry mouth and just kind of pushed it aside and thought it was just from getting older. They need to go to their doctors and ask to be tested for Sjogren's. So thank you so much for having us on to discuss this.
Oh, you're quite welcome. And by the way, our good friend Trucker Boson, we actually have a large chat community that participates on the show by kind of chatting. One of them says that my dad suffers from SLA. He actually made sure he kind of put that in there. I wanted just for a really quick second, Doctor, and to kind of go back, to circle back, because I don't understand all the particulars. Janet mentioned that light therapy, pulse light therapy, actually can make a difference. Can you kind of explain to me what's going on there and how that is helpful? Because I love the idea of not just managing and having maintenance for pain, but actually taking active and vibrant steps to make sure that it doesn't accelerate, so that the people who right now are suffering, who don't have the answers they need yet, can hold the line when some of this hopeful stuff that Janet has talked about breaks through. Talk to me about the light therapy a little bit.
Sure. So one thing I like to point out, Jimmy, is that one of the most common antibodies that we see in our patients is called anti-SSA antibody. The SS stands for Sjogren's syndrome, which was the old name for the disease. But that particular antibody actually makes people ultraviolet light sensitive, and so it can ultraviolet light, even from indoor lighting, can actually contact the skin, damage the cells under the skin. The anti-SSA sees the contents and thinks they're foreign and binds to them and can cause systemic inflammation. So actually, for many to most of our patients, we do advise ultraviolet light protection and using sunscreen religiously, wearing a wide-brimmed hat when they go outside and so forth. So I like to emphasize that because that's incredibly important. As far as the pulse light, I'm not sure what Janet was talking about. I do use it for some of my dermatologists. We use it for permanent damage to the skin for certain things, but I'm always very careful about that. Janet, I'd like to turn this over to you and get your comments on that.
Yeah, this is something that actually a dry eye, usually corneal specialist, but an ocular doctor might have available. And something that happens with severe dry eye is just like in our mouth when we don't have enough saliva to protect our mouth. If you don't have enough tear film and both what we call aqueous, so the water-based, and then the oils, which the meibomian glands produce, that you can get what we call blepharitis. And there can be all sorts of complications because of the dry eye. And there's just some procedures that ocular providers have that may be able to help. And so that IPL is something that might help with clearing up some of the issues that dry eye can exacerbate. So it was a very specific example that not a lot of patients use, but I was throwing out as there are therapies being used by especially ocular specialists to really support a patient's-specific journey should they have a specific problem, which is not necessarily a prescription medication. But that was a small example. But each specialist has their own toolkit, so to speak. When we start losing our teeth, how the restorative work process is certainly something that a dentist or oral care provider, an oral medicine doctor, will know specific steps for a Sjogren's patient. There'll be a different kind of care potentially, depending on what's going on with that specific patient. So each specialist has their toolkit to address. And that's one of the challenges of having, especially Sjogren's and lupus, is the diseases are what we call heterogeneous. So they show up in everybody potentially quite differently. And we might see a signature of a type of patient, a group of patients that the disease shows up in similarly, but it really is a very unique experience of how your disease impacts your body. Just like each of us have our own body and system, and it behaves the way individually it does, and so a disease expression kind of follows suit. But it is a challenge for doctors to truly manage a Sjogren's patient because I kind of call it a bit like whack-a-mole. Something pops up over there, and it might be Sjogren's, so it has to be investigated, but it might not. And something pops up later in another system area. It might be Sjogren's, it might not. Dr. Thomas, I'm so glad you brought up the sun sensitivity. Super common for patients, and wearing sunscreen is really important. I happen to not only have the light.
Janet, I'm going to put the brakes on you for 1 second. I'm going to do something we very rarely do here at Radio Nemo and Highway to Health. I'm going to ask you guys to grant me a boon. Let me go to my break. I'm going to bring you back for the second half of the show after about 2 minutes. I want to pick up this conversation. I want to make sure we put a button on it properly. So, guys, hold on tight. We're going to come back on the other side of this. I want you guys to go to SJO grens.org and find out more information about this. Well, it's insidious because it actually just grows and creeps if you don't take care of it. Our good friends Miguel and Lindsay have questions for you both. I want to address them really quickly here. It's Road Gang Radio here on RadioNemo. You can find us on iHeart, on YouTube, on the Book of Face, and a whole lot of other platforms. We'll be back on the other side with this really important conversation about Sjogren's disease.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
You're looking for the best cetane-based additive for your truck. You need Flashpoint from Pittsburgh Power. This premium formula boosts cetane numbers up to 7 points, optimizing your fuel for peak engine performance. Flashpoint protects critical fuel system components, improves power, and enhances fuel economy. Plus, it efficiently disperses water to prevent corrosion and system failures, ensuring your diesel runs smoothly. Combine Flashpoint with Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst for ultimate performance and emissions protection. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
This is Road Gang Radio, and you're rolling yet again with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler live from the Fastport Studios in NOLA.
It's time to make a life, Jimmy Mack.
Let me get a little bureaucracy out of the way first before we return with our good friends on Highway to Health, which we're extending a little bit longer. Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Miguel, for indulging me here. And by the way, when I told them that over the break, they were like, "We're not indulging you. This is very important." I do want to remind people that we are broadcasting from the Degas House. That Degas House studio is sponsored by Fastport, who is out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research technology. Most importantly, if you know Brad Bentley and the folks over there, people. From registered apprenticeship to veteran readiness, which, by the way, is not the same thing as veteran friendly. You can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Also want to remind people, if you find yourself in trouble on the side of the road, to take that phone out and download that Truck Down app. Go to truckdown.com. They've been doing that gig since 1997, making sure that maintenance providers and all those folks on the road actually get the connection they need. Get yourself out of the ditch. Get yourself back on the road. 50 states, 8 of the provinces. Truck up, and get down. Truckdown.com. We're back on an extended edition of Highway to Health. Dr. Don Thomas, who is a Sjogren's and lupus specialist, and Janet Church, who is a Sjogren's Foundation CEO and a bravely, going through maintenance and also kind of taking care of herself as she deals with Sjogren's, have come back for a little bit of time here. Our friend Miguel Howe, who has joined us this morning from the studio, had a question for you, Janet, that he wanted to direct to you, and then maybe Dr. Thomas could take over after that. Go ahead, Miguel.
Yeah, thanks, Jimmy Mack. Janet, I was struck by a couple of things that you mentioned, right? One, you talked about the management and treatment of Sjogren's, and frankly, the comorbidities that come with that for folks, right? While we wait for these therapeutics, these exciting, cutting-edge, potentially therapeutics to be developed. And then you also talked about, our specialized healthcare system, right? And that you, as an example, have to navigate no less than nine providers. And so my question, Janet, to you and Dr. Thomas is really twofold. One, if you have Sjogren's, or if your loved one has Sjogren's, and you're trying to advocate for them for an improved quality of life, what are the kind of things, as part of that wraparound management and treatment, would you advocate for, right? Are there social, fitness, art, cultural kind of wraparound things that we might do if we have Sjogren's?
Right. So when there's a lot of ways my mind goes when you use the word advocate. So we certainly advocate and have patients join us to advocate in federal and state policy to try to make sure people understand the impact of this disease, and advocating for yourself because it's such a complicated disease. And this is somewhere that a loved one can support someone that has Sjogren's. But advocating for yourself, if you feel your doctor does not know enough about the disease, get as informed as you possibly can. And the Sjogren's Foundation website is a good place for that, to get the tools, even the tools to bring to your doctor to help them catch up, because it's so complicated and it was previously thought to be a rare disease, which it actually is not. So many doctors did not get the training in medical school, so they're having to educate themselves along the way. So a patient needs to advocate for themselves. But within your life, how do you support yourself? You brought up some things that we all know we need to do, such as lifestyle management. It's very important when you're an autoimmune patient that you're really doing your best to manage your stress, eat healthy, exercise. And for an autoimmune patient, because we have pain, it's pretty tough to be going into a CrossFit environment because of the direct inflammation to your joints really fast. I actually tried it many years ago. It does not go well. But
good for you for trying, though, Janet. Well done. At least you gave it a shot. Well done.
Yeah, it didn't work out so well. But to walk, to stretch, yoga is a great tool for Sjogren's patients and lupus, probably any autoimmune patient. But, when you're removing that dryness, you kind of get feeling brittle as well. So keeping as they say, motion is lotion. So you got to keep moving to feel the best you can. A lot of us feel better when we reduce grains out of our diet. Not everybody, but I do. The more paleo I can be, the better I feel. But that is me and how my body works. But most doctors will recommend a Mediterranean diet. And I can tell you, as much as I have a sweet tooth, if I eat a bunch of sugar, the next day my joints are incredibly inflamed and sore. So if you are a patient and you're diagnosed, you can watch for the triggers that you have and then create your plan. And then if your partner and your family and your good friends who you're willing to share your journey with, they can support you well. It's also important for our family members to understand if we tell you we can't push through the fatigue, like I know we made dinner plans, but I am going to fall on the floor and I can't push through it. We actually can't really push through it. And if we try, we might have what we call a flare, which is the disease activating at a much higher level than normal and causing us to go down as if we had a flu. So that's a thing that family members can do to support their loved one with the disease. And then if you see your loved one is struggling with extreme tiredness, brain fog, and if they do recognize some dryness, fight for the correct diagnosis. Keep going to a doctor until you get the answer.
So Janet, I'm the dumb Army guy in the room, but what I'm hearing you say is...
Yeah, that's right, Colonel. Dumb Army guy. Got to the rank of Colonel somehow.
is diet, movement, flexibility, and your support team, right? Your family and friends that can be your battle buddies on the watch for you. And also,
Yeah, and I'd like to
Go ahead, doctor.
I like to jump in that Janet just covered a lot of great stuff, but all the stuff that she mentioned is also backed by medical science as well. We know that, for example, lack of sleep will make autoimmune diseases worse. We know that stress increases inflammation in the body and makes it worse. And in all the studies looking at the treatment of fatigue, exercise is the number one thing that's been shown to be helpful. And the NIH just a couple of years ago demonstrated that women who were forced to exercise with an autoimmune disease, they actually had a significant improvement in their mitochondria in the cells, which the mitochondria is the powerhouse energy producing parts of the cells. And so it's very important as a physician that I do want my patients to work on lifestyle changes. I do believe in an anti-inflammatory diet. I want them to include omega-3 fatty acids to help decrease inflammation in their diet, eating probiotics and prebiotics, working on sleep hygiene to get a good 8 hours of sleep every night. And then for the exercise part, I'd like to emphasize start low and go up slow, because it is hard to exercise when you have a lot of pain and fatigue. But the patients who force themselves through it, they really do best in the long run. I can take two patients who had the exact same problems, and if one of them works on decreasing stress, practicing mindfulness and breathing exercises every day, eats a anti-inflammatory diet, exercises, works on their sleep, they'll do much, much better in the long run compared to the patient who doesn't. It's a lot of work, but it makes a huge difference in quality of life.
SJOGRENS.org is where you should go to find out more, to find out what you can do and how you can get involved. Doctor, Janet, both of you, thank you so much. Lindsay's got one more thing she wants to bring up. Go ahead and fire away, Lindsay.
Well, no, I was going to say, so listen to your partner is what I'm hearing, but also, my husband always wants to cancel plans. This is very different. I want to end on a high with you, Janet, and just, this is probably basic, but also maybe profound, and we're about out of time. But if you could leave us with this, I always want to think about purpose sometimes through pain. So I'm curious to you what this disease, Janet, you living with it and also working with it, what has it taught you about resilience, or even most importantly, joy in the middle of a challenge? If you can leave us with that.
Oh, I love that, because that is something I try to do, is that you have to find how to balance things and find the joy, because having a chronic illness, no matter what it is, but certainly Sjogren's, it is a difficult life to manage. And so you have to actively manage it and find your joy. It's very important. Find how you can still feel purposeful. It's very important. And it's sometimes a tough road to get all that in. But it's important to understand you can have a good life with conscious effort when you're living with a chronic illness like Sjogren's.
Beautiful. Focus on the joy. Not saying that that'll make the pain go away, but maybe it'll make it a little bit less, a little more bearable, so to speak. Thank you guys so much for making the time. Would love to have you back another time, actually. Great segment on Highway to Health. And Jim, that I'd like to wax poetic with them even more in depth another time.
We could have kept going. Thank you both so much. Janet Church, who of course is the foundation CEO, and Dr. Don Thomas, who is not only an expert in Sjogren's, but also a lupus specialist. Thank you so much both for making the time this morning.
Thank you, Jim.
You so much.
Road Gang Radio continues here on RadioNemo.com, on iHeart, on YouTube, on Facebook. Jump into the chat, jump into the conversation. Make your way over to Odyssey. Make your way over everywhere we're broadcast. Don't forget our friends from OIDA, Lindsay, are going to be here later on today with our good friend Ben Wilkins, a regular recurring guest on Nemo Nation, is going to get a chance to get a much more in-depth conversation with our friends over at OIDA. He is the cybersecurity specialist over at NMFTA, where your good friend Debbie Sparks is.
Shout out Debbie and Marley.
Shout out Debbie and Marley. Marley was supposed to stop by the studio a couple of weeks ago and just couldn't work it out. Couldn't get down to the city of New Orleans. Hopefully we'll see them sooner.
They're probably like, I'll come back in the fall, thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a little hot.
It's a little hot,
now.
Isn't it?
Hey, you're mentioning all the ways that we can listen to the show, and I love this because Marshall Platter is commenting right now. He's listening on YouTube, but he's like, okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to go hop in my car, and now I can listen on iHeart from my car, and so all the different ways. And my Uber driver this morning, when I got in my Uber, Uber. He was listening to iHeart, and he said, "Why are you heading to the Degas house?" And I said, "Well, funny you should ask. Actually, to go do what you're listening to right now." He's like, "What?" I said, "Yeah, Terrence, my friend, I have a show on iHeart." And he was like, "Wow, what?" And so we were breaking down all the ways to listen as well. Terrence, shout out, because I know you're listening all day from here on out. He was listening to some pretty gangster rap when I get in the car, but I'm sure he wants to listen to Trucking and Sjogren's instead now. But I do love the concept that people, it's like when I'm at home, this is how I listen. When I'm in my truck, this is how I listen. When I'm in my own personal car, this is how I listen. And it's literally like a little something of ever. We can go with you everywhere. Also, just in your pocket. I and most of my friends listen on iHeart, just an app, which is how I listen to Spotify or Apple or anything. So for me, that's the easiest. But I love hearing how different people are listening in their different forms of life, whether it's when they're making a living or making a life.
Well, was it also Marshall that said that he was butt naked while shaving?
Also that. He listens to us when he gets out of the shower while naked and shaving. I'm going to guess that's on a very different platform that we don't mention. No, I'm just kidding. That's on iHeart. That's a different one.
iHeart, Marshall. By the way, guys, 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
Miguel, by the way, we actually gave a lot of your bona fides earlier. Tell us who you're with now. Tell us what you're doing now, because I want to kind of unpack that as well. We kind of got into the past Miguel. Let's get to present Miguel.
Yeah.
Present Miguel.
President Miguel.
Ooh, President Miguel. That has a nice ring to it as well.
There we go. So Jimmy, now I lead a purpose-driven management consulting firm. It's called the Aurelian Group. And we're relentlessly focused on people and impact. So we help mission-driven organizations increase their value, but also drive outcomes and impact for those whom they serve. And so we work with government entities. We've been doing a big project with our friends over at FEMA, but also with nonprofits. Spent a lot of time with the Wounded Warrior Project, the National Military Family Association. We're currently working with Operation Homefront. And then my partner company, MGT, does a lot of work with K through 12 education. So it's really about, our conversation with Kevin was about leadership. A lot of that was about leadership and the leadership he brought from the Air Force into the industry. And so we work with leaders to help them drive impact, whether it's through their planning and their strategy, or it's their operations, or it's how to better serve their customers. And so, that's what we do. And we've got a great dynamic team of folks that I'm just amazed to work with. And we're just excited to leverage what we've done in the military, those same leadership lessons, but now in a whole new environment, in a new world.
And so I also, some things I know about Miguel. He's married. He has a beautiful wife whose picture I just looked at named Erica. Shout out Erica.
Let's say that again.
Shout out Erica, beautiful wife. Children. He lost his Labrador a couple years ago. And they're thinking about maybe getting another one. I don't know. I bring all these things up. You also my parents are listening back in Texas. My family, big George W. fans. Shout out. Who you got to spend, obviously, work with and be with that administration. And so I know my dad right now is probably clapping back there in Nashville. And
she's finally talking to somebody I like, Jimmy.
I want to talk about Will Ferrell playing the role as George W. later. So I bring all these things up because I'm a storyteller. I'm obsessed with human connection. And actually, it's something you and I talked about last night at dinner. I was like, I want to talk about the human side of George W. And also the human side of Miguel. But that is actually a very important piece as we get to know people and tell stories. And I think it resonates in trucking. I have so many truck drivers say to me, thank you sometimes for writing songs or talking about things that aren't just trucking related. Like, we're also humans. Yep. Remember, military, also humans. Presidents, also humans. And that sounds so basic and Pollyanna, but I believe it's equal parts basic and profound. So I'm guessing your work and your outreach now as you look to expand the programs you're working on and hopefully gain some business while you're here in New Orleans, so you can go home and not just have fun dinners.
Shout out number 2, new business.
Shout out number 2, new business. Talk a little bit about that, like how important it is sharing the stories of what you've seen, what you've heard, and what other people you're working with are. How that's really relevant to what you're trying to do.
Yeah, so much to impact, Lindsay. Thanks for asking that question. So, So truckers think the same way that we would say about veterans when I was working at the Bush Center, and that's veterans are people too, right?
I hope
put
so.
their pants on one. Said they put their legs on one pant at a time.
I don't need a clone army. I got to tell you, that didn't work out well for the old republic, and it won't work out well for us. Can't use that. Although I had an idea that we could have an army of Major League Baseball and simply clone Ted Williams over and over again and Hank Greenberg. Probably win every war we get into. That's a crazy idea. Go on, please.
And let's not forget Yogi Berra, too,
oh,
right?
my God, yeah.
Uh-huh.
D-Day.
Yeah.
Actually, on the beach at D-Day.
That's
It's amazing, by the way, the number of men who served during World War II. I mean, Ted Williams, by the way, you know what his numbers would look like if he hadn't gone to World War II and then Korea after that?
Right.
I mean, peak years. I don't mean early.
Yeah.
Peak years, just gone. Didn't care.
Yeah.
Proud of. By the way, you know who his wingman was? You remember this, Lindsay, right? It was John Glenn.
No, I don't remember.
Because we were supposed to interview that guy. I remember we had that book that he couldn't make it. We were on a conference and we had the book called Wingmen. And Ted Williams, the Hall of Fame great, his wingman in Korea was John Glenn.
Mm-hmm.
And they were the only ones who would actually fly with each other because they were maniacs. Because they would return to bridges. And it turned out, Lindsay, that the reason why Williams was a great fighter pilot is he had 20/10 eyesight. So he could see the seams on a curveball, and he could see details that other people simply couldn't perceive from the distance. He could see the seams on a curveball, which means he could also see like rivets and bridges and all kinds of crazy stuff. Sorry, total got in the weeds there, by the way, with the clone army. Sorry about that.
Wow.
The same skill set that made him a great pilot made him a great ball player.
Yeah, made him the best, maybe the best hitter in baseball ever. Last man hit 400, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. So Lindsay, I'll tell you that President Bush used to say, whenever he talked to a group of military or veterans and their families, he'd say, thanks for your service and your sacrifice, but as you take off the uniform, you have a new leadership assignment, and that is to continue to contribute to the security, the economy, and the sustained health of our democracy as a civilian. And the beauty is, you get to pick whatever that path is. There's so many ways to do so, and that's been evident through all the conversations that you lead, Jimmy Mack, with your friends and partners at Fastport and Wreaths Across America, and guests like Jeff Cleland and his brothers, right? Ted Williams, right? Folks who come home and they take off the uniform, and they continue to thrive and serve, right? And so oftentimes we get fixated on those who have their challenges through that transition, and we've got to help them through that. And we will, because in doing so, they will continue to lead their best life, a life of balance and joy, as we just heard from Janet, while continuing to serve.
The other thing is the fact that what I often find, I feel like my mission, if I was going to have to kind of define what it is I do, is I don't feel like enough people invite people. And the thing is, with this party we're having tomorrow here, we're sorry.
You never get invited anywhere anymore.
You get invited all the time.
Up.
Oh, that's a good point, by the way.
Whether you want me or not.
Well, let me tell you something, by the way. She can tell you a story. My friend will back me up here. It's like, you have a record release coming out? Yeah, I'll be there. Really? Not really. Really? Yeah, really.
Jimmy Mack says yes to invitations, and that's a great, you go where it matters.
Yeah, and my attitude is what we're doing here at Road Gang Radio, what they do at Fastport, what I think you're up to as well, Lindsay does this as well. I've always hated exclusive sandboxes. Mm-hmm. And I find that there are people in my life that make me so sad. They're chasing the cool kids. I say, set up in your own sandbox, do something cool, and if the cool kids want to play, let them play too. But you know what? Your job is to make sure that the people who want to play by the rules, want to do the right thing, want to get a fair shake, get a chance to be invited and play. And that's the big thing is that, when everybody, Nick DeMeo, our general manager, a lot of people remember him as the guy who came on for DeMeo's Downloads. He actually did a video game segment for us where he would tell people what they could play on
bring
their...
that back now once he finally gets settled into the chaos that has become his life.
Well, that poor man actually is giving Claire Marie a whole bunch of gamer friends that he has, who I'm talking about big time. I don't mean like people who play games, people who make games, people who create games to kind of come on. What people play in their 30, what people play in their 10-hour break, what people play when they get home. But he has this wonderful saying that I'm stealing, but I'm giving him credit for, which is when everybody plays, everybody wins. And that for me is America. And that for me is what we can do best. The idea that, and look, the veterans are being invited more and more since the end of the Vietnam War, since we corrected the terrible problems in regards to cultural reintegration that happened after that. I mean, think about the fact that my father, after Vietnam, here's a guy that was second in his law class and was a JAG in the Pentagon throughout the course of the Vietnam War. The best he could do was a juvenile court attorney when he first came back, because nobody would talk to him. That's disgraceful. We fixed that problem.
Yeah.
But where we now have to move is we have to figure out ways of letting these people know not only are they accepted and loved, but we've got to give them the invitation. I feel like that's what we're really moving towards, which is why we have all these truckers we listen to. We tell them, we don't care who you are, man. Show up, get in the chat room, give us a call, tell us what's on your mind, and you are welcome to come play with us every single Monday through Friday from 7 to 11. That's kind of the drill. Can we, in fact, say welcome? And my other favorite line, too, which is, rather than being upset that you're late for the party, how about we celebrate the fact that you made it at all?
Amen.
And that's kind of my take on this.
And also, being a cool kid is not that cool anymore. Let me just say, that little cocktail bar we were at last night, the Jewel of the South, which was awesome right before we met for dinner, there were a lot of young, quote-unquote, cool kids. And I literally turned to Brad Bentley and his friend who was there last night, and I said, I was like staring at these young, like, pretty hipsters. Listen, I'm not slamming them, even though I can name. But I was like, you're one of them, Dre. No. I was looking around, and I was like, what are they talking? What are they even talking about? And I had a very old lady moment, but I'm going to own it with pride here. Because I looked at him and I was like, oh my God, I don't feel like, I was trying to think back to my 20s and 30s. And I'm like, was I saying anything? I'd like to think I was, but was I saying anything that mattered? I mean, I definitely had.
I was brilliant.
Of course you were. The present company.
I was drunk, but I was brilliant.
Brilliantly drunk and drunkenly brilliant. But I was just like, and I'm joking about the young hipsters, whatever. But in all seriousness, the cool kid thing and chasing it, Jim, I've talked about so much, like the freedom that comes when you don't care what anyone thinks anymore. The freedom that comes when you just don't give a shit anymore.
Welcome to the party, my dear.
It's amazing. And not only like you get there with age, some people get there younger. It took me 40 some odd years to get there and realize, oh my God, if everyone likes me, that's a real problem. And by the way, never can everybody like me.
If everyone likes you, they want your money. It's that simple.
Well, yeah, if everyone likes you, you're doing something wrong. But I just remember, I remember being in the recording studio one day and saying out loud, I said out loud, talking about these great musicians that were coming in to work on my record. And I literally said to one of my co-writers, I was like, I just hope they all like me. And he started laughing at me. And the minute he started laughing at me, it like shook something in me. And I'm like, oh my God, that's the dumbest thing I've ever said out loud. I would like to be respected. Liked, I don't care about, and if you don't respect me, I guess that's fine too. But anyway, I just bring that up because I think a lot of our drivers, so many drivers get into trucking. And correct me if I'm wrong if you're listening in the chat or give us a call. But I think a lot of people get into specific industries, specifically trucking, so that they don't have to talk to a lot of people.
It goes back to Dave's great thesis. He said coming out of the Vietnam War, a lot of people got behind the wheel of a truck because for the first time in their life, they were just thrilled to be left alone.
To be left alone and to not have to deal with some of the idiots that they don't want to talk to during the day. And then you put them in environments where they have to, it's got to be jarring. And this is a great crossover from, I think, veterans and truckers as well. All kidding aside, to really find yourself in a place where either you can be left alone or you have people that like the Bastion community we can dive into after the break as well. But we have to take a break here in a minute, Miguel. But think on that a little bit, and I'd like your take on that as we go into break.
Yeah, I think rather than striving to be liked, I think we all want to be valued, appreciated, and respected for who we are and what we do. And what our contributions are, right?
Yeah. And I think there's a certain level of evaluation that has to go on there. We have to evaluate who we want respect from and make very good decisions about the characters we choose to chase to be a part of our lives. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back on the other side, I got a little bit of trucking news, just a little bit, that I want to kind of introduce into the conversation, but we'll move on from there. It's about collaboration. Also want to remind people to go to truckdown.com. If you head over there, you'll find, a provider that actually can hook you up in 50 states, 8 provinces. They've been doing the game since 1997. Truck up.
Gotta get up and truck down.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Oh, thanks for riding with us yet again. Now let's get back to Road Gang Radio, live from NOLA. Well, not quite Nashville, but she's here. Here's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
Nashville is in the house, by the way. I will toss all this back to Lindsay and Miguel here in just a moment. Got to do with some bureaucracy and a little bit of news out there worth talking about. First of all, we're from the Fastport Studios, who's out there solving, the recruiting problems and workforce challenges that so many companies out there face. They do it through research. They do it through technology. Most importantly, if you know Brad Bentley and the folks that he worked with over there, they do it through people. A registered apprenticeship, veteran readiness, the whole enchilada and the burrito on the side. You can learn about it at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. We're in the city of New Orleans, and Miguel and Lindsay took a walk down the block under the beautifully canopied street of Esplanade.
We did. You want to know what we talked about on our walk?
How freaking hot it was?
Yes, it's very hot. We're like, why are we having a party?
Topic
1, why are we having a party in July? Where's my emotional support fan? Topic 2, on our walk back, we were just looking at, on our way there, we were talking about Katrina and how certain areas still obviously have not recovered.
Ask me about Katrina.
I know. Well, no, not right now.
20 years in August.
I know. It still baffles me. Anyway, but on the walk back, we were just looking around at, the characters and the colors. It's so colorful here between, the houses and the paintings and the art and the humans and the culture and everything. And it's so beautiful. And, Miguel made the point of there's so few cities these days, New Orleans being at the top. Nashville was there. He named Nashville, and I said, I don't think we're there anymore, unfortunately. But so few cities that are like, I know what that is. It's such character. You can define it. And what was it that you said about I was like, New Orleans just is what it is. And you said...
So it's almost like what you said, Jimmy Mack, describe it. You build your own sandbox. Well, New Orleans, for many, many, many years, has been its own sandbox. And we're like, we're who we are. And either you like us or you don't, and we don't care.
We don't care.
Yeah.
We're
You can
still
get in the
there.
sandbox, but we ain't changing what the
There are a
sandbox
lot of famous
looks like.
people who live here who love it because basically they just kind of flow into the fabric, and it's like, I don't care who you are, I'm famous too. Every year I get to ride on a float in front of millions of people who cheer me on, so I'm famous too.
Yeah.
Moving on, keeping on, making it happen. I also want to point out that as you walk back, you probably were in need of some sunglasses. I want you guys to go to shadyrays.com where they have lost and broken protection programs. Check them out. They've got great customer service and they've got their back. Let me do
And something for, like, literally they
Something
have
for everyone.
a design and a style for everyone, including on the golf course, in the truck, out shooting rifles, or sitting home being a you-know-what wearing sunglasses inside. They got you.
They got you. And by the way, if you guys take a look at that website, and by the way, they're a sponsor, full disclosure. Let me just be really honest with you guys. They got truck drivers out there. There are some glasses that fit right into what it is you want to accomplish and to keep that 5 o'clock in the afternoon drive into the sun glare down as much as possible if you didn't do the planning that you should have done. I'm just saying. Okay, here's some real quick trucking news, and then we'll drop back into conversation. Welcome to a special edition of Road Gang Radio. We actually are having the ribbon cutting ceremony at the Fastport Studios here.
Will there actually be a ribbon to cut?
No, absolutely
So it's
not.
a metaphorical ribbon.
It's a metaphorical
medical
ribbon.
Metaphorical
A medical
ribbon.
forum ribbon?
Metaphorical ribbon. I was gonna say is a good band name, but it's not a good band name because I can't say it.
You can't
Go
say it.
on.
Go on. A coalition of 18 states is coming together this week for a campaign to stop vehicles from hitting low-clearing bridges. That's a real thing, by the way. British Columbia and Canada should really just kind of have training exclusively in that. Tuesday, July 22nd, which was today, through Saturday, July 26th, 18 members of the Eastern Transportation Coalition will take part in a Check Your Height, Know It's Right educational campaign intended to curb bridge strikes, by the way. The campaign reminds drivers to know the height of their vehicles and to comply with posted bridge clearance signs. I swear to God, we shouldn't have to say this. We have to say this. Drivers are also encouraged to pay attention to physical signs and not just follow navigational apps. Here at Road Gang Radio, we don't use GPS. We decide where we are. But you guys probably should do more than GPS. You might want to actually read the signs on the road. And I won't lie to you guys, a lot of those bridge strikes are people who have English proficiency issues. They're not just stupid. It's not a matter of that. It isn't people being foolish. They're checking GPS. They're not checking the road signs. The campaign is targeting all types of drivers, including commercial driver's license holders, as well as those driving leased or rented box trucks. By the way, in all fairness to everybody out there who makes a living with a CDL, Lindsay, a lot of people who are hitting those bridges are not CDL holders. What they are delivery vans and moving trucks and recreational vehicles. That's what the West Virginia Department of Transportation said. The Kentucky Transportation Cabinet provided the following tips to help you all avoid bridge strikes. Not that you need them. If you're listening to Road Gang Radio, you guys are the pros from Dover. Points, if anybody knows what movie that's from. Measure vehicle, check door decal or owner's manual for max height before traveling. That's actually a thing you should do, especially if you're stepping into a truck for the first time. A particular truck for the first time. If hauling equipment or livestock, please check the trailer and not just the truck and load height. Don't rely on GPS. Please heed warning signs before bridges and overpasses, and ensure dump truck beds, unbelievable, are lowered or tall equipment is stowed properly before entering the highway. The truck might clear, the thing in the truck might not. And there's a lot of states, 18 states involved there. The other thing you can do, guys, is if you see something, say something. Truly, if you're at a truck stop and you see somebody who is moving cross country, and you're like, hey, man, you might want to check what you got in the back of that truck. It goes higher than the truck itself. Hey, if you see something, bear the risk. Go over and say, hey, man, I'd like not to be blocked. Whether you do it for yourself or not is unimportant to me. I don't want to be in a gridlock because you have actually hit a bridge strike. So be careful out there. That's it. There's my public service announcement, guys. Have you ever been stuck behind a bridge strike, Lindsay?
No. But I did, back to your, if you see something, say something. Remember I had that semi that had my big fat head on it when we were out on tour doing the truck stop tour. And then when we ended the tour, my truck, I call it my truck, I didn't own it, but it did have my face on it. So I owned that part of it. It was out hauling loads with my face still on it. And I was always so curious. I'm like, what is in the back of that truck with my face on it? Like, what's gonna, in a joking manner, I'm like, what kind of things would I be okay with my face having come out of the back of it. What would I want in that truck?
It's like when you get in an accident, your mom would tell you, make sure you wear clean underwear.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, you never know. You never know.
Always be prepared. There was a girl I went to camp with, and this is actually true, always be prepared. We were like 10 years old, and every night, this is different but same, she would put on makeup and do her hair and then go to bed in the cabin at 10 years old. And I was like, what are you doing? She said, well, my mom told me that if I died in my sleep, I should look pretty. And I was like, oh my God, there is so much therapy to unpack with this child.
It never occurred to me until just now, but probably our moms were the first people to ever give us a mission safety brief. Right? So,
I love that.
You know, Jimmy, as you were talking, I'm like, well, damn, all of our veteran truckers out there aren't offended because they got an operational safety brief, before every day going to work.
Well, okay, so 2 quick things here. First of all, I want to give a big shout out to Chef Marty out there who says being French is a French-American master chef and hotelier with our family. I'm very proud of that, and thank you to David Villarubia of the Degas House. By the way, Chef Marty is next door and will be here tomorrow for the big party. Our good friend Trucker Boson says for many who became drivers after Vietnam service, it was about the silence of the open road as much as the disconnect from interacting with society. By the way, one of the things that has been lost, and I'm going to get back to your point, Miguel, here in a second, that has been lost from the truck that people don't talk about, Lindsay, is that we have bombarded people's senses in the truck. I was actually talking about this yesterday, the idea that we have no decompression chambers anymore. And it really starts with Vietnam because one of the biggest problems, talk about debrief. Up until Vietnam, you came home on a ship. After Vietnam, you came home on a commercial airplane, which meant you were literally back in the United States within like 48 hours.
And sitting amongst all those civilians and their
first world problems.
And I was about to say, yeah, they're
and their
oh my
first
God, I don't even have Wi-Fi on this flight.
Yeah. And it's so funny you talk about the debrief that we don't debrief as a culture anymore. People don't do it. I mean, I'll tell you, I'm gonna pick on not so much Dre, but I'm gonna pick on Dave. I'm gonna pick on a lot of people that I've worked with over the last couple of years. Dre's pretty good about it, by the way. Lindsay's pretty good too. The number of people that race out the door after work.
Yeah.
And the worst part is I would be okay if they were racing out the door to get in the car to drive a long distance in silence or in music. But the number of people who race out the door and get on the phone with the honey to-do list and the world it's like, at what point do we actually, it's the great motto of blessed rage for silence. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Where is the cacophony of nothingness that we often need to kind of get us to the next waypoint? And I think that we have become so FOMO, so terrified of being bored, that we have kind of lost our way of kind of understanding that, what's the great line from Daniel Boone? I've never been lost, but I have wandered around confused for about 3 weeks.
If you want to find your love of boredom again, get a 6-year-old, because I'll tell you, I have one, and all I want to do is be bored. It's all I want in the world. So if anyone would like to borrow my 6-year-old, if you're struggling with your lack of boredom, you can borrow my 6-year-old and you will never be bored again.
Joe J says, I've been face-to-face with a 13-foot bridge where my truck GPS led me. That's really an uncomfortable feeling. At least you saw it before it happened, Joe J. At least you. That's the other thing, too. If you have any doubt on a bridge pass, if you have a moment of doubt, be like, you know what? I'm going to pull over to the side of the road. It's having to wait to figure out a way out of the situation is a lot better than having to get out of the situation. Yeah. It makes such a difference as well. You're here till when, Lindsay?
I'm here till Thursday.
What time do you leave?
I think my flight is at 3-ish.
Okay, so there's enough time for us to have breakfast on Thursday morning after the show.
Sure.
I think we'll be able to kind of
Is there something important you're going to talk to me about?
Everything. Life in general, about the sandbox
we're gonna
building over here.
You're going to wait till right before I get on a plane to go deep? We could do it today. We
Why?
have
Why? When I can ambush you and put you on the plane with deep anxiety.
That's what I do. My husband, yesterday, because my dad always says this to me, before I'm about to leave. Well, now he lives in Nashville, but when my dad lived in Texas, before we leave, he'd go, literally as I'm about to walk out the door, is there anything else we need to talk about? And I'm like, is that a leading question? Or is there? I don't know. So now my husband does that to me. We do it to each other when we're taking each other to the airport, as we're pulling into the departing at the airport. Is there anything else we need to talk about? And I'm like, I always I'm like, oh my God, is there?
Wait, you ready?
I'm nervous now.
So there is a wonderful book. It was written in the late 80s, early 90s. In many ways, it was kind of the the heart of what inspired Home Improvement as a show. So you remember Wilson, his neighbor Wilson,
Yeah.
right? Always staring above the fence.
Over at Tim the Toolman
Yeah.
Taylor.
Wilson, which by the way, Wilson was never presented as a joke. Remember, he was funny, but he was never a fool. There was nothing stupid about Wilson. Wilson is based on
great
the
observer.
Yeah, he's based on the American poet Robert Bly, who wrote the wonderful men's self-help book called Iron John. And I can't recommend the book enough. It's easily accessible. What he was trying to do, and man, he comes close. He was trying to start a men's movement, and not one of these toxic sort of dumpster fire men's movement of we hate not the what is it, the male female women haters club, from the Little Rascals. Yeah. He wasn't trying to do that. He wanted to run something that would run parallel to what he noticed was happening. And then, of course, the exaggerated cartoon version of that is people, hitting anvils and all that kind of groovy stuff that happened. But he has got the funniest term for how people argue, Lindsay, what you just described is a gentle version of what he calls the doorway lance. And it's people have a terrible argument, or people have an anxiety-ridden couple of days, and just as you're getting ready to leave and you think everything is resolved, you get to the door and your partner goes, "Oh, by the way," and then pins you to the doorway with a lance.
That's it. That's it. Or the falling asleep. Seamus, I'm about to fall asleep. I'm like, oh, you're about to fall asleep? Okay, I'm going to let you. But first, I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm not going to get to the point for at least 10 minutes, though you have something to think about and keep you awake the whole night. Also that. Falling asleep or leaving.
And that circles us back to the whole thing about, Trucker Bosun's comment about the idea of that silence in the truck, of getting away from stuff. We've got to be really careful. I think if there's a great cultural revolution in this country, it's not going to be, you see stuff now and people can work from the moment they get in the car during their commute to the moment they get to work. And it's like, wait a minute, that's a decompression chamber. Mm-hmm. That's a chance to listen to King Crimson, That's a chance to listen to Colin Cowherd. That's a chance to listen. That's a chance to sit in silence. It's a chance to actually,
to check out by checking in?
Yeah, to move through a liminal space. And it's like we are eliminating liminal spaces. And if we do it with truckers, we're going to remove one of the great attractive parts of the job. The idea that it's work to be done and focus to be had. Stay in your lane, get your stuff done. But there's got to be a moment not to check out, but to check in with yourself and focus on simply the fact that I've got to go from point A to point B. Before I forget, Dr. Alan Leica is going to be joining us in about 15 minutes here on the show. He's the co-author of multiple international bestsellers, including The Secrets to Living a Fantastic Life. Great title. And Pillars of Success. His latest work, Rule the Game, is a blueprint for professionals ready to dominate their industries, leave a legacy, and rule their game. Dr. Leica originally wrote Rule the Game for the International Order of Fantastic Professionals, IOFP. Love that name. An organization dedicated to helping professionals retain their elite status within their chosen area of expertise. He presented his paper on the subject in 2019 at Harvard. During the pandemic closures, many of the IOFP members asked him to make it more specific to individuals who aspire to becoming experts. That is the book we'll be talking about. We'll be digging into Rule the Game at 11 in the center. 11 in the east, 10 in the center here on Road Gang Radio.
And then after that, it's your country and Western music news because, boys, on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
All right, I've got two questions for our good friend Miguel Howe here, who's sitting in with us today, and it is such a pleasure to have you. You've done and seen so much. My first is deep. My second is a little lighter by going deep. But I'm always feeling or thinking about the idea of... with everything happening in the world, how we stay hopeful. And quite frankly, for me, that has been moving out into the woods and not talking to anybody or watching the news anymore. But that cannot sustain, obviously, always. And, I haven't been in combat zones or political war rooms like you. I've been in the entertainment industry, which sometimes I could equate to a political war room, but I digress. I'm curious, you, Miguel Howe, how you, a family man, a veteran, a service leader in the world, how do you stay connected to your faith in humanity when you know everything that's going on and you've seen so much?
Yeah. Well, that is a deep question.
Sorry.
And
you can make it light if you'd like.
Some of the answer to that we've talked about today, right? So one, I have great. It's easy to be cynical, especially if you're of advanced chronological age of some of us in the room. But
you look great, by the way.
But I am excited when I hang out with young people. Right, they fed me when I was in the military. Right, that your 20 to 22-year-old, right, or your early 30s, very seasoned non-commissioned officer or mid-grade officer, and you can be insulated in the military. And one of the great things when you come out is you join these amazing communities, and you're surrounded by people who are purpose-driven, right? And you choose to spend your time with people who are purpose-driven.
Mm-hmm.
And I choose to be around people who choose joy and happiness and laughter, right? So I used to say I think meaning in life comes from purpose and belonging, but it also comes from joy, right? So we've got really dynamic young professionals at Aurelian Group and at MGT, my partner company, and so they motivate me. The folks that we work for, right? The Operation Homefronts of the world, or those great folks that are trying to serve our nation over at FEMA. They motivate me and give me purpose. You talked about my wife and kids. So Erica, Nicholas, and Haley, they inspire me every day. My son is a fourth-generation military in our family. He's serving at Joint Base Lewis McChord. Just got back from 9 months in Korea. Wow. And getting ready to take over an infantry platoon.
Where was he in Korea?
So he was at Camp Humphreys. Their battalion had the NEO mission, so they were based out of Camp Humphreys, but they would rotate up to the DMZ. So
he walked a lot of the same terra firma that Dave Nemo walked.
Yeah,
that's pretty groovy.
I'm sure it's pretty cool. And my daughter's actually in Charlotte right now. She's going through an internship to become a pediatric cardiac sonographer. So she can be looking at baby hearts, little hearts.
Baby hearts.
And so they inspire me. My wife has been putting up with me for 29
Bless
years
her heart.
now.
She's a saint.
Bless her heart. She is. She absolutely is. So
especially since you peaked 20 years ago.
Yeah, right. She's infinitely patient. So, and then actually, interestingly enough, right, Janet and Dr. Thomas talked about some of the things that are grounding for me, right? So fitness, it's ingrained as part of your way of life, but for in the military. But for me, it's part of my well-being, not only physically, but mentally, emotionally, socially. And it's so much so that if I don't do it, and then Eric will be like, hey, you're acting like an ass. Go out and do some PT.
Well, yeah.
That's why you marry somebody who doesn't like you but likes you a lot. It keeps you grounded.
The other thing is the fact that it's important to remember, and Miguel looks terrific. He's in good shape. But it's to remind all our friends out there, guys, we're not talking about perfection. Perfection when it comes to staying in shape is a really insidious enemy against the good. I think a lot of people don't realize that. It's like, look, you're going to miss a day. You're not, your job is not to literally, anybody you see who has a washboard stomach
is an alien.
Well, it's their job.
Yeah.
Or it is their obsession. That's their hobby. If you're ready to make fitness your hobby, yeah, I mean, you can have a washboard. If you actually have to do it for a living because you're a stuntman, that's your job. Mm-hmm. If you're an athlete, that's your job. But people aren't calling for that. What they're calling for, it's so cool, by the way, out there. Got that little.
It's not terrifying at all.
It happens all the time around here.
Lord.
By the way. Happens all the time.
Welcome to
New
Orleans.
Welcome to New Orleans, by the way. But that's so important, is it not? I mean, that's the idea. It's like, do what you can when you can, and the idea is go outside and do a little PT. Mm-hmm. As opposed to being like, oh, I missed it today, so I'm doomed and I'm a failure. I didn't eat the right thing today. I had too many donuts. Yeah. Well, too bad. Do the
little things, like us scanning the labels when we were at the coffee shop. He pulls out. I use my Yucca app in the grocery store to be like, don't get that, get this. And it's little things. Yeah. And I didn't have it. We were pulling out one of their protein bars or something at the coffee shop we went to on the break. And I pulled it out, and Miguel pulled out his app. He's like, let's just scan it. And it was poor. So we put it back. We grabbed a yogurt, which was good.
Yep.
Small feats there. Another thing we talk about joy. So in honor, I'd like to dive here. In honor of We Should Write starting tomorrow, and every Wednesday thereafter at 12 o'clock. Tomorrow, my guest live. The show will be live, as is every morning around here, and then it will live as a podcast afterward. Fred LeBlanc of Cowboy Mouth will be joining us here live in the studio. In honor of that show, Miguel, music is a universal language. It just is. It is. And at risk of sounding woo, music has the power to heal. We do music therapy. There's all these different outlets in that regard. It brings people together. And so, do you remember any moments during your service or since, maybe one in service and one out perhaps, where a song or a piece of music meant something to you in ways words couldn't, or the words meant to you, or a song that got you through your service, et cetera? A song or an artist or a lyric, anything.
Yeah.
Baby Got Back. I knew it. I knew.
It's a family show.
If your family is the Manson family. Go on, continue, please.
I danced it as a kid.
Yeah, buddy.
There we go. Man, so many thoughts come to mind, right? We were talking last night about one of my mentors, Sergeant Major Rodney Schmolach, 3-time Vietnam veteran, when I was a young lieutenant, and he was a grizzled old sergeant major. And he introduced me to country and Western, because we like them both here.
Yeah. Both kinds.
Thank you.
So Brooks and Dunn, and so Dion Moon, but perhaps
such a good song.
I spend most every night beneath the light of a neon moon.
There we go.
Go on.
And so, but
sorry.
I think one of the most beautiful songs is "Believe."
Heck yeah.
I absolutely love that song. Of course, huge fans of Toby Keith. And then, but my Eric and the kids will tell you what really always gets me moving is Earth, Wind, and Fire, September.
Yeah, buddy.
By the way, speaking of really groovy things to hear, Seals and Crofts' song "Summer Breeze," which is a groovy song.
Yeah.
Have you heard the Isley Brothers cover of it?
Yes.
Holy moly! It is literally transcendent.
Yeah.
It is just something else, man.
So, but can I? So, part of the question you didn't ask is what is the role of music, right, in joy, but also in well-being, and what I understand to be the purpose of your show, right? We Should Write, right?
Right.
In terms of the power of healing and recovery and seeking balance in your life. And so, again, tying back to some of the conversation with Janet and Dr. Thomas, they talked about therapeutics, they talked about management, they talked about treatment. Right, so our work at the Bush Center was really kind of focused in 3 buckets. One, economic opportunity, right? That's how I came to know Fastport and Brad, right? And so how do we ensure we harness these great Americans in our economy and for them to better their own lives and that of their families through employment, entrepreneurship, and education. The other big bucket was around social connection, right? So when you take off the uniform, ensuring you stay connected with family, with friends, with community, at work, into the nation. But the really big bucket in the middle is how do you optimize your health and well-being, particularly those facing the wounds, injuries, and illnesses that can come with military service and military service during time of war. So the visible wounds of war, but also the invisible wounds, psych health conditions like post-traumatic stress, right, anxiety disorder, depression, substance abuse. And so there are intense treatments and therapies for that, but there's also all of these wraparound services and activities, right? And some of it is fitness, right? Sleep. One of my good friends, Dr. Jim Kelly, founded the National Institute, the NICO, National Institute for Center of Excellence for the Treatment of Comorbidities of Traumatic Brain Injury and Psych Health Conditions. And he really started this program of integrated care teams. But it wasn't just the clinicians art therapy was a huge part of that. Music and songwriting. Somebody who I absolutely know you're going to have on your show, you have to have on your show, is Richard Casper, the founder of Creativets.
Yeah.
And like you, music is how he managed his traumatic brain injury and reintegrated into society, and it was so life-changing that he has brought it to hundreds and hundreds of veterans, working with professional songwriters like yourself in Nashville, so that veterans can heal, those that need that, through the power of their own storytelling through song.
And that organization is so good. I'll say, Jim, to your point of when everybody plays, Nick's point, everybody plays, everyone wins, but you talking about the Sandbox, Creativets, and all these different organizations, that's one thing where music or anybody, you can't get in the way. Competition is out the window. We need as many programs like that. Every artist should be involved with it so that every veteran has a counterpart. So I just want to say that.
And if you're also going to have another organization that mirrors what another organization is doing, if you view them as your competitor, you're in the absolutely wrong racket.
Correct.
And that happens in trucking too much. It's okay to have a different organization. It's not okay to target that other organization. Yeah. Dr. Alan Leica is going to be joining us over the next half hour. He is the co-author of multiple international bestsellers, including The Secrets to Living a Fantastic Life and Pillars of Success. Rule the Game is a blueprint for professionals ready to dominate their industries, leave a legacy, and, of course, rule their game. We're going to talk to him over the course of the next half hour, then have country and western news. By the way, our good friend Lindsay Lawler is here in studio, and our good friend Miguel Howe is in studio as well. Phone Master Dre is on the ones and the twos. We'll be back after this. And, guys, go to shadyrays.com. Get them sunglasses. They got your back.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today. Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
We're back with more Road Gang Radio.
Yeah.
Streaming live on iHeartRadio, YouTube, roadgangradio.com. Jimmy Lack is back with Lindsay in the driver's seat.
Jimmy
Mack is back.
Wait, it's Jimmy Lack and Minsley Lawler, by the way. By the way, owner-operators have enough to worry about. Thinking about cybersecurity isn't at the front of their minds, but it is for Ben Wilkins, the cybersecurity principal engineer for the National Motor Freight Traffic Association, where our friends Debbie Sparks and, of course, our good friend Marley both are over there. It's going to be joining Trucking with OIDA, which will be immediately after this show on allthingsradionemo.com. You can check out all the information and all those podcasts over at YouTube. They will be posted almost immediately after the show is concluded. We have a wonderful guest next, and by the way, it sounds ebullient. This organization.
It's a good word.
It's a great word. The ebullience. And by the way, John Fry's phone just went off in the background.
Oh, my gosh.
John Fry is here. So would you
Can't
care
take
to
him
do the
anywhere.
intro, Lindsay?
I would love to. Thank you. So up next, we're joined by Jimmy has given a lot of the bona fides leading up, but this man sounds fantastical because he is. So it's a man whose story It does actually read like a movie plot, quite frankly. Dr. Alan Leica, he was one of the top cosmetic doctors in the world when he was told, correct me if I'm wrong, out of the blue that he had ALS and had 6 months to live. Turns out that diagnosis was wrong. What? But the experience, as you can imagine, changed everything in his life. He walked away from his medical career. He reevaluated everything he thought about success, and he now dedicates his life to helping people find their purpose. And as he puts it, live a fantastic life. If you don't want to live a fantastic life, please turn off the radio now and never connect with us again, because you are not welcome here if you don't want a fantastic life. I want one, right? He's the co-author of The Secrets to Living a Fantastic Life, Pillars of Success, as well as his latest book, Rule the Game, which is kind of like a field guide for people who want to stop winging it and actually own their greatness. He also founded the International Organization of Fantastic Professionals, which, yes, sounds like a Marvel adjacent movie, but we promise it is legit. Please welcome the very real, the very insightful, and the very fantastic Dr. Alan Leica. Good morning, sir.
So happy to be here, Lindsay. Thanks for having me. It's really my pleasure.
I'm so happy he's joyful, by the way, Jimmy, because if we would have done that whole introduction, he
And
would have
then
been
droopy.
like, thanks,
And then-
glad to be here.
You know
that
what?
would have been a bummer.
You know what? That makes me mad. By the way, Doctor, good morning. It's great to have you here. I have a quote, by the way, about Scotty Scheffler, who just won the British Open. And one of the things they've always talked about with him is that what has really kind of made him transcendent in his sport is that he stopped being interested in fame at all. He let it go. And Jordan Spieth says he just wants to get away from the game and separate the two, because I know that he felt it was too much, that he was taking it with him. I think it's more so the difference in personality from any other superstar that you've seen in the modern era and maybe in any sport. I don't think anybody is like him. And you talk about visibility as opposed to vanity. And that's such an important thing, too, the idea that that one of the strategies...
That's what this fellow's talking about. Yeah. He doesn't want vanity. He welcomes the visibility of winning the British Open.
Exactly.
But he's not doing it for vanity itself. He's doing it because he's in the game. He knows the game, and now he's at the top of it.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Can we kind of talk about the idea of the difference between visibility and vanity? Because visibility is important. If you want to get better, if you want to actually be at the top of your game, the other people who are at the top of their game need to see you, because they need to be inspired by you, and you need to be inspired by them. And part of it seems to me that you're suggesting that visibility allows you access to get to the people and the tools necessary to create more visibility and more success. How am I doing?
You are doing good.
Good job, Jim. You're fantastic.
Go ahead.
You really hit it on the nail on the head there, because, when you're visible, people are attracted to you. It's almost like a magnetic force that goes on there, where people ultimately are attracted to you. You don't have to go and hound after them. They literally know you're the person. You're the one that has the answer to their problem or their solution. And you look at people that are really the authorities. They don't have to go out there and say, I'm the authority. They literally prove it every day. They do it how they walk. They do it how they talk. They do it how they literally show themselves in the world.
Well, and on that note, Doctor, like the power of positivity, and some of us will hear that and roll our eyes, of course. And I'm curious to you, being known as the doctor of positivity, which will make some people smile, some roll their eyes, some do both, however you want to look at it. But it's so basic, but it reigns true. As you know, you're living proof of it. So, and let's be honest, positivity has become such a buzzy word. But what does real positivity look like to you in the face of actual life chaos or crisis? How do we balance that?
Let's try and bring it back to my story.
Okay,
in
great.
2003, I was told, Dr. Leica, get your affairs in order. You have 6 months to live. You have ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease. Now, fortunately, it was wrong, But what that makes you do is every morning you get up, you see sunshine, you put your feet on the ground, and you literally say, I have another day to make a difference. I have another day to make it real. I have another day to make others have a fantastic life. So do you see the difference there of just surviving versus one that you're really commanding the game, that you're really looking at that? You know, today I looked at my what I was going to do today, and I saw your show. And I said, oh, my goodness, I get to talk with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler on the Road Gang radio show out of New Orleans. Wow, this is amazing. I'm sitting here in my studio in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, yet I'm talking to thousands of people out there that need to be picked up. What could be better than that?
I'm going to let that land for a second because I feel pretty good about the way I
Also,
exist right
technology
now.
is amazing.
One of the things that's so important, by the way, and I'm going to shift gears again here, is the fact that you talk about the idea of whose shoulders you stand on, and I've always said we stand on the shoulders of giants, and we always need to call upon those who inspire us, and we always need to kind of mimic and remember who they were and kind of walk in their shoes. Can we talk a little bit about the vibrational qualities of knowing and sensing when there is a vibration around a character from history, a character from our lives, somebody that inspires us, somebody who's in the real world right now, and how we're able to pinpoint, and we go back to vanity and visibility, how we can kind of distinguish between that person's getting clicks and likes and that person's up to something. And once we figure that out, Doctor, how do we actually point ourselves in that direction? How do we distinguish between, I guess, the signal and the noise?
Well, you are the product of the 10 people that you surround yourself with. So, I mean, if you go to the beer parlor every night, and maybe that's your thing, no problem. But is that where you want to be in 5 years? Is that where you want to be in 10 years? Where do you want to be in 5 years and 10 years? And I think that's how you look for that vibration. I think by having a clear map of where you want to be and what you want to do is really important. So, my society looks for the top leaders. And so we put them all in one group. And in that group, you truly can step on the shoulders of giants and get to the next leader. Because every month we meet together as a group, and each member of that group helps each person get to the next level, helps each person get to the top of that mountain, get there easier without the hardship of having to take 20 years to develop that group of people. So, there are shortcuts to getting there. The question is, do you want it? Do you really want to get there quickly? Or do you want to do it the hard way, the school of hard knocks that gives you the test before you get the lesson?
Guys, Dr. Dr. Allen, Allen, Lycka, Lycka.com is where you want to go. His latest work, Rule the Game, is a blueprint for professionals ready to dominate their industries, leave a legacy, and rule their game. So let's talk about rule the game. Okay, let's talk about the core that is the book. So can you kind of lay out the idea of what it means to rule the game, what it means to be Scotty Scheffler, what it means to be Michael Jordan, what it means to be Warren Buffett, what it means, and let's go a little bit smaller than that, because everybody isn't going to make it to that country. But there are some really successful, wonderful places where people can rule their own games and at the same time make a lot of room in their sandbox. We've been talking about this all morning. Make a lot of room in their sandbox for other successful people. Talk to us a little bit about the book.
Sure. My subtitle of my book is How Authority Marketing Leads the Pack. And the first step you got to take is, yes, I want to be the authority in my niche. So you define your niche, you define what it is, and then you decide that is what I want to own. Now, the unseen force of this is drive. You know, when I wanted to get into med school, when I wanted to get into dermatology, I would have crawled over broken glass on my bleeding knees to get there. When I wanted to become a public speaker, the same thing happened. So that drive made me want to do everything in my power to get there. And so what I decided was to clearly define what I wanted to do and position myself in that thing. And that's what a person really needs to do, is first decide their raison d'etre. First decide their purpose. Now, purpose is not an easy thing to decide, but purpose is where you start this whole thing, because purpose is what it's all about. Purpose. Know your purpose in life and then strive after it. Now, how do you decide your purpose? Well, the simplest way to decide your purpose is something I wrote in my book, Secrets to Living a Fantastic Life. And there's a Japanese term called ikigai. And it's 4 overlapping circles. The first one is to decide what you love. Pretty easy to write that down on a piece of paper. Limit it to 10 or 20 things. Then write the things that you're good at. The 20 things that. Then write down 20 things the world needs today. Pretty simple. Now, the hard part is figuring out what these things you can be paid for. Because if you're not going to be paid for it, you're not going to stay in this too long. Now, the overlap of those 4 circles is your ikigai, or your purpose in life. Now, you might not know what that is even after you went through this. So try a part-time ikigai. Try it on for size. If it doesn't work, go to the next one. Pretty easy to do. You know, I probably tried 3 or 4 things before I decided on my ikigai. And I decided that I was the doctor of positivity and happiness. and I decided I want to lead people with purpose, passion, and possibilities. The 3 things I teach people every day. So that's me in a nutshell.
I tried on a lot of ikigais before I found my husband, I will say. A lot
You've
of
been dying to do that all
I
morning
know, it's
long.
been so hard not to.
Dying to do that all morning.
Doctor, I want to talk too, because, you know, you work with professionals who are at the top of their fields. So you know that burnout doesn't just happen to people who are struggling. What's something that you wish high achievers would recognize sooner before they hit a wall? And then that be said, whether it's high achievers or people that have found their ikigai, that are, you know, heading toward their where their passion meets purpose, I like to say, in the world. But what's something you wish high achievers would understand before they hit that wall?
Well, I always tell people that for every person that's a high achiever, there are storms in their life. Everybody has those storms. And those storms will either shake you or they'll help to define you based on where you're at. And really, there are 3 storms in everybody's life. There's fear. Everybody has fear in their life that pushes them. There's fatigue, the burnout you talk to. And there's failure, okay? But fear, you shouldn't fear fear. It's something we should use as something to drive us. It's feedback. Fatigue is a clue to reset. You've got to realize that when you're going through fatigue, your brain's saying, I need to rest. I need to reset. I need to recalibrate. And then there's failure. Everybody has failure. But it's a stepping stone not a tombstone. Thomas Edison attempted to make a light bulb 10,000 times, but he didn't fail once. What he said was, I found 10,000 ways that didn't work.
It's the by the way, doctor, that's the famous story also of the Zen painter, where the Japanese warlord asked him to paint the perfect orchid, and he says, "Give me a month, and I will." He said, "Give me a month, and I will hit the home run for you." And so the warlord makes his journey out there in a month, and then the artist sits down and in about an hour draws the perfect orchid. It's gorgeous. And he says, "This is amazing, but why did you ask for a month?" And then he opens the drawer up and he takes out 29 other pictures, every one a day, until each one better than the rest. And then finally we get to that point, and people don't realize what takes often just an instant ends up being a game changer. That it actually was the accumulation of a lot of small, tiny events done with discipline, done with strategy, and then we get ourselves to the point where we break through, but it only happens because of that determination and perseverance. Is that kind of what you're getting at there?
Yes. In fact, this is what I just spoke at the University of Alberta on a speech called Unshakable Leadership. And, I went through those steps, the 3F steps. The fear, the failure, the fatigue. I went through the how to become that way. And what is an unshakable leader? Well, he's like the lighthouse in the storm. Despite the waves lapping and destroying everything, that lighthouse is shining a steady beam out there for everybody to follow.
I swear that sometimes you say stuff and it lands, and we just kind of sit here, look at each other, and be like, maybe we should probably keep talking, by the way, with our good friend Dr. Leica, who joins us this morning. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Well, this is all great. This is totally up our alley. And we used to do a segment called, when we were on the air on weekends, Doctor, called Self-Help Sunday. And it's funny, say that sort of again with the eye roll, and it was met with a little bit of adversity in the beginning. And I would talk about power of positive thinking and vision boards, and so much of our audience are over the road truck drivers, Doctor, and I got messages from truck drivers like, I'll never do a vision board. And sure enough, a few months later, I'm getting pictures of guys with their vision boards in their cabs of their trucks. And it's just like the little things. I even had a couple wives message me. They're like, I kind of see a difference in my husband at home. And it's just like the little things that help you rule your own game. And so this book, being all about ruling the game, which I love, how do you make sure, and you've said this, that the game you're trying to win is actually your game, not the one the world told you to play? Now, this is a little bit different. I know you talked about when you find your passion and you do your ikigai when they four come together. But is there any point where sometimes, because we have to balance that with, we have to pay bills and we have to do all these things, which is why we have that fourth circle of how do I make money. But there's a lot of people who live their life where it's like the first whole half of my life I was doing what the world told me to do, and so when we have that wake up call, then we get to do what we want to do in the second half. So I guess my question is, is your hope that people won't have to get smacked in the face with a terrible misdiagnosis or a life threatening disease or a near death experience or whatever it is in order to find that? Can we find that in a more easy way rather than having to get smacked in the face with one of those terrible wake-up calls?
I think you have to pay attention. And the small steps are every day in the morning, be grateful for everything that's going to happen to you in the day. Remember, it's the small things that are important, not the big things every day. Small things add up to the big things. Realize that. And at the end of the day, spend 5 minutes or 10 minutes and say, these are the things I learned. Have some goals and ask yourself, did I get closer to the goal or did I get farther away from it? Now, I know every day is going to be different, and there's going to be those storms that are going to tempt you and push you out of the way. But, if you generally follow a map, a plan, you'll get there even though you take baby steps. You'll fall flat if you're taking baby steps and trying to walk, but that's okay as long as you get up again. It's not whether you get knocked down 9 times, it's whether you get up 10.
It's interesting, too, Doctor, because Miguel Howe, who is joining us this morning here as one of our honored guests, actually passed me a note about humility. I want to kind of toss this to him as well, too. Those little steps he just talked about, Miguel, that's exactly it, going through the little things that happen over the course of the day. It keeps you humble. Can you actually kind of unpack that for the doctor?
Yeah, Dr. Leica, thanks for a great conversation, right? As you're talking about, greatness is built through the little things and doing the little things right all the time. Jimmy will correct me if I'm wrong here, if I misattribute the quote, but I think it was Helen Keller said, I strive to do great deeds, but find that my duty is to do small deeds greatly.
That's it.
Right? And so, Dr. Leica, is leadership is the art of influence, right? And you talked about leaders as lighthouses and those who are drawn to those characters. And you talked about visibility and vanity. As a leader, you need to have that visibility, but can you talk about the importance of humility in putting the needs of the organization, the mission, the cause first, and balancing humility with the visibility that leaders need to do great things?
Well, my definition of a leader is somebody who embarks on a path without a map, but has the conviction to get people to follow him and saying, look, I don't know exactly where this path is going. It's going to have twists, it's going to have turns, but we're going to figure it out together. No, I don't have a map, but I have a compass. I have a compass deep down inside of me, which shows me the way. And my compass always has a true north as the guiding sign that's going to take me on the way. So I'm answering that question with some visions, with some from examples, because that is how you balance things. Knowing your goal, knowing your path, but having those people follow you and help them figure it out with you along the way.
I want to kind of just touch on something real quick here, Miguel, too, is that there's a wonderful book that became very famous in the 50s called The Man in the Gray Flannel Suit. And there's a really telling moment when a guy actually tells another man who's getting ready to give a speech, he said, you need to stop talking to these people from a place of not knowing what you're talking about. And you need to start talking to them from a place of saying, look, you all are experts in your field. I'm an expert in mine. Let's figure out a way to kind of connect that, too. It seems to me that one of the things you're really suggesting, and it goes back to Lindsay's point too, to figure out your game and to perfect that game, and people will actually see your example of perfecting your own game as a way to kind of follow what it is you're going to do next. It's a lot, even without a map, and I got to tell you, I get a little uncomfortable without a map. As my friend once said, I'll follow you into hell, Jimmy, as long as you promise me that you know the way out once we get down there. But there really is a compass thing really kind of makes that point, too, that if you can show proficiency in guiding people, they'll be more inclined to follow you. How am I doing?
You're doing good. But remember, you may be uncomfortable without a map, but if you use a compass, that's even more important than a map because it guides you where the map can't take you. How many times have you used a GPS and it's taken you on a wild goose chase and took you someplace that you didn't want to go?
We just were talking about it. As a matter of fact, we're just talking about bridge strikes. How many people actually, their trucks will hit a bridge, Dr. Leica, because they use their GPS rather than their common sense and simply reading the signs. Absolutely. We're going to give you the last word.
I use a GPS all the time, but and it helps me because it can see things in the sky that I cannot see. But heck, I usually know where I'm going, and I have a better map in my head than the GPS will take me. So that's where the compass comes in as a more important tool than the map itself.
DrAlanLeica.com. We're done. We are out, sir. You are welcome back anytime. Thank you so much for making the time for us today. I hope you have a fantastic day. I hope you have a fantastic week. I hope you have a fantastic life. And the name of the book is Rule the Game. Thank you, sir. Welcome back anytime.
Thank you so much for having me. This has been indeed a thrill, and I want your listeners to remember that it's all about not what happens to you, it's what you do with what happens. Remember that every day.
Thank you, Dr. Leica. We'll be back after these messages. Lindsay, how you doing over there? You notice who's actually sitting across from you now?
Our GM just walked in the door. Nick DeMeo from DeMeo's Downloads is here. If he's here, who's running the damn ship?
Oh, my God. And by the way, who's sitting by Dre right now?
John Fry's over there. I hear we're at the same hotel. See you later. That sounded creepy, and I don't mean it in that way. But he is looking really good these days, guys. He is looking mighty fine.
No takesies, no backsies, no Lindsays, by the way.
You know what? I threw it real quick on that note. Years ago, I was singing at Tootsie's, and I had just gotten back from a trip, and I was wearing the jeans that I had on the trip, and so I had my hotel key in my back pocket, and I was standing on stage, and I put my hand in my back pocket while I'm singing, and found the hotel key, and I pulled it out, and was like, oh, what is this? And I threw it out to the audience, like not really thinking about it, and a guy caught it, and I was like, oh my God, I need to think about things I do. I just threw my hotel key to a guy in the crowd, and he like gets a big smile. I was like, oh, no, didn't mean that. Didn't mean that. Back it up. Anyway, it's Road Gang Radio here, guys. Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler, the whole gang's here. Nick DeMeo, Miguel Howe.
Nobody's getting you out of this one, by the way.
I know. Hey. If caller 10 gets my hotel key, we'll be right back. Hey!
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
That's me. How did I get into this tin can? I don't know.
Woo! Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, boys, that's right. Welcome back to your country and western music news, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
We celebrate all kinds, Miguel.
All kinds.
That's
by the way,
right.
the sound you hear in the background, by the way, is the honky tonk that we are in, featuring Dave Nemo talking way too loud in the room. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Welcome
Lindsay.
to the circus, everybody. All right, Jim, did you realize it has been a very long time in country and western music news since I have mentioned that which we do not mention Morgan Wallen. That guy. It's been a long time since he's come up. For a while there, when we were on that other platform, he came up all the time. He was always getting in trouble. And now he's only coming up every once in a while.
I swear to God,
There's so much going on, I can't concentrate.
People, really quickly, by the way, if people in this city don't learn how to read, and the man who runs this hotel doesn't actually make the phone calls to the people that work with him to tell him how the world has changed around them, I'm going to put somebody in a hurt locker, slap the pain combination on him, and open up a can of whoop ass. All right, go ahead, Lindsay.
A can of whoop ass. Okay, I'm back to focusing. Welcome back to your country and western music news, because boys, on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
There it is. Shout out to my husband Seamus, who's at home digging a ditch to remove the flooding that has happened, so I can get my studio back in check. Hi, honey. Thank you. Say hi to Seamus.
Hi, Seamus.
Okay. So Morgan Wallen, here's the deal. You'll
Wallen.
love this show. Per usual, he's getting himself into a pickle. He ticked off 2 more dates on the I'm the Problem tour.
Wait, he ticked off, or did he tick off the dates?
Both.
Okay, go on.
Yes, both things, all things. 2 more dates on
We
his...
piss off all kinds.
And both kinds. On the I'm the Problem tour date over the weekend. Okay, so apparently his time in Glendale, Arizona, it wasn't met with all rainbows and giggles, y'all. So during night 2 at the State Farm Stadium on Saturday night, Wallen thanked his crowd for being such a good audience. But then he said something else that caught fans' attention. He said, well, I didn't know if I was ever going to come back to Arizona after that crowd last night. He says this on the mic. I didn't know if I was ever going to come back to Arizona after that crowd last night. But I think tonight you guys might have changed my mind, he says from stage.
Wait, are you actually saying, well, that Arizona crowd was shite, but you guys might be a little bit better?
Yes. That is what he said while he was still in the
Morgan
same city.
Wallen, Morgan Wallen,
He's
what a
the problem.
bunghole,
He's
what
the
a problem,
problem.
Morgan
He's the problem.
Wallen.
Yeah, what a dumbass. Okay, so, but here's, in his defense, question mark? I don't know.
Defense.
He didn't offer up any more details as to why he said that. However, you go and you look through social media, there's some videos posted by fans who were in the crowd that first night. And so according to this one TikTok user I found, so she was there the night before. She says the show was very chaotic. And in her TikTok video, she says people were literally throwing so much stuff on stage that crew members from backstage were coming out to grab the stuff off the stage. And also, guys, by the way, stop throwing stuff on the stage. They
Except
don't
that
have
Morgan Wallen.
Throw it at his face. No, they don't have time to sign your poster while they're in the middle of the song. And also, you're not going to get that poster back. Stop throwing your stuff on stage.
There is nothing you have said I disagree with, except when it comes at the expense of a man who threw a chair that almost actually killed a law enforcement officer.
Fair enough.
Go on.
Fair enough. So the fan said to the crowd, and about the crowd behavior, she says, you guys ruined it for others at the Glendale show who were there to actually enjoy the music. She added that Morgan Wallen didn't come back out to sign autographs at the end of his show like he usually does, Jim, after a night of rude behavior for his fans. And also, Jim, during one point in the show where Morgan Wallen he's walking through the crowd, giving high fives to people. And one fan appeared to kind of grab his shirt, and he turns back and he looks annoyed. You see a video of this. So the singer looks back in annoyance, like, okay, maybe this was a security thing, but I have to say, this is a real point of contingency for me. The artist who decides to go out into a crowd of thousands and then gets annoyed when one said thousand touches him is an idiot. It's the same problem I had when I played for years at Tootsie's in downtown. There were a few bartenders who would act annoyed at their job when it was busy in there and they were making $1,000 a night. There were singers in there that I performed with that, and I've talked about this on the show, that I never understood. They'd get annoyed when somebody would give them a $20 bill and say, will you play XYZ song, Live Like You Were Dying, or whatever it was. And the singer would be like, there's one female in particular I'm thinking of. She would act annoyed and be like, I don't like that song, I'm not going to sing it.
Name
and I'm
her.
like, no,
Call her out.
No, because she's lovely and listens. But
Well, now she knows who she is anyway. Go on.
give me a call. Call her 10. I'll tell you who she is. But, I never understood that, why you would be annoyed when it's seemingly going the way you want. People are there to see you. Are you a concert goer, Miguel?
On occasion, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Do big crowds bother you?
Why would I go to a concert if big crowds bothered me?
Well, you said on occasion, so I'm
Right.
guessing
Mhm.
you would have to. I'm guessing you have to really want to be there if you're at a show.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
This guy saw the Alabama Crimson Tide take on the Georgia Bulldogs with me over at Bryant Tennis Stadium. He knows what a
Roll
crowd is.
Tide,
Roll
roll!
Tide.
Is.
All
He
right,
knows
come
what a
on.
crowd is. If you could only go see one more artist living, who would it be?
Ooh.
In the country spectrum.
Think about it.
Ooh.
Think about it.
You can get back to me
We
if you
won't make
want.
you grimly contemplate this in silence. Go on.
Think about it, and you can tell me when the story's over. And if the answer is Morgan Wallen, we'll show you out the door. Okay. So multiple users on social media shared these videos where he's annoyed or upset. But during one point in the show, as Morgan Wallen, he gears up to sing the song "I'm the Problem," which is the current #1 of his. So he pours a gas can of liquid around the stage before lighting it on fire. This is part of the actual show, where headline. And then, so while he's pouring it, Jim, you'll love this. He's pouring the can of gas. The stage is kind of lighting up in fire, and then in the back on these big screens, Jim, they're showing headlines from his past scandals.
Well done, Lindsay. You called it. You nailed it. Well done. By the way, I'm going to go back here and give moment of recognition for Lindsay's insight. She said, something's going on here, man. They're actually cooking something up. They're doing a whole lot of nonsense. They're picking fights with libs. They're picking fights with, local communities.
PR machine.
It's a PR machine. And, of course, we get the great unveiling. Basically, they light the stage on fire and then show all the headlines of all the crapulous stuff Baron von Blovenstein has actually engaged in. Okay.
Exactly.
Bunghole.
So,
Go
Miguel,
on.
we've been talking about this for maybe 2 years, Morgan Wallen stuff. And from the beginning, I'm like, nobody gets away anymore with being a jerk over and over and over and over and still being like, I mean, some people do, but I'm like, there is a genius here. I don't know if it's Morgan or somebody on Morgan's team.
Managing Morgan.
Yes, but he's got to be in on it because he's the one.
Do you remember
mocking himself.
We talked about politics last night. Do you remember "Let Reagan Be Reagan"?
Yeah.
That whole strategy. I don't know about that, Lindsay. He was trying to be too mainstream when he ran in '80, and at some point, somebody finally wrote a great memo that said "Let Reagan be Reagan," and that was the famous moment of "I paid for this microphone." I think somebody said, "Let Morgan be Morgan." And we'll take care of the rest. I think that's what it was he's going to be who he's going to be, and we're going to make sure that we maximize who Morgan Wallen is.
But do you think it's let Morgan be Morgan or let Morgan be the Morgan we're telling him to be so that he can cut through the noise even if it means he's an ass?
No, I think it's
Yeah.
let Morgan be Morgan. I think that anybody who is not that person would not be happy being that person. I think there are ways of doing it more calculatedly, and throwing a chair off of the top of a bar that almost strikes a law enforcement agent that would have killed them. It would have killed them. I think that's let Morgan be Morgan. I dig where you're coming from.
Well, you're right. That one's a little different. Being a jerk out in the crowd and audience are saying things, but throwing that's a whole different animal. If you have it in you to do something like that, you have it in you to do something.
Woo!
Like that.
It's like,
Yeah.
shotgun in the face. Woo!
Fair enough.
But you know who he is, right? I mean, he's being authentic, right?
He's being authentic,
He's
and therefore
who he is.
Well, that's
right?
the question.
And then you know who his audience is, which is
Well, the
scary.
other thing that's so cool about it, to go back to authenticity, everybody says, it's authenticity is the key. It is the key. Nobody said authenticity was good. We said it was a quality. That's all it is. It is a quality. You can be authentic for good. You can be authentic for evil. But if you're authentic, you are self-actualized, and that's a big deal.
The A in AF stands for authentic.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on. Lucas Nelson, who I love, so he's heading out on the road. I'm excited. I just actually listened on our road trip. I listened to all 3 hours of Lucas on the Joe Rogan show. Do you know much of Lucas Nelson's music? So he's Willie Nelson's son. And I'm excited about this because well, it's interesting. I'll break it down why. So he's a Grammy Award-winning artist, by the way, son of Willie Nelson. He announced that he'll be embarking on the American Romance Tour this fall to commemorate. Jim, listen to this. It's the release of his debut solo album. This is Lucas Nelson's first solo album. He was part of a band. He's been a part of his father's band, but this is the first thing he's put out on his own, which seems strange to me because I feel like I've known Lucas all my life, and therefore it's insane to me to think about a debut solo record for him. But I know everything's obviously been leading to this moment
It's
for
the
him.
flip side of Morgan Wallen, but I'll get to that in a second. Go
Yeah.
on.
I wonder, it was interesting on Joe Rogan, they didn't actually even talk about his dad that much. What they did talk about is the type of people that he grew up around. And this is what struck me as really interesting during it. They would talk about, because they lived between Texas and Hawaii, and he's, the people that would just show up at his house. That wasn't like Merle Haggard showing up at his house, that wasn't like, oh, Merle's coming over. It was like, oh no, Dad's friends are coming over. And it's a big difference. It's like, no, these are just, they're coming over here to be human, to have this connection. So anyway, he says about this album, he says, you'll love this, our listeners will love this. He says, this album is a love story to the country that raised me. Diners and highways that carried me through the joy and pain that led to the music that you hear now. It's exactly what We Should Write is about as well, by the way. The things that carried me through the joy and pain to get me to where I am. Because, Miguel, I talk a lot about how people passively consume art. You'll just listen to a song in the background or at a dinner party or on the road, which is what it's designed for. It's designed to put you into that meditative space. That's what music is. However, people don't think about, I'm not even talking about the production or the writing, but the life that had to be lived in order to write that song. And that's what We Should Write is all about. And that's what Lucas is really talking about on this record. So the tour also features special guest performances from artists like Steven Wilson Jr., who I've just recently been turned on to, but he's great. Do you know much of his music?
I do, actually.
I don't know how I didn't know him before. He's great. The band Lula.
It's because of the noise. It's so much stuff.
I know,
Lindsay.
it's so hard, man.
It's very difficult.
Yeah.
I wish you had a job that would allow you to keep all that stuff straight.
I know.
You should get a show about that. Oh, go on. Sorry.
So it's got Steven Wilson Jr., the band Lula, and Lacey K. Booth. They are also on selected dates out the tour. And on Rogan, Lucas Wilson also talked about wanting to stay true to what he does, and how in this project that he intends on making an album that's relevant to his own this is important, I think. He says, making an album that's relevant to my own generation and to who I want to be artistically. I think to my own generation is the interesting piece, because think about it. He's grown up playing old country with his dad, the king of old country, Willie Nelson, the king that's still alive, that is, of country music. And so now he's like, I'm going to pivot, and make music that it speaks to him, his generation. And there's got to be a crossover. It's going to have the Ikigai crossover, I'm sure. What I was raised on, what speaks to my soul, how I can get paid, and now how they come together. I hate you,
by the way, because you said Ikigai, and I'm like, what Ikigai? You see, you did that to me on purpose.
Ikigai.
Really quickly, before we move on, let me just kind of split this up. We'll keep the conversation going. Don't forget, guys, owner-operators have enough to worry about, which is why thinking about cybersecurity isn't usually at front of mind. It is for Ben Wilkins. He will be joining our friends with Trucking with OIDA immediately after this show. During this wonderful conversation, Miguel Howe is joining Lindsay Lawler during Country and Western Music News. The conversation continues here. If you get a phone call in, phone call number 10, but only number 10 is going to get Lindsay's key.
Yeah.
Go on.
Key to the city, key to my heart. So yeah, tickets for that American Romance tour, they go on sale this Friday morning. That's a show I'd like to see. Miguel, have you thought about the one artist you would go see?
So you said all time.
Yes.
Right?
All time.
So all time, I've mentioned him a couple of times. Right. And so living, I'd love to see Brooks and Dunn.
I knew you were going to say that, and I will go with you.
But now what I've
emotionally or to the actual show?
Both.
Okay. There we go. Well, she's getting me tickets.
Yep.
But I've been listening a lot to Luke Combs because his songwriting speaks to me as both a son and a father. So that really resonates.
And he puts on a great show. I'm with you on that. Cody Johnson is the one that I'm going to say, because I think if you got a chance, take it. I'm trying to think what the hook of the Until You Can't. Till You Can't, I think, is the best song that's been written in the past 10 years, I will say. So we'll go to...
That's on my playlist.
Luke Combs, Brooks and Dunn, and Cody Johnson. I would go to any of those concerts as well. I'm with you.
By the way, I can't believe I'm saying this. I mean, it isn't horrifying. I love that album. I finally listened to the Last Revels album from beginning to end. So damn good.
Yep.
I don't know if that'd be my one, but I can't wait to actually hear them. Make a really quick comment about Willie's son here for a second. I don't know if you know who Joe Morgan is. No relation to Morgan Wallen. Joe Morgan, the great baseball player. I remember after about 10 years, Keith Jackson, you remember the great Keith Jackson, used to call baseball as well. He turned and had a really kind thing to say about Joe Morgan. He said, guys, I don't know if you know this, but Joe Morgan is a Hall of Famer. He played for the Big Red Machine. This is such a cool thing, Lindsay. He ended up being on ABC during their baseball coverage of the World Series as one of the people calling the games, ended up becoming a big-time broadcaster. He started with the Little League World Series. that when he made the transition over to broadcasting, he did not feel like he was offered, but did not feel like he was ready to do the major league games. He didn't feel like he had the chops to do it and felt he had to pay his dues. And so he started off by covering minor league games. He actually went for a whole year covering ABC's Little League World Series and all of that kind of stuff. And this is like the anti-Wallen, what you're talking about with Willie's Son. You say the first debut album, right? Think about the dues that Willie's Son made himself pay. He could have gone to, there's anybody that would have in a heartbeat been like, yeah, sure, we'll do this for you. They'd have put it together for him. They'd have put the package together for him.
Doesn't mean it would have sustained, though.
But that's exactly it. And I think in that way, that's the different kind of marketing wisdom, that we're going to build something. I'm going to make sure that I actually not only have the talent, because I probably got talent, that's fine, but that I have the sustainability to actually headline an album. I'm in deep admiration for the strategy you're talking about.
You got to go live a life in order to write stories about living a life.
Well, as I've always
Period.
said, what is Eugene O'Neill without the Merchant Marine? What is Tennessee Williams without working in an actual warehouse loading boxes onto the back of trucks?
And it's my problem I have with American Idol. I would never poo-poo somebody getting a chance at success. I think it's great that American Idol, The Voice, any of these shows, I think it's great that more people are getting a chance to have a career in music because of it. What I don't love is this quote-unquote overnight success. Now, though, the difference actually on American Idol and The Voice and those shows now that it's been out long enough, people really have been making a living playing the bars, traveling, and then they go on the show when it's sort of like their last ditch effort. So that I'm okay with. But like Carrie Underwood, Kelly Clarkson, they didn't, they got that before they'd really done the work. Now they've been singing, and I'm not poo-pooing them either because they're two of the greatest voices that we have in music. So, but you know what I mean? It's just like you gotta go have a life in order to make a living having that life. So that's all we're saying.
So how does somebody like Taylor Swift become such an iconic songwriter at such a young age?
Well, she did. So her songs in the beginning, and we talked about this last night at dinner. Taylor is a poet, and if you can, her music can not be your cup of tea. She's not the greatest voice in the world. She's not trying to be. She says that. But she's a poet.
And she's a showman, too.
She's
a showman.
But she's lived a lot of life to be that poet and to trust her instinct to say the thing. She, in the very beginning, and there's a woman named Liz Rose, who's a big songwriter in Nashville, that really helped Taylor craft. So some of those earlier songs that Taylor, quote unquote, wrote, somebody was actually writing those. There's a lot of songs that got her over. She had a lot of money behind her. She comes from a wealthy family behind her.
They push their chips in.
Everybody put their chips in, and that's fine. I wouldn't poo-poo that either. But it doesn't mean just because you have money and a machine behind it, for it to do what she did, she was meant to do that. You don't get to be a billionaire in the music industry without it being a calling of yours, I believe. And she leaned in, but she had to lean in. She became that songwriter by trusting her gut, but people helped her hone that craft, specifically a woman named Liz Rose, who I want to have on We Should Write.
They, by the way, the people who pushed their chips in didn't do it just because they loved her. They were making an investment. A lot of the people who pushed their chips in understood what they were looking at, too. There was something there. And that's one of the great talents of all time that people don't often acknowledge, Lindsay, that you and I talk about, the ability to recognize the it factor.
Yeah.
To really recognize a genuine it factor as opposed to, oh, I can't wait to say I knew you when, or, oh, you've got it. No, you don't. It is something that
very few people have it.
Very few people have it. I mean, I've got it in spades. I give it away on a daily basis. But besides me, I mean, come on. I mean, Lindsay's got some of it. I gave it to her.
Thank you for your service.
Crapulous shit coming out of my mouth.
I'm going to talk about this show, and I'm going to be cynical, but only to play devil's advocate because I would love both of your takes on this. So, Buc-ee's. Obviously, Buc-ee's always making headlines for its massive size. It's the snacks for days, the celebrity appearances, all the things. But so the Mega Travel Center, it's now getting attention for it. They're doing a Texas flood relief concert. It's got appearances by Miranda Lambert, Tyler Childress, Ryan Bingham from Yellowstone, and more. And actually, I just saw, speaking of Cody Johnson, he posted he's doing a benefit too called Band Texas Together. Listen to the lineup on this: Cody Johnson, Miranda Lambert, Kelly Clarkson, Ronnie Dunn, Lyle Lovett, Randy Rogers Band, Ryan Bingham, Lucas Nelson, appearances by Matthew McConaughey. Okay, I bring this up because here's my cynical but asking for a friend. These concerts people are doing, I feel like, what do you do in the wake of something as horrific? Robert Earl Keen, he's got one. He's the one doing it in conjunction with Buc-ee's. He is a Texan from Kerrville, where the bulk of this devastation happened. it's a terrible thing, obviously. These concerts that show up in the wake of these terrible tragedies. So people with massive success, the Brooks and Dunn, the Miranda Lamberts of the world, they put their time in to come in and do a concert, and they volunteer their time. They raise a lot of money, and that's great. Something in me, I don't know why I was thinking about this morning while I was getting ready. Something about it icked me out. And I don't know why. And like the people that get on stage are like, I'm going to do a concert. It gives me a way to be on stage and raise money. These people that have lost their children, money is not the thing. And I know they're trying to use their way. It's a good thing. I'm not knocking the concert happening. I'm just curious, what would be another way that people of this massive caliber can use their platform for good besides getting on stage? And I don't know. I don't mean there's anything wrong with the concert, but it just, something this morning egged me. And maybe it's social media. I don't know. But do you hear what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if there's a different way to be used. I think there is something to be like, here's what I know I can do. I can put on a show. I know we can raise money,
Where's
and that's
the show
what I
happening
do.
again?
Several are happening. But the one that Cody Johnson is doing is at Austin, at the Moody Center in Austin, Texas.
Okay. I totally get where you're coming from, and since we're headed up on the 20th anniversary of Katrina, here's the thing.
But Katrina, like money, you have to rebuild. So
Right.
money was of utter importance for Katrina.
This is what's crucial, though. As long as nobody's going down there to do that, I'm kind of okay with it.
So you mean because it's happening in Austin and not on the quote-unquote site?
I'm actually okay with it.
Okay.
You know what those people need? They need food, they need supplies, they need love. That's what they need. My brother actually, in the wake of Puerto Rico's hurricane, did something I was so proud of him for. All he did was a thing called Relief Now. And all they did was bring meals for that day. So that people would spend their day, cleaning their houses out, and they would just set up bread, beans, and rice, jambalaya, and gumbo, and be like, that's it, come eat right now. That's the best way people can help. But the thing is the fact that we live in such noise, Lindsay, that sometimes there are people, when they perform, people stop and go, oh, this is really cool. What's this for? I'll give some money. But
Fair.
but here's the thing.
Yeah, maybe it's a moment of breath, too.
But dude, I get it. I know what you're saying. It's a really, you have to be incredibly sensitive. That's the big thing. You have to be incredibly sensitive how you do it.
And do you think, here's the other question, and your take as well, Miguel, Jim too, but like, do you change what you perform that night? Because Miranda Lambert has a show. Like, those people don't wing their concerts. So I know the answer to this is yes. Like, you're not going to get up and do all gunpowder and lead that night. There's got to be moments of real inspiration. And, we talk about songs that move you. I Believe by Ronnie Dunn. I'm guessing he's going to do that song, I would hope. But you know what I mean? Like, you've still got to, I guess, bring the fun, give people what they came for. But also, it's a thing of reflection. I don't know. I just think it's a tricky thing. Your take, Miguel.
I think two things can be true, right? I think it sounds to me one of the things that you're grappling with is this notion of visibility versus vanity, right? And so if they're bringing awareness, attention, raising revenue, right, which then actually leads to two things: resourcing, right, to help folks, tangible services and resources, but it also lifts their spirit. Right, so if you're delivering on all of that, and look, it's the real world, so they're creating value for themselves. Some of them may be more so about, hey, I'm creating visibility. Others might be more self-serving, but if at the end of the day they're still contributing some good and some outcomes, I'm okay with
that. Fair enough.
By the way, we got our friend Lost Boy. We're going to drop him in here really quick to say good morning, to tell him thank you for taking the ride with us on Road Gang Radio. How you doing, Lost Boy? You got about a minute.
Hey, I'm doing good. Appreciate it.
Good morning.
Finally found you guys, but good morning. I was going to say, George Strait, I heard you guys talking about those concerts. He sold out his show within like a day or two down there in Texas, and all that money's going to the victims of the floods. No one's getting a cut out of it. It's pretty good deal, I think.
Yeah,
all the money he raised for that.
You're right, and I think that it lands too because George is a Texas native. Robert Earl Keen is a native.
That's his backyard.
Yeah, exactly. So
George
you're
ain't
right.
building a brand. That's the other thing.
George is fine.
George is fine. George ain't building a brand. When George shows up, it's like George Strait's coming. Everybody
Maybe
get
that's
busy.
it. Maybe that's it. These people don't have to do it. They're like, I
George
don't need the
Strait
money.
doesn't have to do it. That's what it comes down to.
He organized all that stuff. Him and a couple other people got together and did all that, and it's a big show that they're putting together. A lot of artists down there. Pretty good that they all decided to do it, and no one's taking a cut.
You're right.
You know,
And
it's all going right to the families.
you're right. And I appreciate that because that's the other thing. Remember, this isn't just George Strait or Miranda or Cody. It's not just that person donating their time. They bring a whole crew with them. Their whole band has to donate their time. The travel is that's coming out of their pocket too. So there's a lot of expenses that go into getting there they're coming out of the pocket. And so thank you for that point. And you nailed it. You helped us wrap it up. So thank you for
Lost
that.
boy, well said. We got to get out of here. One final word. You get like 10 seconds. Go.
I'm glad I found you guys. Now I know where to listen to every day. I was lost without you guys on the other platform.
How are you listening? What platform are you listening to us on?
I'm listening on the internet. I went to the Dave Nemo site.
You're on RadioNemo.com?
Dave Nemo. Yes, ma'am.
Awesome.
Right off of there. And it's playing right through the internet.
Beautiful. Know that you can also listen when you're in your cab or your car, wherever you are, on the iHeart app. That makes it easy on the road. Of course, on YouTube, where you can get in the conversation and chat with us. Facebook, we're all over the place. So thank you for finding us. Now never lose us again, Lost Boy.
I won't. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
man.
This has been your country and Western music news here on Radio Nemo, because boys, on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
We celebrate trucking with Ida Dang It coming up next. One of the most polished shows on trucking radio. They're way, way more professional than us, so you're going to want to tune in.
Abigail Huffman of the American Transportation Research Institute breaks down a new study on demographics of the trucking industry. And our good friend Jonathan Quiros of Clark Freight details his effort to help flood victims in Texas on an all-new Trucking with Ida. Please, somebody play some music so we can get the living heck out of here. Dave Nemo's in the house. John Fry is in the house. Our good friend, Miguel, thank you so much, brother.
Thanks
for taking the ride.
Nick,
Join us tomorrow, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. We'll be back. We'll be live, and then We Should Write. Lunch is at noon. Everyone get home safe and tune in back tomorrow.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Hitting back against cyber criminals, why owner-operators are often seen as easy targets.
Plus, taking a closer look at the shifting demographics of the trucking industry, and truckers answer the call for help in Texas. And all new Trucking with OOIDA starts now. Welcome to the show. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson. Ashley, good to see you.
Nice to see you.
We've got a busy one today.
We do, yeah.
Here in just a moment, we're going to actually welcome in Ben Wilkins of the National Motor Freight Traffic Association to talk about cybersecurity. This has been an ongoing conversation over the past couple years, I think, especially. So.
Anytime I hear from that guy, I'm like, I need to change my passwords.
Oh, you're not one of those people that has the same password for like every account, are you?
I neither confirm nor deny.
All right. We're going to get Ben to get on your case about that one. We've also got a couple other people coming up later in the show as well.
Abigail Huffman of the ATRI, the American Transportation Research Institute. She kind of dives in a recent survey on demographics in the industry.
Yeah.
A lot of interesting changes in that.
For sure. And then we'll finish things up with a conversation with Jonathan Quiros of Clark Freight out of Texas. He recently, I should say, carried a load of relief to victims of the flooding there in the state. So looking forward to that. Obviously a horrible situation, but a lot of good people stepping up to help there as well. Ashley, you ever had one of those mornings where coffee just won't do it? I
think I have many of those
okay,
mornings.
Yeah,
but
I just poured some Red Bull into my coffee. I'm not sure it was the best decision. But we'll see how it goes. If my heart explodes,
I'll know why.
Yeah, you'll pick it up from there. Speaking of which, or I guess not really, but we're going to talk to Ben Wilkins here on the line now. Ben is a cybersecurity principal engineer for the National Motor Freight Traffic Association, and he's on top of all the cybersecurity threats that are out there right now. Hey, Ben, thanks for joining us. Are you a coffee drinker by chance?
Oh, man, am I a coffee drinker? Kidding me?
Are you a Red Bull drinker?
Started as a trucker, and now I'm in cybersecurity. So I live on
makes
coffee,
sense.
man. Are you kidding me?
How do you take it? Not with Red Bull. I was
either
experimenting.
Black or, yeah. Most of the time black, or my guilty pleasure is still sugar. I still, I know you're not supposed to drink it with sugar, but man.
Well, Scott just poured Red Bull into his black. A little bit of
not
Red
a lot,
Bull.
not a lot. Yeah,
but I think was
kind of like elementary school.
That's controversial. That's
Yeah,
controversial
very.
for a lot of reasons.
Hey Ben, I think I may have just invented a new product. So probably
okay. I can't knock it because I've never tried it. So
hey, I'm not sure I want to try it again actually. But so Ben, I know there are people obviously familiar with what your association does, but for those who are not familiar, can you talk a little bit about the National Motor Freight Traffic Association and what you do?
Sure. Yeah, so historically, National Motor Freight Traffic Association's been around for many, many years in the LTL world, focused on classification, freight classification, setting standards for the shippers and carriers to kind of mutually agree on what to call what and how to classify it for shipment and packaging. We also manage the SCAC codes for cross-border transit, that type of thing. But in the last decade, NMFTA has also started researching cybersecurity concerns in heavy trucks, primarily in the assets, the trucks, the trailers, the telematics systems. And, as that work expanded and as technologies become more and more, kind of pervasive in our industry, we've also expanded the focus of our cybersecurity research into the enterprise side or the back office side, kind of the whole of organization approach to cybersecurity in trucking specifically. So that's kind of 40,000 foot view, what we're looking at. But we're following that thread into how it connects also to cyber-enabled cargo crime, which is a big problem in the industry right now.
Yeah, this is kind of like necessity being the mother of invention. Obviously, we didn't have to think about these things, 15, 20, 30 years ago or whatever the timeline might have been. Do you remember, and I'm not sure actually if you were there at this time, but do you remember when this all started to become kind of a problem for fleets out there, for owner-operators out there? Was there kind of a tipping point, or was this kind of a, one of those slow builds that kind of builds up over time? Obviously, we're at a point now where it's rampant and it's everywhere, but do you remember that time where it was kind of like, oh, we've got an issue here we need to look at?
Yeah, that's actually a really great question, and it's one of those things where you almost feel like the frog has been in a pot of cold water that's all of a sudden turned into a pot of boiling water, But it's really exploded since 2020, and a lot of that came from an acceleration of the digitization in our industry, right? So we've been using digital tools and electronics for communications and all that type of stuff for a long time, but as the technology becomes a more and more central requirement to doing business in transportation, that has also coincided with a lowering of the bar of entry for the threat actors. It's getting easier and easier to launch fairly sophisticated campaigns, extortion campaigns, phishing campaigns, those kinds of things. And so those two factors have really kind of worked with each other to make the situation accelerate really since the late 2010s, early 2020s, into a pretty serious issue in this industry that's crept up on everyone and kind of caught us a bit unprepared for the impact. And so, what we're focused on is trying to figure out how to shift that needle back to, a bit more balance where it's a risk, but it's no different than, we've got safety risks. We've got, there's lots of risks in trucking that we're used to dealing with. And we want to try and educate everyone and turn this into one of those risks that we have the tools to handle and stay profitable.
Now, Ben, you're in the cybersecurity world, but you kind of have an interesting perspective in what you used to do or what you started out in your career. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so I've been in transportation most of my working career, and I actually started behind the steering wheel. I was a driver, local driver, over-the-road driver, regional driver, a whole bunch of different kind of flavors for a while. Transitioned into dispatch, so I spent some time in dispatch, driver management, and then moved from there into more of an operations support capacity and started focusing on the operational technology in the fleet that I was working for at the time. As we became more and more aware of kind of the risks of that, I started to focus more on the security aspect, and that sort of led me down the rabbit hole of cybersecurity about a decade ago.
I mean, having been a driver, though, that obviously shapes your perspective on everything you're doing right now. How does it shape exactly what you're doing right now in trying to protect people out there?
I think I joke with people that when they ask what I do, I say I'm a translator. I think it gives me a perspective where I understand the security side of the equation, but I also understand the real world applications and what it is we're trying to do every day in transportation. I've seen it from the driver's perspective. I've seen it from the dispatcher's perspective. I've seen it from a lot of different angles. And so staying aware, it helps keep that context of like, what is it we're trying to protect? And, there's a danger with security of causing too much friction or putting too many steps in the process and really slowing the organization down, slowing the operation down. So I think it's helpful to be grounded in from my own personal experience, really, understanding what trucking is all about and what it is that we need to facilitate as a security professional. What do we need to enable in the organization?
So as we look at this landscape, and you kind of, when you said that 2020 was kind of the launching point, I think I knew that just from seeing all the headlines and seeing everything that's come out over the past few years. But I don't know if I ever necessarily thought about it in that context. Because when you look at it that way and you look at it over being, just the past 5 years or so, it really does explain why I think so many people are getting taken advantage of right now, because this is something that they didn't have to think about, again, 10, 15 years ago. This is a relatively new thing that they're dealing with on top of all the other stuff that they're dealing with as a small business owner. How bad is the situation right now? What are some of the common, I guess, scams going around, cyber attack, situations that are going around right now that are really kind of the biggest problems, I suppose?
Yeah, so I don't like to be a doom and gloom person, but it is a pretty serious situation. And when you're on the smaller end of the spectrum in this industry, you don't have a lot of the resources. You think of a big enterprise fleet or even a mid-market fleet, and they have probably a security team. They've got some budget for this. They've got, at least a managed service provider that's, security service provider that's helping secure their operation. And at the smaller end, and certainly as an owner operator, independent operator, you're wearing all the hats. You're finding freight, you're driving the truck, you're fixing the truck, you're coordinating everything, you're doing the books. The last thing you need is another hat to put on. And really, I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we're facing in the small and mid-size is how to secure your organization with the budget and the resources you have. Because the things that we're looking at that really are targeting every scale of organization is phishing for extortion purposes. So we used to see ransomware where they would encrypt all of your files and lock you out of your systems, and that is still happening. But what we see a lot more often is getting in and getting either email traffic or data or photos or whatever that's been stored, and then threatening to release that out into the public to get people to pay to keep their private information private, basically. So that's one risk. And then there's identity fraud is huge, particularly when it comes to, carrier identity fraud for the purposes of stealing freight. So that's really an area where these cyber threats cross over into physical losses and cargo claims in transportation. So we see a huge amount of that as a risk, the identity fraud, particularly at the smaller end of the spectrum. And then there's just kind of traditional schemes with fake invoices and double brokering schemes and things like that we've seen historically in the industry. But again, the ease with which those kinds of things can be created and those types of campaigns can be launched is, it's dropped that bar of entry. It's way easier for the bad actors to get in and to pull these kinds of things off.
And I know you've given advice before to people. Do you find that, some people think, gosh, this is just so overwhelming. Like, what is it I could do to actually keep my information safe and my business safe? What is your response to those people?
It can be overwhelming if you try to look at the whole problem and all the possible solutions all at once. But I like to remind people you start small and you start with understanding what it is you're trying to protect. What is it really you need to protect? And that's, you want to keep your secret. You want to keep your credit private to you, monitor your credit usage. You want to put good passwords on all your accounts. Don't use the same password for everything. There's small things that you can do that really elevate you from kind of an easy picking or low hanging fruit kind of target to middle of the pack. And that's really what cyber hygiene, we call it, is all about. Is don't, we joke that you don't want to be the slowest person running from the bear. You don't necessarily have to be faster than the bear. Just don't be the slowest one running. And so that's what this is about, is putting some safeguards in place around yourself to make you a less attractive target, a harder target. You don't have to have cutting edge security. You don't have to be the most secure person out there, but don't be the least secure. And that's really, we've put together a list of core controls. It's about 10 different things that people can do for either free or very little cost that will take you from an easy target to a much less attractive target without having to have a huge team or a budget or a lot of resources to throw at the issue.
Can you run through those, Ben? And you don't have to go into great detail on each of them, but maybe just some of the highlights. And I think you maybe talked about some of them there with passwords and whatnot. But on that checklist, what are some of the big ones that you think people maybe really need to remember or do?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I'm going to start with one of my favorite ones, which is multi-factor authentication. It can sound overwhelming, just even if you're not familiar with what that means, but it's really just making sure that it's not just a password that gets you into your account. Use a strong password. That's another one on the checklist, a strong, unique password for every account, but then put multi-factor authentication in. That's where you have to enter a code from an app, where you get a text and you enter that code in, or maybe it's your thumbprint, or, you put your face in front of the camera. Those are all different factors of authentication. That is a huge step in and of itself in securing your accounts. The other thing you want to focus on is keeping your software and your operating systems up to date. When there's an update for your phone or there's an update for your tablet or laptop, you want to make sure to install those updates. They include important security fixes that address known risks, right? So keep updates current. Another big one is to monitor your credit. If you can sign up for credit monitoring services. There's a whole bunch of options out there for that. You want to regularly review your bank transactions, financial transactions. Make sure you know what's going on in your name. And if you don't need your credit for a new loan or applying for credit somewhere, you can freeze your credit and then unfreeze it when you need it. And that's another good step to lower the risk of fraud. Use secure Wi-Fi. Don't use public Wi-Fi. If you have to use public Wi-Fi, make sure you've got a VPN app installed on your phone or on your device. That just protects your traffic from anybody else that might be on that network listening in. But ideally, you want to use secured Wi-Fi, private Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
change default passwords, on your home network.
Right.
And then a couple other ones, you want to make sure you back up your important data. You don't want to lose your invoices, your customer records, your contacts, all that stuff if your devices or your files get compromised or corrupted. It can be as simple as put important files on a thumb drive and put it in a fireproof box somewhere, offline. Just make sure you don't have your important data in one location only, right?
Yeah.
And then, a couple other ones that kind of round out the list is put some sort of a security software on both your mobile devices and your computers and laptops. Don't run around with no protection. Use a reputable security software. And then really think about minimizing the information you expose out to the world. We all are used to social media and kind of everything's a bit more public than it used to be. But think about what you're posting, and don't post information that can be used to then either social engineer you or compromise your identity as far as load details or DOT information that doesn't need to be shared necessarily in a certain context.
Yeah.
So just be conscious of what it is you choose to share publicly online.
Helpful information. There's no doubt about that. But when I hear you list all these things off, and Ashley, you kind of talked about it earlier, it's exhausting.
It does sound exhausting.
To think about all these things that you have to do just because there are these, select few criminals out there that are targeting you. With the criminals, obviously they're doing this because they're making a profit off of it, and it's from the slower animals in the herd that they're kind of picking off here. It is very profitable for them, though, right? I mean, they're all over the world, and this is what they do all day. Like, what do we know about these folks that are doing this?
Yeah, so you're not wrong. They are highly organized criminal operations. They function just like a business. A lot of these groups, they've got HR departments, they've got financial teams, they have customer service teams where they will actually help victims figure out how to use cryptocurrency to make ransom payments.
Wow.
It's really if you think about if you've heard the term software as a service, so anything that you get like your online email or anything like that, this is ransomware as a service or malware as a service.
Wild.
There's the technical exploits are created by one team, and then they're sort of leased out or franchised out to other criminals that maybe don't have the technical ability, but they have the criminal contacts and the criminal intent to use these tools to go out and attack other victims. So it's the difficult thing from a defense standpoint is a lot of times these actors are in countries and locations in the world that are not friendly to our wants and warrants. They have non-extradition with the U.S., so it's very difficult to. It's kind of like whack-a-mole, right? We can figure out where one is, and you can take down their infrastructure, and it just pops up somewhere else, or somebody else starts franchising with them. So, from that respect, there's a long way to go as far as combating this at a global level. But it really is because you can almost use that to your advantage to protect yourself because they're a business. They don't want to spend any more than they need to get a win. And that's where it comes into, us being a slightly less attractive target is really sometimes all it takes for them to just move on and look for something easier.
And when it comes to some of these schemes, like you said, they're a business and they've gotten better over the years when it comes to their schemes, right? Like we're not still hearing from a Nigerian prince. Like these are
they look legit.
Believable things, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So, you bring up the Nigerian prince. That was a common one for a while. And, they were really clunky. They were pretty obvious, that there was something up with this kind of email or even some of the phone calls. One of the troubles that we're having right now is with the advent of AI and these large language models, anybody anywhere in the world can sound like a native English speaker and sound like they understand transportation. And they can even sound like someone you've dealt with in the past at a specific organization. Wow. And so it's getting harder for our automated tools to spot and filter out these kinds of attacks because they're more and more believable. And so that's where the education piece is so important because we as humans, we're actually one of the best detection mechanisms for these types of attacks, because we often kind of get a sense that like something's a little off here. And I like to teach people to listen to that spidey sense. If something seems off, it probably is. And, you need to understand that just because somebody sends an email from a quote unquote legitimate address, if something seems strange about what they're asking for or what they're sending you, pick up the phone and call them.
They feed
keep
off that
those
too.
Trusted contacts that you have.
And they feed off that too. Yeah, because
100%.
that sense of urgency that they try to get you to do something before you can take that beat and think about it, right?
Yep. There's a couple of real tells when it comes to social engineering, and one of them is a false sense of urgency. You got to do something right away. There's a fear of consequence or the threat of authority. Those are really common things. And then sometimes you get into like a shame or embarrassment angle where it's like, do this or people are going to think you're dumb kind of approach. That's also used in social engineering. But in transportation, one of the most effective ones is that, has to happen right now, because we're pretty used to that in transportation. A lot of stuff is urgent, time sensitive. Yeah. So it's just understanding how to catch, when something is just a little off, give it a beat, think for a second and say, wait, does this make sense? Is what I'm being asked to do really legitimate, and does it have to happen right now?
As if this wasn't scary enough, Ben, let's really scare people. And I think I know the answer to this, and maybe I'm wrong, but artificial intelligence, I guess I'll just ask you, with this entire situation that we're talking about, is it going to make things better or is it going to make things worse?
So I'm going to give you the most frustrating answer. I'm going to say yes.
I don't know. Yeah, which is fair. Yeah,
but we can fight fire with fire here, because yes, the generated AI models are helping the bad actors, but they're also helping the defense. One thing that AI and machine learning are really good at is pattern recognition and recognizing anomalies. Exceptions. And so we are using that on the defense side to improve on detection, right? So as the threat actors get better and better at using these tools to create believable phishing attempts and fake content, our detection tooling is getting better and better at picking up on exceptions to processes and exceptions to expected traffic on the network, so to speak. So it's anytime there's a new technology, the bad actors are going to use it, but the defense can use it as well. And so we've seen kind of a front loading of it's giving the bad guys an advantage first, but we're catching up and we're also using it on the defense side. And now I think that that's starting to even out a little bit.
Yeah.
The reality is it's just raised the playing field a little bit on both sides. So it's more and more important to stay educated and understand how criminals are using these tools, and not just what they can do, what we see in the news about what AI can do. It's how can it be misused? Be aware of that.
Now, you mentioned the importance of being educated. I know one of the ways that your association's helping with that is a conference coming up this fall. Can you tell us more about that?
Absolutely. Yeah, we put on an annual cybersecurity transportation conference. We're actually the only cybersecurity focused conference for transportation industry specifically. So that's going to be in Austin, Texas this year, October 26th, 27th, 28th. So we bring together a lot of industry experts from both transportation and cybersecurity. This year, we're actually going to be having a couple of tracks on cargo crime and fraud specifically, both from a lessons learned perspective from folks on the front lines, and also some experts in the field of fraud prevention and cargo crime investigation, that type of thing. So pretty excited about that. Yeah. We do some hands-on stuff. We're going to be teaching people how to do kind of a risk assessment and run some tabletop exercises in their own organizations. So a lot of really, really good content, bring people together from the industry and really focus on how these cybersecurity concerns are impacting transportation specifically.
Yeah, it's a great reminder, too, that we're all stronger together when we come and come together and fight back against these folks. Ben, we don't have a whole lot of time, but real quick, if people want more information from you about cybersecurity, from the association, where should they go?
So the nmfta.org/cybersecurity is a great kind of landing page that's going to give you access to all of our webinars, our articles, the guidebooks. The owner-operator core controls are on there. It's all free to download, so we just put all that information out for everyone. nmfta.org/cybersecurity. You can reach me directly on LinkedIn. Happy to talk to anybody anytime.
Excellent. Well, I feel like I've learned a lot.
Yeah,
Ben, we really appreciate your time, appreciate your work on this issue, and I'm sure we'll talk to you again maybe right before October, before the event there. We appreciate your time.
Awesome. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me on.
Again, that was Ben Wilkins from the National Motor Freight Traffic Association. Ashley, always a good talk there. A little terrifying.
It is a little terrifying, but he's got some great advice and,
information is power, as they say. Speaking of information, right after the break here, we're going to speak with Abigail Huffman of ATRI about a demographic study they just put out, and it's got some interesting stuff as well. That's up next right here on Trucking with OID.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Hitting back against cyber criminals, why owner-operators are often seen as easy targets.
Plus, taking a closer look at the shifting demographics of the trucking industry, and truckers answer the call for help in Texas, and all new Trucking with OOIDA starts now. Welcome to the show. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson. Ashley, good to see you.
Nice to see you.
We've got a busy one today.
We do, yeah.
Here in just a moment, we're going to actually welcome in Ben Wilkins of the National Motor Freight Traffic Association to talk about cybersecurity. This has been an ongoing conversation over the past couple of years, I think, especially. So.
Anytime I hear from that guy, I'm like, I need to change my passwords.
Oh, you're not one of those people that has the same password for like every account, are you?
I neither confirm nor deny.
All right. We're going to get Ben to get on your case about that one. We've also got a couple other people coming up later in the show as well.
Abigail Huffman of ATRI, the American Transportation Research Institute. She kind of dives in a recent survey on demographics in the industry.
Yeah.
A lot of interesting changes in that.
For sure. And then we'll finish things up with a conversation with Jonathan Quitos of Clark Freight out of Texas. He recently, I should say, carried a load of relief to victims of the flooding there in the state. So looking forward to that. Obviously a horrible situation, but a lot of good people stepping up to help there as well. Ashley, you ever had one of those mornings where coffee just won't do it?
I think I have many of those
okay,
mornings.
Yeah,
but
I just poured some Red Bull into my coffee. I'm not sure it was the best decision. But we'll see how it goes. If my heart explodes, you'll
I'll know why.
Yeah, you'll pick it up from there. Speaking of which, or I guess not really, but we're going to talk to Ben Wilkins here on the line now. Ben is a cybersecurity principal engineer for the National Motor Freight Traffic Association, and he's on top of all the cybersecurity threats that are out there right now. Hey, Ben, thanks for joining us. Are you a coffee drinker by chance?
Oh, man, am I a coffee drinker? Kidding me?
Are you a Red Bull drinker?
Started as a trucker, and now I'm in cybersecurity, so I live
that
on
makes
coffee,
sense.
man. Are you kidding me?
How do you take it? Not with Red Bull. I was
either
experimenting.
Black or, yeah. Most of the time black, or my guilty pleasure is still sugar. I still, I know you're not supposed to drink it with sugar, but man.
Well, Scott just poured Red Bull into his black. A little bit of
not
Red
a lot,
Bull.
not a lot, yeah.
But I think was
kind of like elementary school.
That's controversial. That's controversial
very.
for a lot of reasons.
Hey Ben, I think I may have just invented a new product, so probably
okay. I can't knock it because I've never tried it. So
hey, I'm not sure I want to try it again actually, but so Ben, I know there are people obviously familiar with what your association does, but for those who are not familiar, can you talk a little bit about the National Motor Freight Traffic Association and what you do?
Sure. Yeah, so historically, National Motor Freight Traffic Association's been around for many, many years in the LTL world, focused on freight classification, setting standards for the shippers and carriers to kind of mutually agree on what to call what and how to classify it for shipment and packaging. We also manage the SCAC codes for cross-border transit, that type of thing. But in the last decade, NMFTA has also started researching cybersecurity concerns in heavy trucks, primarily in the assets, the trucks, the trailers, the telematics systems. And, as that work expanded and as technologies become more and more, kind of pervasive in our industry, we've also expanded the focus of our cybersecurity research into the enterprise side or the back office side, kind of the whole of organization approach to cybersecurity in trucking specifically. So that's kind of 40,000 foot view, what we're looking at. But we're following that thread into how it connects also to cyber-enabled cargo crime, which is a big problem in the industry right now.
Yeah, this is kind of like necessity being the mother of invention. Obviously, we didn't have to think about these things, 15, 20, 30 years ago or whatever the timeline might have been. Do you remember, and I'm not sure actually if you were there at this time, but do you remember when this all started to become kind of a problem for fleets out there, for owner-operators out there? Was there kind of a tipping point, or was this kind of one of those slow builds that kind of builds up over time? Obviously, we're at a point now where it's rampant and it's everywhere, but do you remember that time where it was kind of like, oh, we've got an issue here we need to look at?
Yeah, that's actually a really great question, and it's one of those things where you almost feel like the frog that's been in the pot of cold water that's all of a sudden turned into a pot of boiling water, But it's really exploded since 2020, and a lot of that came from an acceleration of the digitization in our industry, right? So we've been using digital tools and electronics for communications and all that type of stuff for a long time, but as the technology becomes a more and more central requirement to doing business in transportation, that has also coincided with a lowering of the bar of entry for the threat actors. It's getting easier and easier to launch fairly sophisticated campaigns, extortion campaigns, phishing campaigns, those kinds of things. And so those two factors have really kind of worked with each other to make the situation accelerate really since the late 2010s, early 2020s. into a pretty serious issue in this industry that's crept up on everyone and kind of caught us a bit unprepared for the impact. And so, what we're focused on is trying to figure out how to shift that needle back to, a bit more balance where it's a risk, but it's no different than, we've got safety risks. We've got, there's lots of risks in trucking that we're used to dealing with. And we want to try and educate everyone and turn this into one of those risks that we have the tools to handle and stay profitable.
Now, Ben, you're in the cybersecurity world, but you kind of have an interesting perspective in what you used to do or what you started out in your career. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so I've been in transportation most of my working career, and I actually started behind the steering wheel. I was a driver, local driver, over-the-road driver, regional driver, a whole bunch of different kind of flavors for a while. Transitioned into dispatch, so I spent some time in dispatch, driver management, and then moved from there into more of an operations support capacity and started focusing on the operational technology in the fleet that I was working for at the time. And, as we became more and more aware of kind of the risks of that, I started to focus more on the security aspect, and that sort of led me down the rabbit hole of cybersecurity about a decade ago.
I mean, having been a driver, though, that obviously shapes your perspective on everything you're doing right now. How does it shape exactly what you're doing right now in trying to protect people out there?
I think I joke with people that when they ask what I do, I say I'm a translator. I think it gives me a perspective where I understand the security side of the equation, but I also understand the real world applications and what it is we're trying to do every day in transportation. I've seen it from the driver's perspective. I've seen it from the dispatcher's perspective. I've seen it from a lot of different angles. And so staying aware, it helps keep that context of like, what is it we're trying to protect? And, there's a danger with security of causing too much friction or putting too many steps in the process and really slowing the organization down, slowing the operation down. So I think it's helpful to be grounded in from my own personal experience, really, understanding what trucking is all about and what it is that we need to facilitate as a security professional. What do we need to enable in the organization?
So as we look at this landscape, and you kind of, when you said that 2020 was kind of the launching point, I think I knew that just from seeing all the headlines and seeing everything that's come out over the past few years. But I don't know if I ever necessarily thought about it in that context. Because when you look at it that way and you look at it over being, just the past 5 years or so, it really does explain why I think so many people are getting taken advantage of right now, because this is something that they didn't have to think about, again, 10, 15 years ago. This is a relatively new thing that they're dealing with on top of all the other stuff that they're dealing with as a small business owner. How bad is the situation right now? What are some of the common, I guess, scams going around, cyber attack, situations that are going around right now that are really kind of the biggest problems, I suppose?
Yeah, so, I don't like to be a doom and gloom person, but it is a pretty serious situation, and when you're on the smaller end of the spectrum in this industry, you don't have a lot of the resources. You think of a big enterprise fleet or even a mid-market fleet, and they have probably a security team. They've got some budget for this. They've got, at least a managed service provider that's, security service provider that's helping secure their operation. And at the smaller end, and certainly as an owner operator, independent operator, you're wearing all the hats. You're finding freight, you're driving the truck, you're fixing the truck, you're coordinating everything, you're doing the books. The last thing you need is another hat to put on. And really, I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we're facing in the small and mid-size is how to secure your organization with the budget and the resources you have. Because the things that we're looking at that really are targeting every scale of organization is phishing for extortion purposes. So we used to see ransomware where they would encrypt all of your files and lock you out of your systems, and that is still happening. But what we see a lot more often is getting in and getting either email traffic or data or photos or whatever that's been stored, and then threatening to release that out into the public to get people to pay to keep their private information private, basically. So that's one risk. And then there's identity fraud is huge, particularly when it comes to, carrier identity fraud for the purposes of stealing freight. So that's really an area where these cyber threats cross over into physical losses and cargo claims in transportation. So we see a huge amount of that as a risk, the identity fraud, particularly at the smaller end of the spectrum. And then there's just kind of traditional schemes with fake invoices and double brokering schemes and things like that we've seen historically in the industry. But again, the ease with which those kinds of things can be created and those types of campaigns can be launched is, it's dropped that bar of entry. It's way easier for the bad actors to get in and to pull these kinds of things off.
And I know you've given advice before to people. Do you find that, some people think, gosh, this is just so overwhelming. Like, what is it I could do to actually keep my information safe and my business safe? What is your response to those people?
It can be overwhelming if you try to look at the whole problem and all the possible solutions all at once. But I like to remind people you start small and you start with understanding what it is you're trying to protect. What is it really you need to protect? And that's, you want to keep your secret. You want to keep your credit private to you, monitor your credit usage. You want to put good passwords on all your accounts. Don't use the same password for everything. There's small things that you can do that really elevate you from kind of an easy picking or low hanging fruit kind of target to middle of the pack. And that's really what cyber hygiene, we call it, is all about. Is don't, we joke that you don't want to be the slowest person running from the bear. You don't necessarily have to be faster than the bear. Just don't be the slowest one running. And so that's what this is about, is putting some safeguards in place around yourself to make you a less attractive target, a harder target. You don't have to have cutting edge security. You don't have to be the most secure person out there, but don't be the least secure. And that's really, we've put together a list of core controls. It's about 10 different things that people can do for either free or very little cost that will take you from an easy target to a much less attractive target without having to have a huge team or a budget or a lot of resources to throw at the issue.
Can you run through those, Ben? And you don't have to go into great detail on each of them, but maybe just some of the highlights. And I think you maybe talked about some of them there with, passwords and whatnot. But on that checklist, what are some of the big ones that you think people maybe really need to remember or do?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I'm going to start with one of my favorite ones, which is multi-factor authentication. It can sound overwhelming, just even if you're not familiar with what that means, but it's really just making sure that it's not just a password that gets you into your account. Use a strong password. That's another one on the checklist, a strong, unique password for every account, but then put multi-factor authentication in. That's where you have to enter a code from an app, where you get a text and you enter that code in, or maybe it's your thumbprint, or, you put your face in front of the camera. Those are all different factors of authentication. That is a huge step in and of itself in securing your accounts. The other thing you want to focus on is keeping your software and your operating systems up to date. When there's an update for your phone or there's an update for your tablet or laptop, you want to make sure to install those updates. They include important security fixes that address known risks, right? So keep updates current. Another big one is to monitor your credit. If you can sign up for credit monitoring services. There's a whole bunch of options out there for that. You want to regularly review your bank transactions, financial transactions. Make sure you know what's going on in your name. And if you don't need your credit for a new loan or applying for credit somewhere, you can freeze your credit and then unfreeze it when you need it. And that's another good step to lower the risk of fraud. Use secure Wi-Fi. Don't use public Wi-Fi. If you have to use public Wi-Fi, make sure you've got a VPN app installed on your phone or on your device. that just protects your traffic from anybody else that might be on that network listening in. But ideally, you want to use secured Wi-Fi, private Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Change default passwords, on your home network.
Right.
And then a couple other ones, you want to make sure you back up your important data. You don't want to lose your invoices, your customer records, your contacts, all that stuff if your devices or your files get compromised or corrupted. It can be as simple as put important files on a thumb drive and put it in a fireproof box somewhere, offline. Just make sure you don't have your important data in one location only, right?
Yeah.
And then, a couple other ones that kind of round out the list is put some sort of a security software on both your mobile devices and your computers and laptops. Don't run around with no protection. Use a reputable security software. And then really think about minimizing the information you expose out to the world. We all are used to social media and kind of everything's a bit more public than it used to be. But think about what you're posting, and don't post information that can be used to then either social engineer you or compromise your identity as far as load details or DOT information that doesn't need to be shared necessarily in a certain context.
Yeah.
So just be conscious of what it is you choose to share publicly online.
Helpful information. There's no doubt about that. But when I hear you list all these things off, and Ashley, you kind of talked about it earlier, it's exhausting.
It does sound exhausting.
To think about all these things that you have to do just because there are these, select few criminals out there that are targeting you. With the criminals, obviously they're doing this because they're making a profit off of it, and it's from the slower animals in the herd that they're kind of picking off here. It is very profitable for them, though, right? I mean, they're all over the world, and this is what they do all day. Like, what do we know about these folks that are doing this?
Yeah, so you're not wrong. They are highly organized criminal operations. They function just like a business. A lot of these groups, they've got HR departments, they've got financial teams, they have customer service teams where they will actually help victims figure out how to use cryptocurrency to make ransom payments.
Wow.
It's really if you think about if you've heard the term software as a service, so anything that you get like your online email or anything like that, this is ransomware as a service or malware as a service.
Wild.
There's the technical exploits are created by one team, and then they're sort of leased out or franchised out to other criminals that maybe don't have the technical ability, but they have the criminal contacts and the criminal intent to use these tools to go out and attack other victims. So it's the difficult thing from a defense standpoint is a lot of times these actors are in countries and locations in the world that are not friendly to our wants and warrants. They have non-extradition with the U.S., so it's very difficult to. It's kind of like whack-a-mole, right? We can figure out where one is, and you can take down their infrastructure, and it just pops up somewhere else, or somebody else starts franchising with them. So, from that respect, there's a long way to go as far as combating this at a global level. But it really is because you can almost use that to your advantage to protect yourself because they're a business. They don't want to spend any more than they need to get a win. And that's where it comes into, us being a slightly less attractive target is really sometimes all it takes for them to just move on and look for something easier.
And when it comes to some of these schemes, like you said, they're a business and they've gotten better over the years when it comes to their schemes, right? Like we're not still hearing from a Nigerian prince. Like these are
they look legit.
Believable things, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So, you bring up the Nigerian prince. That was a common one for a while. And, they were really clunky. They were pretty obvious, that there was something up with this kind of email or even some of the phone calls. One of the troubles that we're having right now is with the advent of AI and these large language models, anybody anywhere in the world can sound like a native English speaker and sound like they understand transportation. And they can even sound like someone you've dealt with in the past at a specific organization. And so it's getting harder for our automated tools to spot and filter out these kinds of attacks because they're more and more believable. And so that's where the education piece is so important, because we as humans, we're actually one of the best detection mechanisms for these types of attacks, because we often kind of get a sense that like something's a little off here. And I like to teach people to listen to that spidey sense. If something seems off, it probably is. And, you need to understand that just because somebody sends an email from a quote unquote legitimate address, if something seems strange about what they're asking for or what they're sending you, pick up the phone and call them.
They feed
keep
off that
those
too.
Trusted contacts that you have.
And they feed off that
100%.
too. Yeah, because
100%.
that sense of urgency that they try to get you to do something before you can take that beat and think about it, right?
Yep. There's a couple of real tells when it comes to social engineering, and one of them is a false sense of urgency. You got to do something right away. There's a fear of consequence or the threat of authority. Those are really common things. And then sometimes you get into like a shame or embarrassment angle where it's like, do this or people are going to think you're dumb kind of approach. That's also used in social engineering. But in transportation, one of the most effective ones is that, has to happen right now, because we're pretty used to that in transportation. A lot of stuff is urgent, time sensitive. Yeah. So it's just understanding how to catch, when something is just a little off, give it a beat, think for a second and say, wait, does this make sense? Is what I'm being asked to do really legitimate, and does it have to happen right now?
As if this wasn't scary enough, Ben, let's really scare people. And I think I know the answer to this, and maybe I'm wrong, but artificial intelligence, I guess I'll just ask you, with this entire situation that we're talking about, is it going to make things better or is it going to make things worse?
So I'm going to give you the most frustrating answer. I'm going to say yes.
I don't know. Yeah, which is fair. Yeah,
but we can fight fire with fire here, because yes, the generated AI models are helping the bad actors, but they're also helping the defense. One thing that AI and machine learning are really good at is pattern recognition and recognizing anomalies. Exceptions. And so we are using that on the defense side to improve on detection, right? So as the threat actors get better and better at using these tools to create believable phishing attempts and fake content, our detection tooling is getting better and better at picking up on exceptions to processes and exceptions to expected traffic on the network, so to speak. So it's anytime there's a new technology, the bad actors are going to use it, but the defense can use it as well. And so we've seen kind of a front loading of it's giving the bad guys an advantage first, but we're catching up and we're also using it on the defense side. And now I think that that's starting to even out a little bit.
Yeah.
The reality is it's just raised the playing field a little bit on both sides. So it's more and more important to stay educated and understand how criminals are using these tools, and not just what they can do. What we see in the news about what AI can do. It's how can it be misused? Be aware of that.
Now, you mentioned the importance of being educated. I know one of the ways that your association's helping with that is a conference coming up this fall. Can you tell us more about that?
Absolutely. Yeah, we put on an annual cybersecurity transportation conference. We're actually the only cybersecurity focused conference for transportation industry specifically. So that's going to be in Austin, Texas this year, October 26th, 27th, 28th. So we bring together a lot of industry experts from both transportation and cybersecurity. This year, we're actually going to be having a couple of tracks on cargo crime and fraud specifically, both from a lessons learned perspective from folks on the front lines, and also some experts in the field of fraud prevention and cargo crime investigation, that type of thing. So pretty excited about that. Yeah. We do some hands-on stuff. We're going to be teaching people how to do kind of a risk assessment and run some tabletop exercises in their own organizations. So a lot of really, really good content, bring people together from the industry. And really focus on how these cybersecurity concerns are impacting transportation specifically.
Yeah, it's a great reminder too that we're all stronger together when we come and come together and fight back against these folks. Ben, we don't have a whole lot of time, but real quick, if people want more information from you about cybersecurity, from the association, where should they go? So
the nmfta.org/cybersecurity is a great kind of landing page that's going to give you access to all of our webinars, our articles, the guidebooks. The owner-operator core controls are on there. It's all free to download, so we just put all that information out for everyone. nmfta.org/cybersecurity. You can reach me directly on LinkedIn. Happy to talk to anybody anytime.
Excellent. Well, I feel like I've learned a lot. Ben, we really appreciate your time, appreciate your work on this issue, and I'm sure we'll talk to you again maybe right before October, before the event there. We appreciate your time.
Awesome. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me on.
Again, that was Ben Wilkins from the National Motor Freight Traffic Association. Ashley, always a good talk there. A little terrifying.
It is a little terrifying, but he's got some great advice and,
information is power, as they say. Speaking of information, right after the break here, we're going to speak with Abigail Huffman of ATRI about a demographic study they just put out, and it's got some interesting stuff as well. That's up next right here on Trucking with OID.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.